I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. Coming to you live from stolen Tongva territory here in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. I'm live. I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Of course, as is the case every single day, we start off by saying Em Israel Chai, and also 10 Hasanabi condemnations. You already know what it is. I condemn Hasanabi. I condemn Hasan Piker. You know? You know what it is. You know what it is. Sorority Girl Chatters, met you yesterday. It was awesome. That's crazy. Yeah, Hasanabi heads are all over. Like they're everything. We got people in sororities. I don't know if they are in sororities. I don't know if that's you and you just like post your own tweet here, but like, you know, baristas, delivery drivers, construction workers, we got it all. You know, this community is vibrant. But yeah, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. A lot has not really happened in the world of Hasanabi Piker in the time period because I'm a chud ass loser. At least I got, as a chud ass loser, at least I got my soundboard back though, so that's pretty good. Anyway, yes, I, as always, as is the case every single other day, I condemn Hasanabi Piker, and I hope you guys also do that as well. Where do I begin? So, I ended the broadcast yesterday in Hasanabi. Okay, that's how they say it. That's how the locals say it. The slew or the loo. But I ended the broadcast, and then after I ended the broadcast, I literally just went to sleep. It was like 9 p.m. March came into my hotel room at 4 a.m. so we can get on a 4 a.m. so we could get on a flight. Lap of luxury type shit, you already know. Get on a flight and fly back to Los Angeles, California, so I could be live and alive, ready to go in a timely manner for this broadcast, as I always do. Now, I went. He never went to sleep. He instead went to get barbecue. Then he went to a Dodgers game. Then he apparently went to a club, and then he went to a casino, and he got shit faced. He basically bouldered into my room, fucking hammered. Okay, bouldered into my room, hammered out of his goddamn mind. And I was like, what is happening? He just, like, I straight up, he's probably sleeping right now, so I can talk all my shit, right? All the shit that I want to talk. We get in the car, we're going to the airport, and this guy is like explaining to me how much St. Louis sucks. He's just like regular chud. He's like, oh, there are no black cars around here for you folk, because they steal them. I was like, damn, okay. Like, because he overheard me tell Marshall, like, I was like, oh, I'm trying to call it Uber Black to get it fast, but there's no Uber Black in St. Louis at this time, right? And he's like, yeah, because black cars don't drive around at this hour. I was like, okay. And then he proceeds to tell me how they've defunded the police, and that's why St. Louis has had, tremendous crime and how much it sucks and this and that. And I mean, he was like a fine gentleman. You know, he was like a normal guy, but he was just probably the wokest chud you could find in that proximity, in that region. But yeah, it was just an interesting experience. So No, bro, I lived there before defending the police, and there was a crime. March, King of Kings, having the real STL experience. Yeah. So, you know, interesting circumstance, interesting situation overall. But all at 4 a.m. Yeah. So we got to it. We got to the airport, checked in our luggage, got through security, got on the flight, passed out. Now every time I pass out on a flight, I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna see this. This is what I'm gonna see. Okay. Every time I fall asleep, I close my eyes on a flight, I'm like, my sleep paralysis demon is gonna snap a pic of me. But basically, it was an easy, quick in and out flight. Got home, showered, and I'm here. I'm ready to go. Downloaded all the information to download all the news that's fit to print. Picked up a copy of the Wall Street Journal, thinking that the Rick Scott opinion editorial demanding that they remove funding, demanding that they revoke funding from Yale University for allowing a dangerous radical like myself to ever speak on that campus, would have made it to the Wall Street Journal opinion editorial newspaper, but they decided not to put that on there. So, came back and hugged and kissed and cuddled with Kaya. She's very excited to see Daddy. And that's pretty much it. That's all I did. And now we're here. Not much going on other than that. I posted on Instagram. I posted a aura photo on Instagram for people that are constantly complaining. Some of the photos of you and the peeps from St. Louis that I took, Fox Row Media, hell yeah. Marchy Poo. Yo, I'll be honest. The suit's looking good, right? Like I'm a suit guy now. I should be a suit guy right now. I'm a suit guy. I'm wearing collars more often. Even my casual is still with a collar. Yes, I was asking for the brand yesterday. I don't think you saw. It's clean as fuck. I think the top is Hugo Boss, if I'm not mistaken. Or it could be something else. I'm not sure. But the bottom is Issey Miyake. I have a pair of Issey Miyake pleated pants that are kind of tight on me, but honestly, it works with how tight the top is. So that's it. Shirt is tailor-made from China. And the tie, I think, is like Brooks Brothers or something. You're just getting all days to hate button-ups, and now it's all I wear. I mean, yeah, I gotta act my age, right? Like, that's the way I think about it. I'm like, I gotta Hugo Boss the Nazi. Yes, Hugo Boss the Nazi. Did you like STL? I loved it. It's beautiful. The architecture is beautiful. I didn't get to see it too much, obviously. Careful, suit gate will be the next. Why do you own a suit? Everything I do is a gate, man. What do you mean? Everything I do, people find a way to get mad at. But yeah, that was the experience. But yeah, check this out. Your boy got mad aura. Okay, let's be real. Those who chose not to listen to your calls for decades now call my voice dangerous. We will not be silenced. We will be heard. This photo is really funny. Hasan used name brand tissue instead of supporting local brands. Yeah. I don't know why these photos like lost a lot of its the quality, I guess. What is this? The anti-Hasan leftists were losing their minds on Twitter. I know. People think you're gearing up for a run. I'm not. And I don't know how I will ever convince people. Also, gearing up for a run when? Like for president? Like when would I be gearing up for a run? The midterms are happening already. You know what I mean? Like, they're so stupid. People are so dumb. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking... I don't have that kind of motion, man. What the fuck are you guys talking about? It's not happening. I have been busy this year, though. That's true. I mean, look, Hasanabi Productions posted this, but I have been busy. Been in New Haven, Connecticut, Los Angeles, obviously, Minneapolis, Ann Arbor, Philly, St. Louis, New York, East Lansing, and also Ann Arbor as well in Michigan, Chicago, San Francisco. Druko, I got your blast off memes. Don't worry. Saying you don't have the motion will not make the motion go away. Yeah, I've been to Vancouver as well. I've been to Cuba, Vancouver. No, this is just the United States of America. This is just the U.S. tour, you know? But yeah, let the people chirp. It is what it is. Yeah, we're still doing it. We're still doing the damn thing. Not to be parasocial, but I don't remember you ever traveling this much in such a short amount of time. Hope you don't get burnout, King. Chatters will say not to get parasocial and then say the most parasocial thing you've ever heard in your entire damn life. I love it. Come to the UK to talk with Zach Polanski? Yes, I will be doing that. I am going to the UK anyway for South by Southwest, and I will be linking up with Zach Polanski when I'm out there, obviously. But yeah. That's a given. When I'm in the UK, I'll be linking up with Giannis Varoufakis too. I like the response about not running. Would you rather be a megaphone for strong candidates than dedicate a lot of time or your money on your own one political race? Yeah. Ohio will turn blue if you visit one time. Maybe. You should look like the image of who you are and what you want to present. Go bespoke and tailored. You owe it to yourself while you're in the UK. Okay. Dude. Afix Twizzy, I feel like you love this. You love this shit. Like, I've literally had to give you a 1-day timeout, and you love doing this shit. I saw, man. I saw. All of your wonderful work has finally gotten you written up in the California Post. Okay, socialist at Mamdani's alma mater, Bowden, to host mayor's Israel-hating dad and Marxist influencer Hasan Piker. Okay, you did it. You got the notice. You got the fucking New York Post notice. Congratulations. I swear to God, I feel like you're trying to get your chapter closed down or something. Like, Pittsburgh, please, Pittsburgh, come to Pittsburgh. Okay, guys, you guys can't all tell me about your favorite candidates, your local candidates, or have me demand that I come visit your neighborhood. Okay, I'm one person. First of all, not only am I one person, I'm spending unbelievable amounts of money too. Like, this is all out of pocket shit. Okay, it's not like none of these speaking engagements I get paid to do. You know, most people here. Let me put you on some game real quick. When other content creators, they do speaking engagements, they get paid for it. I would never, ever demand payment for said speaking engagements regardless, especially because like I'm not going to the Young Americans for Freedom Club, who has an alma mater that will also double these speaking payments, like their alumni will pay for, people like Ben Shapiro to come to their campus. I'm working with like broke ass fucking groups like Students for Justice for Palestine and stuff like that. But beyond the financial predicament that it creates, which is marginal, it's inconsequential, it's nothing, it's totally worth it, right? It's impossible for me to be all around the country. You guys understand that, right? Your cam is freaking out, is it? It's just impossible for me to be everywhere all at once. I'm one person, okay? I assume you pay your way too? Yeah. Like, not to give you guys, the boring background stuff, but I read this Salon article on the flight today. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty solid. Like, I can't teleport as much as I wish I could. As much as I wish I had the capabilities of teleporting from one location to the next in a moment's notice. I can't do that. Got to pay for exposure, shaking my head. No, I didn't say you have to pay me. I don't expect that, and I don't want that. And when people do actually try to pay me for appearances, I tell them, no, that's not the point. The point is the travel time. It's not easy. Okay. Oh, you meant like Salon wrote that article. I paid for that exposure. Yeah, of course. Would you ever start a Zateo-style org where you employ a couple people doing what you do? No, I will not be doing that. Because that's not what I'm good at. I'm good at this, okay? I can't do what Mehdi Hasan does. I can't do what other people do. That's why I lean into them and their work. I work with them. I work with Zateo. I work with Dropsite News because they do that work and they're good at it. I'm not. This is what I'm good at. I try to watch Hassan, but to be fair, y'all are insufferable in this chat. To be fair, this is the parasocial hour. This is when the most annoying demands. This is like a mini struggle session for all the parasocialists, the Red Guard, to come in and just give me a couple lashings about like, you need to do this, you need to do that. You're not sufficient enough. Have you written a struggle notes on how you haven't been sufficiently Maoist today? Stuff like that. And then some keep that energy up for the rest of the broadcast, and then I have to yell at them. I do want to watch the New York Times Tucker thing. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I do, Hasanabi, I know you, but you don't know me, and that's the extent of our relationship, and that's how I'd like to keep it. Thanks. Nah, it's too late. Dog's Lyrics is too late. I'm learning everything. I'm downloading all the information about you right now. I have a valid criticism. No, you don't. No, you don't. I promise. Yeah, it's downloaded. Yeah, you're in the chat. It's cooked. Your op centrism fan account is losing his mind on Twitter. He lives in PA3 and now Rab is surging. Nice. I swear to God, if I saw you in person, I'd run away. Please don't ruin this. No, I'm going to chase after you. Please don't ever perceive me as spooky. We perceive T. Blasian. I perceive T. Blasian is so funny. I had no idea how many motherfuckers live in St. Louis, by the way. That is also crazy. That is actually crazy. Look at this. Look at this motherfucker. He goes, yo, you're short, by the way.
One of my community members, active. He had a heart emergency. I'm very happy to say he's safe now. But I wanted to go home and watch it with the Vikings for the soccer problem. And I wish that was an emergency measure, but that is still the plan to this day. There is no plan to help students re-enter. They're denied at the port.
It's crazy. Imagine you got me shushed by Corey. I had to clap back. Yeah, Corey shushed you because you couldn't stop yapping. Okay? You couldn't stop yapping as people were delivering speeches. What kind of lenses are those? They're just regular transition lenses. Fuck you, I held back so much. That's crazy.
There is no plan to help us complete our studies and our work and grad.
Come to Wisconsin, complete the Midwest. I have to go to Wisconsin. I know. I have to go to Wisconsin for Francesca Hong. Never mind. I'm being told that Fran is actually going to be in Los Angeles, so I'm going to have her here instead. I was standing behind Donnie for your entire interview. He's right. Donnie was height-mogging the shit out of you. Can't believe you've been lying this whole time. Hello. Look who it is. Look who it is. The little lady. Hi. Hi. Kaya. Yeah, the rotisserie chicken is back. She just went to the park. Hasanabi, Wisconsin is just bad. Minnesota, please don't do it at Father Jihad. Okay, calm down. Anyway, what was I saying? Whole away / home game ass schedule. It's literally not a Midwest trip without Iowa. Okay, y'all gotta. Oh my God. Yes, I know. I have to go to every single state in the country and every single township. I have to go to every single township in the country. I promise. I know I have to. I will eventually. Okay, I'll get to your township too. Yeah, I saw this. This is funny. In any case, folks, every unincorporated community. Yes. When you game Father Jihad, nothing ever happens anyways. Yeah, that's definitely not true. Things are always happening. Things are happening at an alarming rate. Okay, anyway, here it is. We blasted off, by the way. Let the people know we're live. We're alive. Yeah, the arch communist Father Jihad is here. Also, I have the poster behind me. If you noticed, I brought it back. Our glorious infidel poster from our glorious infidel poster that the Philly fans made. I took it back with me, even though it was massive. We're gonna get that framed up. Quickie before news time. What is this?
What's up? How are you doing, Taylor?
How's it going?
Good. My name is Josh. I'm actually in the sports card industry.
Are you really?
Gotta say, I love that you've been tweeting about the cards.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie, I did a little research on you and found that your favorite player growing up was Dale Murphy.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give you this Dale Murphy autographed card.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh man, yeah. I didn't have it autographed, but I had that back in the day. So thank you.
Absolutely, man.
Now, what do you do it online or how do you?
Yeah,
do
pretty
it?
much everything's online based.
Yeah.
I do some shows too as well.
Okay.
So we travel, like we're doing one in Hard Rock in June. We did one in Boca last weekend.
Okay.
So the hobby's exploding.
I know.
It's absolutely insane.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's
Absolutely.
pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah, my kids, so I have kindergarten, second, third grade. They like WWE cards.
Okay, and that's what actually I specialize in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's oddly
that
enough.
box, it's like, you buy a box of the universe, it's like $250. It's like,
exactly. And it's going to keep going up.
Yeah.
I
thought about buying a couple and just leaving some sealed.
Yeah, so there's a new product coming out this week, or actually it's next week. It's called Royalty. That's going to be like...
How much is that retail?
Probably like $800 a box.
Okay, but I bet you if you bought it and
But
sit
like,
on it,
so what it is,
go
it's
up,
going to
right?
be a lot of like patches, like match use, like first time patches. So like that stuff will hold like, that's going to be like a 6-figure card.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I think if you buy a few for $800, like 5 years from now, those will go for $2,500 at least.
exactly.
Probably.
As long as all the one-of-ones don't get hit.
Why did you send this to me? I don't understand why you sent this to me. Just to remind me that this fucking loser is still, around. Is that what it is? I've been waiting for the punchline. Like, where is the turn? I literally thought he was eventually going to turn around and be like, yeah. And then the guy was going to be like, you're a fucking idiot. Fuck you or something. Nope. Turns out it's just a boring ass convo about a scammer rug puller talking to the governor. You're the forbidden fruit?
The U.S. government's going to make me glaze Hasan Piker more, because what do you mean you're trying to introduce a bill to condemn Hasan Piker? Like, as if he's a group, as if he's a nation, as he has that much influence. He does have that much influence, especially on, like, young men and a girl that likes a pretty face. But you're pushing, and that's only going to make me want him more, because a forbidden fruit is good. You could hate on him all you want, but telling me not to want him makes me want him more. The U.S. government...
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Chat was on Fox News today. May Day activists push left-wing's pro-socialist agenda. Are you going to be covering the upcoming attempt to gerrymander Tennessee for the second time in 4 years to strip Memphis of representation like they did with Nashville? No. Maybe. Possibly. He's clicking all the links, chat. You can poop sock him. Yeah, I feel like you guys are taking advantage of my weakness here, and you're sending me links that is, it's not good. All right. Yeah. Recap wise, what is this, a poop sock?
If you think Hasan Piker is the problem, you're actually propagandized. Every time I hop on...
Oh my God, this is amazing. Okay, first of all, this demographic profile is the backbone of any active movement in the United States of America. This is like, we got the moms. We got the white moms in the suburbs on our side. It's over.
Online recently, I see both conservatives, liberals condemning Hasan Piker. Whether he's a radical communist threat to democracy or somehow impeding Democrat voices by being too left, he streams all day, every day, talking about the flaws in both parties, which I all think we can agree that there are flaws in both parties right now. And if...
Okay, to be fair, I don't know if she's a mom or not. No disrespect. I didn't... This is giving suburban sweetheart, though. This fit is fitting. You know what I mean?
his valid complaints and concerns about our political system trigger you, maybe you're the problem. And I'm not saying that you can't disagree with him on certain aspects, certain viewpoints whatsoever. However, if you feel triggered by what he is saying, maybe take a step back.
It is glamorous. It is glamorous. It's glam. Too late. The nuke already landed. I'm just saying, dude. This is giving country club, okay?
Ask yourself, whose interest is my belief serving? Because for the most part, if not all of it, Hasan represents the working class American. He wants people to have health care. He wants people to afford to go to school and to live good lives without prioritizing billionaires or foreign countries. So if something within that triggers you, maybe you need to take a step back and figure out who actually is benefiting from your viewpoints. Because
what is this? I cannot imagine how you stay humble with this much female attention all the time. I become a narcissist. 40 minutes into the stream and 2 women have expressed carnal interest in this dude and I'm jealous as hell. Unfollowed. Bro, don't unfollow. What the hell?
If Hasan is the problem, then your viewpoints benefit somebody else. Think of Hasan as like ayahuasca. He is reflecting the parts in which you are propagandized that you're just not ready to see, whether you're on the right or the left.
Damn.
And you can say that he's wealthy,
Bars.
he's well off, yet he's a socialist. He does not run any ads on his Twitch stream. His Twitch stream is supported by the viewers, and his life...
Piker Broadcasting Service, you already know what to do. Yeah, that's right. Your subscriptions are supporting independent media. Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service. Don't unfollow. Subscribe instead. Use your Twitch Prime, which is free, by the way. Twitch Primes are free. Twitch Primes are free. Use your Twitch Primes here. Or gift a sub if you got it.
Allows him to go to different places. Like he was just in Michigan. He's going to New York. He's going to Philadelphia. He's making an influence where he can. He's not the problem. Billionaires, foreign countries, corporations are. And he's highlighting all of that and you don't like it.
That's true. Damn. Another banger. 2 bangers in a row. Don't unfollow. It's not just listing. We yell at him too. Okay. I just praised you for covering women's issues today, and you had to ruin it by commenting on homegirl's appearance instead of her words. I'm going back to hating you now, femininely. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it as a demographic voter profile, you know? I just entered the first thing I hear. Think of Hasan like ayahuasca. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we got this, which we were covering. We got Fox News, Mayday. I've noticed that, like, so Mayday is like, Mayday has its roots in the American labor movement. The American working class is a part of the international working class. Okay. However, Labor Day in the United States of America is not on May 1st. We have our own Labor Day, right? And I think that's by design. Even though the initial May Day is an international, it's an international event, but like it has its roots in America, okay? It is the commemoration of the Haymarket movement, the Haymarket affair, if you want to call it that, or the Haymarket riots, right? And what's fascinating about it is that regardless of its inception, workers striking for an 8-hour workday, facing violent class trader police confrontation, it's a day of, it's an International Workers' Day, celebrating labor rights. And we try to do that here on the broadcast every Friday. That's like part of the reason why I always celebrate Fridays with Mufasa. The reason why I celebrate it is because it's to commemorate and it's to show respect to the workers that came before us that worked long and hard and actually, even lost their lives. Like they put tremendous sacrifice into this movement, into labor militancy, to get some of the amenities that we take for granted now, like the weekend, the abolition of child labor, and many other workplace protections that in many visible and also invisible ways help us, right? Make our lives a little bit easier. And that's what's so interesting, I guess, about like American labor history. American labor history is very radical at times, right? And it's not so radical nowadays. But I will say that May Day participation from the broader labor movement year over year, the increase of May Day participation from the American labor movement year over year, I think shows promise. It says something. It shows that like there is an increase in class consciousness in this country, and there's an increase in workers recognizing their class position in this country. So I see that as a positive trajectory. Okay. Haymarket Memorial is the smallest statue on the side of a busy street that didn't go up until 2004. The plaques on it from all around the world kind of fucked me up. The rest of the world genuinely cares about it more than anyone around here. Right? Site of the Haymarket tragedy. On the evening of May 4th, 1886, a tragedy of international significance unfolded in the site in Chicago's Haymarket Produce District. An outdoor meeting had been hastily organized by anarchist activists to protest the violent death of workers during a labor lockout the previous day in another area of the city. Spectators gathered in the streets as speakers addressed political, social, and labor issues from atop a wagon that stood at the location of this monument. When approximately 175 policemen approached with an order to disperse the meeting, a dynamite bomb was thrown into their ranks. And you have the Iraqi trade unionists commemorating it. Okay? You have the Swedish Trade Unionist Confederation commemorating it. It's interesting. It's interesting that like this day is unbelievably significant for the international labor movement, and yet Americans don't have a national like public holiday around it, even though many countries around the world, even in like places like Europe, Turkey, where I grew up, May Day is very significant. May Day is when trade unionists, socialists, communists alike get together and participate in a day of action, a day of protest. And I grew up watching cops, tear gas, and and use water cannons on protesters from the labor movement. And it's the same site almost everywhere around the world. Now, of course, that's a testament to the way that capitalist countries treat their working class when they demand more, right? When they demand what's just, when they want to take home more of their productive output, right? And it's interesting because when you look at May Day celebrations in countries run by communist governments, for example, it's very different. In Cuba, it's a day of celebration. Mass movement, mass mobilization took place in Cuba yesterday. Same with China. In places, in places that at least cherish a socialist history, the more labor protections these countries have, or the more they cherish this revolutionary history, the less resistance there is from the police. And in the United States of America, there's not really a lot of police resistance, not a lot of police presence at all, because it's altogether forgotten. But I think it's changing. It was very interesting to observe this significant day for the international working class have more mobilization than I have ever seen in the United States of America in my lifetime. And it's only going to keep growing from here on out. That's the way I see it. But let's take a look at how Fox News covered it.
They're sweeping the country with left-wing groups organizing on a pro-socialist platform, calling to tax the rich. Watch.
The idea that my politics are too radical, I find somewhat laughable. It's not surprising that the Republican Party is going to attack me with that. I mean, these are a lot of people who've never worked a day in their lives. And if they have, it certainly hasn't been with their hands.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown. And if, you know, the ones that leave, like, bye.
The reasoning has always been from centrist Democrats claiming that people like AOC, people like Zohran Mamdani, people like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib can only win in deep blue areas. Deep blue areas where the electorate resembles a genderqueer English major that is getting an education in a liberal arts college with 150 other people. Okay, that's not the case.
Some blue cities like Chicago are even disrupting schools to drive student participation, letting them skip class.
They put Father Jihad on there. I mean, you're dead ass on the news regularly. How's that feel? Feels weird. Feels very strange. I don't like to be perceived like this. I like to control who perceives me. Things were a lot better when it was just us in here. You know what I mean? Nowadays, the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex, as the chatter just pointed out, has moved to mainstream media. They are my clippers. The drama farmers on the independent side of YouTube have nothing on Fox News at this point. They're in here all day, every day. Oh my God, look at this. Virtually every single outlet has written a piece. New York Post has, oh, Jesus Christ. Post has two articles. Socialism, Mamdani's alma mater. Less than a third of New York City's Jewish voters think Mamdani's doing a good job. Jesus Christ, dude. David Marcus, rise of Marxism is a hydra Democrats created but can't control. Fox News, Los Angeles Times. Camera, normalizing Hasan Piker's extremism. Camera is a Israeli operation, by the way. The Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis is a major pro-Israel media watchdog. Yeah, it's literally an Israeli agent. New York Sun, National Review, Times of Israel. The fuck Times of Israel got to do with me? I hope the chatter that made this site got some free merch or something. Whatever the chatter wants. In any case, let's get back to it.
The Chicago Teachers Union declaring it a day of civic action. And as the labor movement continues getting traction with young people embracing a pro-socialist platform, one protester doesn't even know what he's rallying behind. Watch.
You got the Party for Socialism. You believe in socialism?
Not necessarily. Kind of.
You know what socialism is?
Not really. Not too much, but.
Bro, that's a kid. That's a child. You're putting a microphone on a child. He'll learn. Leave the child alone. He's like 14 years old, man.
Yeah.
Saturday in America host Kayleigh McEnany is here now. You know, Kayleigh, I look.
Who stuck the little man with that PSL poster, by the way? That's so funny.
At this, and I really miss Charlie Kirk. Yeah. I mean, he was somebody who was on the campus.
I mean, come on.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
This is in the most effective way possible, which is why I think they took him out, why they executed.
Bro, what are we talking about? Are we really talking about how stupid people are in any movement? Like, we're talking about the lack of knowledge amongst Americans on issues like socialism. All four of these dumbasses don't know what socialism is either. Why? Why is that? If that's the standard for intellect, I mean, which, by the way, benefits our side of the argument, let's be real. But if this idea is that if you know what socialism truly represents, then you're a truly intelligent person, then none of the four dickheads on this panel actually meet that standard at all. And most Americans don't either. Most Americans are unbelievably propagandized against what socialism is. They're lied to about what socialism represents. They're told that it's a terrifying prospect. They're told it's a bad thing. Most Americans don't know why it's a bad thing, right? At least that guy is somewhat curious. I will take intellectual curiosity instead of shutting off this alternative mode of organizing the economy. Curiosity towards socialism is infinitely better than assuming you know what socialism is and you hate it, especially when you're a working class individual. Anyway.
Yeah. He was effective in pushing back on what the left has been trying to do. They've had a captive audience for decades with indoctrination. And Charlie and Turning Point were providing that answer on campus, weren't they?
Yeah, and Charlie.
Well, Turning Point USA still exists, so why are you shitting on Erica Kirk? Are you saying that currently Erica Kirk is not carrying the flame?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Like, I don't understand. Is that the frustration here? Because I feel like Erica Kirky is carrying the flame. It's not like Charlie was like the most competent individual either, you know? He got carried a lot. He got carried by massive Republican mega donors, you know, titans of industry. He also got carried by the TikTok algorithm when the Chinese Communist Party was like terrified of TikTok being blocked in the country. So they were like, oh, we'll lean into this Trump shit, you know, which I guess gave him a stay of execution. And then they inevitably ended up giving TikTok to Americans anyway, which, let's be real, if I'm Chinese, I'm thinking, yeah, it was an unbelievable W that we got Donald Trump elected. Okay? Straight up. Who could have foreseen this? I don't think anyone could have foreseen this except for that one guy, the one Chinese father who famously said Trump is a great nation builder, but for China. It's true. He is. He has done tremendous damage to American empire, right? He has proven the accelerationist right. He's still doing that. Stay of execution is a wild Freudian slip. Wait, what do you mean? No, it's true. A stay of execution for TikTok. It came because TikTok did everything in its power to open up the algorithmic faucet in the direction of Donald Trump. And the guy who took advantage of that most was Charlie Kirk.
Understood that while this is a failed ideology, it's also a potent one.
Yes.
And it's one that has to be countered. I mean, I've heard others say, oh, Zoran Mamdani, Katie Wilson laughing this off. It's socialist. It's just deep blue jurisdictions. No, this has an appeal to young people who feel otherwise maybe displaced or economically disadvantaged. And this is why it's so important to teach this. My mom said back when I was in school, they taught about the ills of socialism. Now we let kids skip school to protest essentially on behalf of socialism. Boy, how we've changed. And it's insidious when 68% of the Democratic Party says this is.
Yeah. Okay. May Day is an international public holiday. In most countries, it's a national holiday. It's a public holiday. Okay. Who cares if they skip school to go and protest? Like, no, May 1st is not a holiday in the United States of America. It's like, it's not even discussed in the United States of America. This is the first time. This is one of the first years in like the last couple of decades where May Day has had some kind of significance.
A positive ideology. It's an ideology that's been tested. It's not some faculty idea. It's one that's been tested in practice and failed every time it's been tried.
I'm always reminded of one of my very favorite sayings, which is when the pupil is ready, the teacher will be there. Which is kind of what you're always talking about. The fact that, you know, once the mind of a young person is opened up to something, if you're not there to teach them the right thing.
I still don't know what May Day is. I'm 17, so this is probably why. Chatter, May Day is the International Workers' Day, okay? It's a national holiday in most countries around the world, with the even in Europe, usually. There's a lot of protests and a lot of demonstrations that take place on May 1st, okay? May 1st is the day that we're talking about, and it is to commemorate the Haymarket Affair in Chicago. Ironically enough, it is actually the international workers movement cherishing the American workers movement, right? And remembering the Haymarket massacre as well. And yet in the United States of America, we don't even think about it, and we have a separate Labor Day. I believe. What do you mean, even in Europe? I mean, come on. Europe is also a capitalist social democracy, right? Like, that's why I'm saying even in Europe, because it's expected for nations of the periphery to have some kind of remembrance for, you know, any kind of revolutionary holiday, because this is what it is. The only revolutionary holiday that Americans actually celebrate, ironically enough, is International Women's Day, which is another communist holiday. Once again, literally a fucking communist holiday. And Americans, of course, don't ever mention that part because it doesn't suit America's propaganda purposes. Here it is, by the way. This is, you know, the only place where Labor Day falls on May 1st. And in many of these places, it's actually a public holiday, with the exception of the gray areas where it has no public holiday on May 1st or Labor Day. America has a separate Labor Day. The Greens have a separate Labor Day, or don't have a public holiday on May 1st. So America's, you know, like normally when you look at a map like this, when you look at like one of these maps that show you, like, you know, the world versus the rest of the world versus the Western world, right? Like, usually Europe follows America's lead. This is not one of those. This is not one of those instances. Like, even Europe, even Western Europe is like, no, we celebrate it. It's important for us. It's so funny, though, but it's funny because, like, America is such a domineering force of culture and also is so isolated from the rest of the world in many respects that most people don't even understand that. Most people don't even realize that this is a huge deal around the world, right? But it doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even matter because we don't celebrate it, so it must not exist. Well, it's the rest of the world that's celebrating it on our behalf, ironically enough. So yeah, there's a reason for it. So I don't fault you for not knowing what May Day is, chatter. If you're an American, of course you're not going to know what it is. That's the whole point.
Pennsylvania Senate.
Fetterman trashing protests on Fox. Yeah. My commentary on John Fetterwap, Fetty turned into a thread by a Manhattan Institute guy who was like, he's being ableist to John Fetterman. It's unbelievable. Oh, my stars and garters. It was very funny. Yeah, let's finish this and then we'll get to it.
Somebody else is going to teach them the wrong thing.
Yeah, I always say if you're not teaching your kids about socialism and the virtues of capitalism, boy, somebody else is going to do it.
Yeah.
Yes, and I know you guys are all over this. Fox is all over this. The reporting yesterday that there are 600 groups behind this that have $2 billion in funding, and it's being used in this manner. I keenly listened last week when Chip Roy said to me he's been having conversations with the administration that SPLC might have just been the tip of the iceberg and that they are actually looking at these Marxist socialist networks of groups and their connections. I really hope we see more litigation on that front if there is wrongdoing, because we've got to go after these organizations.
It's unbelievable that Kayleigh McEnany, previous press secretary for the White House, is over here being like, fantastic. Let's prosecute our ideological opponents, please. Yeah, these are the free speech guys, by the way. Free speech guys. We all know that it's bullshit, obviously, but it bears repeating it. It's important to reinforce this idea that, like, free speech is just whatever they want. It only extends to their allies and their ideological enemies. They, of course, don't get any free speech. They want to prosecute their ideological enemies, okay? That's how it's always been. And that's how it will continue to be. So make no mistake.
If they're engaged in any sort of nefarious activity, he wouldn't go more than
Yeah,
that.
Marxism is hate speech, and that's not covered under the First Amendment, is the attitude here. It's awesome.
But there is a definite suggestion that these
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, I got you. I'm going to show you Chuck Park. Chuck Park is a lot of Hasanabi heads work on his campaign. If I didn't show you this, he would explode. Okay, so I have to show you this. Here's Chuck Park getting arrested, being taken to One Police Plaza. He's a progressive running for Congress in New York 6. Okay.
We can't take it anymore. We gotta tax the rich. I'm being arrested. I'm being arrested because billionaires are part of democracy, man. We gotta tax the rich. Working people in Queens, we gotta fight back.
They represent the police side of Haymarket. Yes, that's handsome Chuck Park. Don't you feel that this getting arrested has become such obvious political theater lately? No. I mean, everything, by that estimation, everything is performance. Like, okay, yeah, you're doing a rally. That's performative. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? Are you getting arrested? Yeah, every speech is a performance. Okay? Okay, let's continue.
Kayleigh, let's broaden it a little bit, though, because this message is getting through in elections because we now have a list of socialists that I have said that the Democrat Party is now officially the party of Bernie Sanders. These are candidates running on the platform that 10 years ago Bernie Sanders was saying it and people were laughing it off. Now candidates are getting elected. It's not just
socialist-style Democrats with growing presence. Zohar Mamdani, Katie Wilson, Anna Lilia Mejia, Graham Plattner, Hasan Piker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Why am I on this list? I mean, this is an awesome list to be on, but it's so funny that they just like slam me onto it. Buddy, I'm a Twitch streamer. You're so stupid. You're so dumb.
here in New York City with Zohran Mamdani. Katie.
Yeah, they're like, hey, listen, man, we're gonna Drake, bro, thinks he's on the team image. Bro, I don't think I'm on the team. I'm not doing that. They're making it seem like I'm running for not only just any office, but the presidency, okay? They're like, oh, this is Hasan Piker, this dangerous socialist. He's going to be president one day. It's like, no, I don't plan to do any of these things, okay? I am a fucking Twitch streamer who just pussy. Okay. What does that mean? Do you want me to run for president? Is that why you're calling me a pussy? Is that what it is? First time chatter? You're like, oh, dude, you're a pussy. You should. Now, what's funny about all this is that, first of all,
and pussy too.
That's the only thing I'm running for. Okay, I'm running in that direction. I'm running in the direction of,
and pussy too.
That's right. But also, these guys are so funny. All my haters are so funny. They're like, bro, you never go outside. You never put yourself out there. Now I'm putting myself out there, and these guys are up my ass. And then they're like, oh, you're a pussy. It's like, buddy, you lose your mind when there's like a second of attention on you. Like if this community were to figure out what your other social media accounts look like, and then they start, yelling at you about your perspective for even like approximately 30 seconds, where you lose like a fraction of your anonymity, you genuinely lose your mind. You freak the fuck out. I have to exist under this microscope on a daily basis.
Wilson out in Seattle, and Lilia Mejia in New Jersey, who won Mikey Sherrill's seat. She was a moderate, and Mejia is now possibly the most liberal far-left member of Congress. And then, of course, you've got the oysterman, Graham Plattner, who's a neophyte politician that has a Nazi tattoo and wants to abolish ICE. Hasan Piker, that's been driving it, getting more and more traction with young people. And of course, AOC, that if you think about it, AOC was really kind of the first major win, if you will, for Sanders taking over the Democrat Party.
That's right. And Rachel makes a great point in saying if you're not teaching your children about this, someone is. You brought up the fantastic point today that preschools are teaching about social justice. I started thinking about my 3-year-old who can barely put a sentence together. And thank God his school doesn't engage in this activity, but there are schools that are. It's wild.
That's what they do in Cuba.
Yeah. My 3-year-old came out and said, Mommy, isn't sharing caring? And I said to my 3-year-old, you shut your stupid mouth. What are you, a socialist? Absolutely not. I told my dumbass 3-year-old, you have to extract as much surplus labor value from the people that you hire. Otherwise, they will steal from you. It's theft. Lack of exploitation is the true theft. Thank God I shut it down real quick. Made sure that my dumbass 3-year-old knew sharing is not caring. Sharing is communism and therefore terrifying.
Kaylee, that's what they do in Cuba.
Exactly right. And it's so subtle.
Yeah, sharing is a moral hazard. Stupid ass 3-year-old baby.
Watching a pop culture series, one of these series you follow show by show. I ended up stop watching it because midway through, they were bringing these socialist ideas forward in a way that was packed.
Oh my God, she's not joking. Oh my God, she's sincerely saying that right now. Oh my God. That's unbelievable. She literally is like, no, my baby is not going to share the crayons. My baby, it's not even a bit. She's unironically being like, Bluey's a fucking communist. Bluey, Bluey, it's more like ready, okay? Ready to seize the means of production. You better stop this real quick. Capitalism is anti-human. As far as ideologies goes, it's sociopathic, okay? All of the foundations, all of the social conditioning that you learn normally about, being a kind person, being a good person is antithetical to the capitalist indoctrination. And that's why you're seeing, as contradictions worsen, as people recognize the design of capitalist society broadly, you're going to see a lot of propagandists who are servants of capital make increasingly insane statements.
Package so bright and shiny. The girl didn't have health care, and it was a sad story. And she gravitates towards taking on the higher ups and the elites, which makes sense on a surface level until you dig down and realize Ken Griffin is creating 15,000 jobs.
Yeah, that's what I told my 3-year-old. Ken Griffin is creating 15,000 jobs, stupid baby. Stupid 3-year-old. No pied-à-terre tax for Ken Griffin, please. That's the kind of high-level intelligent conversations I'm having with my communist baby. I hate my communist seed.
Permanently 7,000 jobs with the project, and you run the billionaires out, you run the jobs out, the wealth, the taxation, the charitable income, etc.
What's the response, though, for the right? Like, how should the right respond to this trend? And, I mean, it's always been there, but now we're seeing them take power.
I mean, there's nothing you can do about it because this trend is not a trend, okay? It is a never-ending struggle, okay? All history revolves around exactly this struggle. That's number one. Number two, the trend that you are recognizing is just people recognizing their current class position and their current day-to-day experiences worsening year over year and deciding to look for alternatives that have always existed. But it's an inevitability. The only time where this movement, this kind of movement, has been successfully tampered, successfully suppressed is both militarily through increasingly fascistic, increasingly authoritarian initiatives implemented not just in Nazi Germany or fascist Italy, by the way, certainly in the United States of America as well, under the guise of liberalism, even though, as we already discussed, Haymarket affair is one great example of this, and there's a million other examples. But also, it's been successfully suppressed by way of the welfare state. The welfare state has given a lifeline to liberal capitalism. And because of the unlimited greed of capital, they've forgotten that if you don't give any amenities to your industrialized labor class, if you constantly take away their well-paying jobs, if you take more and more of their productive output because there's diminishing there are diminishing profits no matter what due to technological expansion, and the appetite for more profit seeking never goes away. So you just end up suppressing your labor force because labor is the most malleable aspect of production. The gig economy is the only viable option for many American workers at this point. And when that's their reality and rent keeps going up, when there's an inflation crisis taking shape, accelerated due to the foreign interventions that our unbelievably violent government engages in, and an energy crisis that now is taking shape that's impacting America as well, all of a sudden, people are going to say, all right, well, we need something else. You're forcing their hand in many respects. You're forcing their hand into looking for different alternatives and finding out that those alternatives have always existed and perhaps even existed here in the United States of America before they were militarily suppressed.
What should the right be doing?
I think the answer is where you began. Charlie Kirk understood it. And the people that Charlie Kirk trained, Andrew Colvett, Tyler Boyer, Erica, his wife, who sat with him and his brilliant ideas every day. This organization is the home. They understand how to appeal to young people. They're on campuses. And this is why the left is endeavoring to create an organization to take on Turning Point. We have to start there. We have to fill schools that do not engage in this activity with our students. And we have to try to fix the institutions that are there by withholding donor money from institutions that engage in this.
So this is not just protesters. You actually have Democrats in power who are sort of acting on a lot of this stuff. The Department of Justice is still uncovering examples where the previous administration, the Biden administration, actually used the Justice Department to actually go after people based on politics. Tell us about some of that.
I could not believe, I could, but yet I still could not, this 557-page report. I woke up in the middle of the night 2 nights ago. I couldn't stop reading it because everything we have covered on this network, from the parents being targeted to the priests being targeted, the radical traditional Catholics, the pro-life protesters, some of whom I sat across from and interviewed, we now have the text messages that went on in the DOJ behind this. We have documents. I found a document where a prosecutor was calling Christian pro-life views culty. This is what they think of us. And the question that I have is this: how far up the chain did this go? Were these rogue prosecutors? Was it Merrick Garland orchestrating it? Was it Joe Biden orchestrating this? How far up the chain did this go? Because you look at these examples, this seems coordinated.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
Here's Jesse Waters having John Fetty Wap on Fox News to respond to these May Day protests as well.
John Fetterman. Okay, Senator. How big of a threat do you think this communist movement is?
Well, I mean, there's that phrase where terrible or bad ideas refuse to die. And it's very sad to see that kind of things being revisited in this kind of way. And a lot of these, these terrible groups like Code Pink and a lot of the other ones that are strongly aligned to the CCP, without a doubt, they're being financed. I mean, it's ironic. I mean, these kinds of protests are being funded by billionaires against billionaires. I mean, I don't know if
I know that you're both pro-worker and anti-war, but I want to push on that. Would you be in favor of a U.S. government that uses the U.S.'s might to threaten to and intervene on countries with low tax for the rich for them to increase them? What? You're saying, like, we have a communist government, and the communist government is unbelievably militant, and there's a United States that's like the United Soviet States, okay? But there's still like a capitalist European Union or something, and America is now going to say, hey, we'll militarily intervene unless you give your workers more rights. Is that what you're saying? What kind of question is this? Yes? Do you think the world would look the same? Where would there be any? Let's say America magically overnight turns into a communist utopia. Why would any other country not also move in that direction, especially our vassals? Like, this is a ridiculous hypothetical. Doing Trotskyism, but as a Maoist American.
They realize the irony in many of those things right now. And now there is kind of a small communist takeover in Maine. Plattner, he's already announced that he's an avowed communist. He's made that statement and he put that online. Now he's going to be the Democratic nominee. So there is a resurgence about the socialism, and that's becoming more and more part of it. And now there's more.
Yeah, would you be in favor of a permanent international revolution in the hands of a Trotskyist American militant state that will invade Switzerland militarily? Is that what the argument is? Like, let's focus on this current existence, okay? And not like an unbelievable hypothetical that will never take shape regardless. It's so funny. Yeah, we will take our tanks and we will storm the barricades of Switzerland. Zurich, you are next.
It's like a marriage of the Palestinian, the anti-ICE, the abolish ICE, and now turning it in to like an orgy of socialism here. And that's sad because it's supposed to be about labor, like unions. I'm a proud pro-union Democrat, but the kinds of mess that you see are showing up.
Yeah, it's ironic because labor unions historically have always been about this. Throughout the history of trade unionism, it's actually this is rare to see labor movements not focus on the international working class in any way, shape, or form. That's what labor unions used to do. Okay? Yeah, John is pro AFL-CIO. Yeah, that is the American labor union movement has unfortunately morphed into this this pro-capitalist machine. Now that is hopefully going to change as well, but the reality of the matter is, for the longest time, the history of labor militancy has always been international. Okay?
And many of them, I mean, that is the worst impulses that our party continues. We just seems to can't resist those things.
It's so funny that he's like, well, what's up with these labor unions and the international solidarity amongst the working class? Like, what the fuck is that about? What is this socialism shit coming from labor unions? What? Labor unions are not socialist. After all, we made it illegal for them to have any communism in the labor union. That is by law, by the way. It is literally illegal in the United States of America to this day for someone who is a self-avowed communist or any Communist Party member to run a labor union. Did you guys know that? That is the fucking law in this country. First Amendment, by the way. First Amendment, my ass. Anyway, I always appreciate John Fetterman because, yes, he is living, breathing proof that brain damage makes you more right-wing. Sorry for the Laura Loomer jump scare. I know that terrifies you. Anyway. Now, let's get to Trump declaring the Iran hostilities terminated as gas prices rise.
When Iran passes the 60-day mark, President Trump claims hostilities with Iran have been terminated so he can bypass the legal deadline that requires the president to seek congressional approval to continue military action. The president making the declaration in a letter to Congress, but undercutting his own argument just hours later.
You know, we're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot.
To the first-time chatter who said you should leave the U.S. if you hate it so much. I don't like the current government, okay? I don't like many of the previous governments either. That doesn't mean I dislike the people, okay? Especially because if I hated the United States of America and wanted it to perish, then I would be a Republican, okay? Now, you might think you love America, but if you vote for the Republican Party, or if you vote for these right-wing Democrats as well, you're basically accelerating America's demise, and you're harming both yourself, your loved ones, and Americans all around the country. Okay? If I hated America, I would love the current American government. If I hated Americans, I would love the idea that is resilient in the American political class that Americans don't deserve free health care. Okay? So I always find it funny whenever people go, oh, dude, you hate America. Why don't you leave America? It's like, brother, I don't think you understand. I want you to have health care. I want you to have free college. I want there not to be any homelessness in the streets. I want our drug problems to be solved. Okay? How can you say that I hate America, and especially Americans too, if I want these sorts of things? These guys don't. And it's really funny because Republicans will openly admit they don't want those things. Problem is, of course, because we're so goddamn propagandized, because we're so fucking propagandized, we think, yeah, the people that are telling us that we don't deserve more are the ones that actually love America, and the people telling us we do deserve more absolutely hate it.
Not let lunatics
have a nuclear weapon.
The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, triggering a global energy crisis and the highest gas prices in 4 years. The U.S. naval blockade is in full force, more than 20 U.S. warships and 50,000 American troops in the region. Under international law, a blockade is an act of war. And with peace talks stalled, Trump now warning Iran has two options.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal?
Yeah. He's so nice that he could press that button any moment, but he just simply hasn't. Or perhaps he tried to press that button over and over again and found out that it doesn't actually work. I don't know. Maybe that's why we're in this current quagmire.
Those are the options.
Iranian state media reports Tehran has sent a new proposal to the U.S., but Trump says he's not satisfied with it.
So they want to make a deal, but we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens. But I would say that I am not happy.
This, as a new ABC News Washington Ipsos poll finds that 61% of Americans think U.S. military action against Iran was a mistake, and just 36% think it was the right thing to do. And with gas prices surging, that poll shows over 4 in 10 Americans have cut back on driving or cut other household expenses because of high gas prices.
Now I try to drive a little less. I cut down on groceries a little bit.
Every time I fill up, it's an extra $20 tax.
I've never paid this much for gas in my entire life.
And overnight, a major new development. The Pentagon announced that the U.S. plans to withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany over the next 6 to 12 months. It comes as President Trump has been blasting our NATO allies for not getting directly involved in this war with Iran, and after a public clash with the German chancellor, who criticized the Trump administration's handling of the war, saying, quote, "The Americans clearly have no strategy." Whit.
All right, Selena Wang for us. We appreciate it.
The US numero uno laid another wild card late last.
This is awesome. I mean, I personally find this to be very funny. I'm sure that like NATO Atlanticists are freaking the fuck out about this, but Donald Trump got so mad that Friedrich Merz, for once, remembered that he has certain responsibilities, or at least remembered he had a fucking brain, and turned around and said, what America's doing in Iran is actually unbelievably stupid, and what America's doing in Iran is really hurting both America, accelerating its demise, and even hurting its allies, such as ourselves in Germany, right? The one time where he offered a little bit of pushback, and Donald Trump's like, well, guess what? We're withdrawing 5,000 troops from Germany to, I guess, somehow punish Germany, because Germany is not involving itself in our unbelievably stupid military conquest over Iran that has been a failure, which Merz said was humiliating for America. He said the United States is being humiliated by Iran due to the actions that it's taken. Now America's saying, okay, no more military occupation of Germany? Oh no. Oh no. Germany might have a semblance, a crumb of autonomy. Oh no. What will Germany do? Okay. What will Germany do? Perhaps maybe our German socialist comrades can take advantage of this moment for once in their lives and organize around this to be like, yes, this is great. Please keep it going. Keep up the movement. This is good. This is good for a better utilization of American resources. This is good for Germany to develop some semblance of autonomy and sovereignty. Not that it's going to happen regardless, but it's a good thing. Good job, Trump. Keep it going. More of this, please. I am in favor of this.
Night. Shortly before this post, Trump ordered thousands of US troops out of Germany in a spat. And despite growing pressure to reach a lasting deal with Iran, he sees little reason to fold, rejecting Tehran's latest proposal to end tensions.
They're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have, and we're.
Yeah, Merz is one of the most unpopular PMs, and the cooked SPD are in still coalition with him after being super unpopular themselves before. They're cooked. Die Linke is nothing. I know, it's very disappointing. AFD is going to be elected in the next elections. I hope not, but ironically enough, the one party that is like spiritually MAGA is the AFD, and they're the ones who are actually demanding that the American military withdraw from Germany. So it's it's, again, a huge issue for there not to be loud anti-imperialist German leftist voices in this goddamn country. Because, like, American military withdrawal from Germany is not a bad thing, okay? It's not a bad thing at all. Unless it's being it's being shepherded by Nazis like the AfD, okay? And the problem is they are the ones who are championing this movement. They're the ones who have openly championed this initiative, and now they're going to look victorious. AfD leader, lesbian, far-right woman dating Sri Lanka, and she also lives in Switzerland and opposes gay marriage. She's anti-immigrant too. What a character. I mean, that's the reason why all this identity stuff is just like totally irrelevant. It's totally secondary. It's just optics. I know. Okay? I mean, Candace Owens was, and still is in many respects, one of the most outspoken white supremacists in the country. Who gives a shit about your background, right? Like, your background only matters as much as your lived experience and how that has contributed to your advocacy. Trita Parsi's take on Merz. Germany's Merz welcomed Israel's attack on Iran in June 2025 and said Israel was doing Europe's dirty work. He welcomed Trump's war on Iran in February and dismissed its illegality. Now, as a rat jumping off a sinking ship, he claims he always had doubts about the war. The Germany that proudly stood against the Iraq war in 2003 is long gone. The German government has turned Germany into a vassal of the United States. Of course, Trita is still, I think Trita doesn't go as hard as I do, obviously. He's at the Quincy Institute. Quincy Institute, I would say, is one of the only think tanks that's like anti-war in Washington, D.C. But even then, it's not an anti-imperialist think tank, of course. I mean, far more radical than the average Washington foreign policy think tank, make no mistake. And I really appreciate their existence. But the reason why I bring up this difference in opinion is because Germany has been a vassal of the United States of America since World War II ended, West Germany specifically, and now all of Germany. So, it's not a new phenomena at all. It's just gotten worse over the years. But this vassal wants its cake and to eat it too. Benefit from America's wars if they go well, while washing its hands of the war if they go badly. This is why America should refrain from turning once good allies into vassals. It benefits neither in the long run. AfD politicians also farming sympathy by criticizing Israel before any other party, even if it's out of anti-Semitism more than anything else, but in a vacuum where nobody ever raises their voice. Yeah. Yeah. Merz leck Eier. What is that? What's Eier? Ear? Eier? Yeah. Oh, balls. Oh, testicles. Ja, jawohl. Ja, jawohl. Merz, he is always licking the Eier. Oh, yeah. Testicles. Always. Ja.
Nein, er darf ganz und gar nicht das.
Look at how bald he is. Ja, I can't believe it. Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben. Merz. You was the boldest man in Europe.
Going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years.
مذاکره. You can get dragged to court for this in Germany. Well, good thing I live in the United States of America, which hasn't turned fully into the vassal status that Germany is, both a vassal to Israel and also to the United States of America, which is crazy.
Negotiations are not about us accepting what they dictate, not about us accepting what they want to impose with threats. This is not negotiation. This is the acceptance of an imposition.
Trump says he holds all the cards, but some European allies say he's got nothing to play. This was the German Chancellor earlier this week.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welchen strategischen Exit.
I cannot see what strategic exits the Americans are now opting for, especially as the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully, or rather very skillfully not negotiating. An entire nation.
It's a very well-known meme because there was a minor student protester who demonstrated with a paper shield that said Merz leck Eier, who got arrested. In Germany, you'd be in jail for real, for real. No, the fuck I wouldn't. I don't think they would.
is being humiliated by the Iranian state leadership.
In a punishment for those remarks, the US has now announced it'll be withdrawing 5,000 US troops stationed in Germany. And when asked if other European allies might face the same, Trump said,
Yeah, I probably will. Why should I? Look, why shouldn't I?
Dude, I first of all, in Germany, I would probably go to jail far before my thoughts on Mertz for what I say with regular frequency on Israel. I actually do wonder what it will look like eventually when I do travel to Europe, because Europe obviously doesn't have the same standards on free speech. A lot of European countries, especially when it comes to the Israel issue, are unbelievably restrictive. So I do think about that. Like, I wonder if I was like going to Germany, now that you have like these congressional condemnations and whatnot, I wonder if like Germany would try to restrict my travel. I haven't even thought about it. Imagine Germany intercepts my flight before Benjamin Netanyahu's to be like, you can't be on German airspace. You are not allowed on the Deutschlander airspace, yeah. How dare you? You are the war criminal. You are the most dangerous war criminal, yeah. Yes, we will do the sanctions on you rather than the sanctions on Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a good man. He's good. They're good. Yeah, they've denied Yanis Varoufakis entry into the country, so I don't think it's that shocking that they would do a similar thing to me as well. America will invade Hague to rescue you? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Some states want to pass a law that can give you up to 5 years for denying Israel's right to exist, buddy. You don't know that vibe we have here, buddy? No, I do know. I am very familiar with the insane restrictions that are coming out of different European countries, specifically around protecting Israel's feelings.
Italy has not been of any help to us, and Spain has been horrible.
60 days in and the cracks are showing at home too. It's after this time period, by law, a US president must receive approval from Congress or cease hostilities. Some within Trump's own party had said they might need to reconsider their support after 60 days. The Trump administration is...
Why don't you go to Israel? You'll be arrested but bring way more attention and emotion to yourself. Dude, do you think I'm suicidal? I want to let it be known. I am not suicidal in any way, shape, or form. I am not depressed. I don't have any free weights in the home. Okay. I do not have any weapons in the home. Okay. Like what? I'm not doing this for self-promotion. And not only that, but also all of this ends, at least for me, if I go to Israel and die. Okay? Are you Mossad chatter? You're like, come to Israel. We will treat you very good. Come to Israel, please. Why don't you go to Israel? It's a tiny nation, surrounded by scary countries. Come to Israel. See, it's bad neighborhood. Yeah, size of New Jersey. It's fine. Come to Israel. They will just arrest you and then it will boost your profile.
He's arguing the rule doesn't apply as the war in Iran ended with the ceasefire in early April.
The administration has been undertaking hostilities or the threat of hostilities throughout the ceasefire period by implementing a blockade of Iranian ports. That in and of itself means that the war powers resolution clock, even under the administration's own theory, shouldn't have paused or terminated.
And this is what that ceasefire looks like in Lebanon. The Israeli military released this video showing what they claim is the targeting of positions belonging to the militant group Hezbollah in the south. Israeli soldiers...
This is actually a really interesting take. Erdogan style, we're a proud vassal, but we have to act as if we hate the USA in front of cameras. We'll be huge in Europe the next decade. I'm stealing that take. Ihya Oldham. Yeah. I think most countries are actually Turkifying. The United States of America is obviously Turkifying. And some might say Erdogan just basically stole Vladimir Putin's shtick to begin with, right? But I do think that there's only two different modes now. You have, Chinese style governance, right? You have Chinese style governance that has its short sides, but they, many benefits as well. And then you have in liberal capitalist countries, you will see more and more of this Turkification, Erdogan style governance, Viktor Orban, which, was obviously taken out. So there is a little bit of hope there. But like a Vladimir Putin style form of governance where it's like free market capitalism, but it's actually not. It's just a kleptocracy where there's unilateral control over the economy. It's a command economy that is pro-capitalist oligarch, that is friendly with the administration, that stays in power for decades and decades. Very interesting formation that is taking shape. Now, Europe hasn't done that. I'll admit, Europe's parliamentary system has not done that. Europe has a social democracy that's crippling, right? However, what Merz is doing here does remind me of Erdogan a little bit, where you posture as though you're very against American movements, as though you're, antagonistic to the state in broad daylight, in public, but you're actually a happy vassal regardless. And that's what Erdogan has done. That's how he's maintained his power as well. There are moments where he can actually even demand more from America, get certain liberties, right? Look into Hussein Doğru. Bro, I know. I have covered Hussein Doğru. Okay? I have. I don't know what's wrong with you. For the love of Allah, please look up Hussein Doğru and what the German state did to him. Yes, they declared him stateless. He's locked under a de facto house arrest. They took away his credit cards. I know. I'm very familiar with Hussein Doğru. I've covered it before many times, as a matter of fact. Okay? Please stop spamming. Yes, Hussein Doğru, head of Red Media, was basically declared stateless. He can't even fucking travel. His family can't even bank in Europe. It's like EU-imposed sanctions. Open Presence is back. Never here to judge you. Appreciate your analytical takes more than any other. Open Presence, where you been, dude? As soon as Qatar started getting bombed, you went away. It freaked us out a little bit. This man used to drop restream. What does that mean? This man used to drop like hundo bombs multiple times throughout the fucking day, and then he just went away. One day he vanished. When the world needed him the most, he vanished. Yeah, Open Presence was the primary funder of the People's Broadcasting Service. It's odd. It's odd that once the Strait of Hormuz closed, so did the gifted subs. Oh, Red Stream, not Red Media. Sorry, Red Stream. Time abroad, time to touch grass. Abroad. Abroad where? In the Gulf, maybe? In the Gulf, perhaps? Interesting.
Plant their flag on the pitch of a football stadium in one of the many Lebanese border towns they've destroyed. Less than an hour's drive away in the city
Open Presence with a 100 bomb. He's back.
This hospital is struggling to treat the high number.
It turns out Open Presence was Open Hormuz. The present was Hormuz all along. The Strait of Hormuz. Now that the Strait of Hormuz is open, once again, the Iran war is terminated, according to Donald Trump. My man was sitting on a tanker, and now that the tanker can transit through the strait, he's back.
Numbers of wounded civilians. Sana survived an Israeli drone. Her legs did not.
In the morning, my husband, my daughter, my son-in-law and I went out to work in a banana plantation. At around 10 o'clock, we were hit by a drone. It knocked us off our feet and I lost my consciousness.
On the ground today, the ceasefire Trump points to looks increasingly fragile. Israel and Iranian-backed Hezbollah are still trading fire. And with US-Iran talks stalled, what hope is there of ending the violence here?
Well, I'm joined now by Aaron David Miller, who's a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and a former State Department diplomat who spent years negotiating for peace in the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to start by asking you about these comments made by both sides in the last 24 hours. Trump saying he's unsatisfied by the progress, an Iranian official warning that renewed fighting was likely. What do you make of where we're at?
I think we're nowhere. I think both sides still believe time is on their side, although I suspect the Iranian clock is ticking much more slowly than Trump's. I think both sides believe they still have an escalatory dimension that they can add to this campaign. And right now, of all the possible outcomes, the blockade causing the Iranian regime to capitulate or become more compliant, an increase in kinetic activity, more military strikes by the United States, or negotiations, those three options, I don't see any of them being seriously tethered to an end to this war. We're now in the third month. This coming week will be the third month of this war, and it shows.
Yes, Devin Burns, I have checked your logs, and yes, I am familiar with what's going on in Mali. I haven't had time to cover it on the broadcast.
There's no signs of what normal humans would regard an end to the conflict.
In terms of the US, do you...
Yeah, okay, listen, whenever... Oh, God. It has been kind of funny. It has been kind of funny watching American analysts, like pro-American imperialism people, like just those who want the continuation of American empire to withstand this self-imposed idiocy, are actively coping. One of the most insane versions of cope is actually a very old trope that America always utilizes. I saw this last night on CNN with Caitlin Collins. I don't know if you guys saw it as well. They were pulling off the oldest trick in the book. Oh, they're using dolphins. They have militarized dolphins. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. Here, we got to watch this real quick before we get back to the other analysts being like, well, both sides are looking at their escalatory ladder and how far up they can go.
Have them go dark and still deliver that oil to China. I mean, there's a physical blockade. They literally cannot do that right now.
This is a physical blockade. They're not able to send their oil and the resources to China, and a vast majority of their oil exports were going via sea. To give you a sign of the desperate measures they're contemplating, the Wall Street Journal reported today that they're contemplating measures like suicide dolphins, dolphins equipped with mines.
Bro, this is... Oh. Why do they always do this? Why does a foreign policy guy, every single country that we have ever fought against, there is always a foreign policy guy that will go on mainstream news and sincerely say that they're deploying kamikaze dolphins. We did this with Russia. Okay? I'm sure there's there's got to be someone who has seen this before. I can't be alone in this, right? Like in the age of loitering munitions, in the age of like drone warfare, okay, both underwater and also in the air, why would anyone try to train tactical dolphins? It makes no sense. We've claimed that North Korea has done this. We've claimed that Russia has done this. I'm sure at some point they might have even claimed China has done this, okay? The irony, of course, is we have attempted this. That's not even a joke. Oh, here's Mike Benz, yeah. Annual reminder that every time we go to war, we accuse the other side of having weaponized attack dolphins. People forget how big the media surround sound was on the threat of Russian militarized dolphins above, NPR and NBC, below, Politico, Newsweek, The Guardian, USA Today. Russia boosts dolphin patrols to protect Crimea naval base. Russia deploys combat dolphins to Black Sea frontline. Combat dolphins. Combat dolphins everywhere. It's so stupid, and I don't know why they do it. The U.S. intelligence community has now spread the story in different years that Russia, China, and Iran use dolphins for suicide missions. Always the same script. Only the name of country changes. For the Hollywood-addled brain of the American public, maybe a good script. What do I know? I don't know why they do this. I genuinely don't understand why they do this. Because, for the record, we have tried it, and it's failed. Okay? America sincerely tried to do this. Okay? Military marine mammal has been trained by the United States. Examples include bottlenose dolphins, seals, sea lions, beluga whales. The United States and Soviet militaries have trained and employed oceanic dolphins for various uses. Okay? Yeah, Ukrainian Navy dolphins, U.S. trained dolphins and sea lions under the U.S. Navy Marine Mammal Program, which is based in San Diego, California. This is a real thing. Has tried to deploy these dolphins and beluga whales and things like that for military purpose. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. I don't know why they keep saying that this is the case, because it's so not cost effective. It's so stupid. We already have the Orca program in the United States of America. We already have underwater unmanned drones that we have developed and are utilizing. So does Iran. Iran has torpedo-style drones that they can deploy and have deployed. There is no use or need for an unbelievably costly endeavor such as this one with zero upside and no guarantees whatsoever.
Kamikaze dolphins. The Persians want to strap mines to dolphins to weaponize the strait. Don't tell PETA.
Ugh. It's just so stupid. Like, there's no guarantee that a dolphin is going to listen to the commands, okay?
These rogues are desperate. The blockade's already forced 45 ships to do a 180. And now the Pentagon is using AI to hunt down Iranian mines. The president says it's basically already over.
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
The Pentagon says the blockade's already cost the Iranians $5 billion. And inflation is so high, it'd make Biden blush. Kamikaze dolphins. The Persians want to strap mines to dolphins to weaponize the strait. Don't tell PETA. These rogues are desperate. The blockade's already forced 45 ships to do a 180. And now the Pentagon is using AI to hunt down Iranian mines. The president says it's basically already over.
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory.
My uncle unironically did dolphin demolitions 30 years ago in our Navy. Yes, it's been attempted. It's definitely a real thing. It's just there's no evidence that Iran has even trained dolphins, and certainly no evidence that Iran is currently using dolphins in this conflict, in this iteration of the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And it also doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to use dolphins in the age of drone warfare. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's just like an unbelievably stupid point of propaganda that Americans love deploying for some strange reason. I don't know if it's to like tie the foreign adversary to like animal cruelty or something. Like I don't know what galvanizing purpose this serves, right? Because obviously when the American mainstream media chooses to advance a certain narrative, there's obviously a purpose behind it. It's never to, especially when it comes to foreign entanglements, it's never to like say the truth. It serves some kind of State Department purpose, right? It's propaganda. So sometimes it can be truthful, but in many instances, it's a massaging of the truth, or it's just an outright fabrication. In this circumstance, it's an outright fabrication, and I don't know what the purpose of it is. I guess it's to like ridicule the enemy, to say like, oh, they're humiliated. They've been destroyed so thoroughly, so sufficiently that they're like deploying this last ditch effort by strapping C4 onto a dolphin or something, right?
To try to go after U.S. ships. So that's not a measure which projects real strength.
Wait, I'm sorry. You have to. How would that even work?
So this has been discussed in the past by the Iranian regime that
they want to strap bombs to dolphins.
To dolphins with
even Caitlin Collins was like, yeah, I don't know if that's real.
Mines to go after U.S. ships. Now, that's a pretty crazy asymmetric tool, but this is some of the measures that are being reported right now.
I mean, do you think?
Yeah, reported by you and your source. Oh, I just made it up. My source, you say. It's my ass. I pulled it out of my ass.
That they could actually try. If they actually tried that, what would that say about their desperation?
Well, this is something that they've thrown out in the past to show the various options they have at their disposal. But again, this is not a show of a country which is strong. You don't contemplate those kinds of measures when you're strong.
My source, Mohammed Al-Dolphin. Yeah. But it is always funny when they roll out this this hilarious line of propaganda, okay? And that's where we're at. We're at the dolphin stage of American propaganda. Now let's get back to this guy who's doing at least like cope but more normal. Like, oh yeah, both sides have cards to play still, but they haven't played them. This is the intellectual version of what Donald Trump says, okay? When Donald Trump goes on television and says, we could destroy Iran militarily, but we're choosing not to. We're just waiting. We're waiting for a better deal. That's bullshit, okay? But the way that Donald Trump talks about these sorts of issues, most Americans can pick up that it's bullshit, right? Unless they're a part of the cult. So for the people that are not a part of the cult, you have to give a more intellectual spin. So the intellectualized version of that is, well, both sides actually have a lot of opportunity to go up the escalation ladder, and yet they are, weighing their options here. The American military deterrence has been spectacularly successful, and there's a blockade that has been implemented, and that is a true deterrence for Iran. And Iran is really suffering right now, and time is not on their side. When they say stuff like that, just know it's bullshit, okay? Time is not on the side of the United States of America. If the United States of America is the hegemon here, is tasked primarily with safe passage of safe transit of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. If the oil tankers are not passing, every moment that passes, every moment where oil tankers are not transiting through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded is a moment where America is the responsible party and is seen as the party to blame, and therefore it's bad for American force projection capabilities. It's bad for the relationship that we have cultivated with our allies. It's just not good at all. However, on the Iranian side has a lot more time in this game of attrition. They've been forced out of the international markets regardless by way of sanctions, and therefore they're used to eating this kind of instability, this kind of volatility.
Think that Donald Trump will be under more pressure domestically with these 60 days that he's meant to go to the Congress. He said that he doesn't have to go. Do you think that Republicans are going to start backing out with their support for a war that is not popular with lots of Americans?
Yeah, it's hard to see now. More Republicans are speaking out. Some are threatening to hold hearings, others to force a vote to try to create clarity on where certain members of the House and the Senate stand on these issues. But war powers, even though it imposes a legal obligation, has always been a political issue. And no president, Democratic or Republican, since 1973, since the passage of war powers, has agreed and complied with those terms. And it's largely because in our system, the president, unlike the Supreme Court or the Congress that goes in and out of session, the presidency never goes in and out of session. It has access to intelligence, and the Constitution gives the president extraordinary discretion and leeway with respect to foreign policy. So I don't see war powers being a hindrance. It's usually a tool that the opposing party uses to criticize the administration, or in the case of this one, you will, if the war goes on another month or two, I think you really will begin to see Republicans gin up efforts to try to pressure the administration to stop it.
What's your sense of how long this will potentially go on for and the ramifications that it has for the world economy right now?
You know, the average length of an interstate war since 1815 has been roughly 3 to 4 months. This was begun as a war of choice. Now it is a war of necessity, in large part because the Iranians have weaponized geography, forcing the closure, or at least the a sort of orchestrated effort on who gets through the straits and who doesn't. And the Americans have responded with a net of American destroyers outside the straits to block traffic. I think that the international community, though, may have to get used to the fact that returning the straits to status quo ante, where it represented an international waterway with unfettered access, I think those days may be over. Because I think the Iranians now believe they can use the straits. They don't want them closed, but they can use them for leverage and as a way to orchestrate pressure on the Gulf Straits or the Americans if necessary. So we may be in for a completely different reality if in fact this war, or when it does conclude.
And just, I have to briefly ask you while I have you, ceasefire looking increasingly fragile, also on the other front with Israel and Lebanon as well. What hope do you have that that may end soon?
Very little, unless you get a U.S.-Iranian negotiation that's serious and the Iranians begin to demand that the Israelis stand down in Lebanon. I think the president, under those circumstances, would in fact impose an end to Israel's offensive operations in Lebanon. But getting the Israelis and to give up on Hezbollah, or Hezbollah, frankly, to stand down, or the Lebanese government to disarm and forcibly demilitarize Hezbollah, it's a long way off. So I suspect that Lebanon's future is still quite grim when it comes to that Israeli-Hezbollah confrontation.
And one more assessment, actually. This pull-out decision to take 5,000 American troops out of Germany, Italy and Spain could follow. Is this a new low for US-Europe relations? Could it get any lower?
I would argue it is. And the Germans have stepped up, which is the irony here. I mean, why punish the Germans? They're actually trying to remove constraints on military spending. They've ramped up their own.
It's so funny that, again, fascism is a suicidal ideology and it's self-defeating, right? And in some respects, like Trump's demand for instant gratification and the anger that he feels towards the German chancellor saying correct things about America, being humiliated here, is going to hurt America's expansive military conquest in the long run. Like, yeah, pulling out of NATO or like removing a number of troops from German soil is not something that I ever imagined would take place. But it does actually move the needle against American empire, so I'll take it. I don't have an issue with that. I think it's good. Let him do it. Take out 10,000 troops. Bring him back here. The fuck are they doing in Germany? You know? Respect. Yeah, it's further degradation of U.S. global hegemony. It's correct. Germany is a profoundly important security partnership for America in the European Union. Any sort of friction between Germany and America that causes Germany to to maintain some semblance of dignity, some semblance of sovereignty, I'll fucking take it. I think that's good. Now, of course, there's 35,000 total troops, as far as I understand, in Germany. There's like 80,000 in Korea, by the way. Let's take some out of Korea, too, while we're at it. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, you know, to take out 10,000. Why 5,000? Let's do 10. Let's do 20. Okay? Yeah, both Gulf Wars in Afghanistan wouldn't have been possible without the Ramstein Air Base is correct. It's not just the Ramstein Air Base, though. It's what that, like, what the American troop presence in, what the American troop presence in these countries actually means. It means control. It means domination, right? That is a ever-present, not so subtle threat. Now, we don't see it as such because currently, as I have repeatedly explained to you guys over and over again, we have a security cooperative agreement. We have a security, we have an understanding here, right? It's a security cooperation that we have with Germany, with all of our partners, with all of our security partners, with our 800 military bases that we know of all around the world. Now, when soft power diminishes and it's just hard power, when Trump is behaving like he is as a madman, okay, there aren't 80,000 in South Korea, more like 25,000. My mistake. I exaggerated vastly. I don't know where I got that number from. I pulled it out of my ass like the dolphin guys do. Okay. However, as I was saying, by the way, think about how insane that number is regardless. Like 25,000 troops, still insane. Oh, sorry. There's a 55,000 in Japan. There are 55,000 troops in Japan. Let's see what the number is in Korea. The number in Korea is 30,000, approximately 28,000. So with Japan and Korea, the number reaches 85,000. South Korea and Japan together come to about 85,000. So maybe that's where I pulled the number out of my ass from. Okay, so as I was saying, like close to 80,000. As I was saying, 800 military bases can turn into 800 separate invasions overnight. Okay? It's all a matter of the relationship that we have with these countries. So as long as it's positive, then we're happy, right? Everybody's happy. But if the relationship is no longer positive, it turns sour, all of a sudden, the 35,000 troops that you have in a NATO base, in a NATO facility in Germany, is now 35,000 armed combatants on enemy soil. Do you understand?
Represent the largest conventional military in Europe. They're a good ally. This is a function of an impulsive president with a very thin skin who simply can't abide criticism. And Merz fell into this. But again, I think the Europeans also have to demonstrate where they stand on these things. And opposing the Iran war is I think, important for their own credibility and for European public opinion.
Aaron David Miller, great to have your insights this weekend. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Some pretty extraordinary scenes yesterday outside the U.S. Embassy along the Malecón, that famous coastal highway here in Havana, with the Cuban government calling a march that took place there an anti-imperialist march. The government organizing that march, bringing out hundreds of thousands of Cubans to march past the U.S.
We'll talk about the Outfront report, too. This is like one of the first major reports coming from CNN.
Embassy actually ending that march right in front of the U.S. Embassy.
We'll get to that.
The
The Iranian, the damage that U.S. bases took, and that's still a fraction of the information.
Intended to be sent to the U.S. government, that the Cuban government in its current form is here to stay. That is what the Cuban government is saying in the face of continued pressure campaign from the U.S. government. Nothing more impactful within that campaign than the oil blockade that has been going on for months now. We spent the last few days here in Havana really getting a sense of oil pressure campaign that has been going on for
swagged out, bro. Look at that buggy. That's a buggy in Cuba with the matte black. Oh my Lord, these people, man. These people, man. God, I fucking love Cuba. The Cuban people are unbelievably resilient and incredibly creative. Okay, look at that. My man slapped on the black matte, the matte black paint. Incredible.
Months now. We spent the last few days here in Havana really getting a sense of what that blockade has done to the local economy. This was an economy that was already strained. The U.S. government saying that was in large part due to Cuban government inefficiency, corruption, inept management of the economy here. But there is no question that the oil blockade imposed by the U.S. has made things worse here. Trash is piling up in the streets because trash trucks don't have enough gas to pick them up. We see rolling blackouts time and again, families forced to do homework even. We saw kids doing homework by lantern. It is a very intense situation, and the longer this country does not get the oil that it needs, the worse it gets for ordinary Cubans. The Trump administration is intent on changing the regime here in Cuba, but at least from what we've seen so far, the Cuban government does not intend to take that lying down. Rhiannon?
All right, Matt, thank you for showing us what the people there are going through.
We should just let them. We should just let them survive. We should just let them exist, I think. Feels kind of crazy. Feels kind of crazy that we don't.
Almost every weekend, it's easy to find a pro-Palestine march, even if it's a smaller one like this in Lewisham, southeast London.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about when I was referencing the lack of protections. Meanwhile, the U.S. is intensifying strangulation of Cuba. The U.S. sanctions are already associated with increasing infant mortality, according to a recent study totaling 1,800 infant deaths. Trump and Rubio are willing to kill babies to advance their depraved imperialist fantasies. This is from CEPR, Center for Economic Policy and Research. U.S. sanctions and the sharp rise in infant mortality in Cuba. That's just like, that's on autopilot. That's just rank cruelty for the sake of cruelty with no real discernible purpose. And yeah, it's just ongoing. And many Americans, I mean, they've been polled on this, right? There was a Data for Progress poll that was conducted by Progressive International. It was paid for by Progressive International that showed that the overwhelming majority of Americans want ease of sanctions on Cuba when asked about it, because most people don't know what it is.
Some hold these marches responsible for the troubling rise in anti-Semitic attacks and abuse. And the Prime Minister has said marches could be restricted.
When you hear some of those chants, globalise the Intifada would be the one that I would pick out, then clearly there should be tougher action.
Oh, God, shut the fuck
Many
up.
people in the Jewish community have said to me, it's the repeat nature, it's the cumulative effect. Now, I accept that, which is why we intend to deal with cumulative effects.
I think it is time to ban these marches. They are trying to let people know that there is support for harming Jews. We need to make sure that that is stopped completely. Otherwise, we're going to continue seeing horrific events like we saw in Golders Green this week.
Some here understand that call for restraint.
It's horrible to think that any community anywhere is living in fear. And if a small...
Dude, the UK is abysmal. It blows my mind that instead of hearing the voices and the chants that demand an end to the bloodshed that Israel has committed, their response is, well, this hurts our feelings, so you should just shut the fuck up. And if you don't shut the fuck up, we are going to force you to shut the fuck up. Not realizing that this only will galvanize the movement. This will only push people further and further into taking action.
would help that community to feel more settled, there may be a place for it.
It would be good if, the Jewish community were also trying to bridge gaps between themselves, Muslims, Palestinians, and also what the Israel state has been doing over this time. There's been no open criticism or any action against the Lebanese April the 8th action.
I think there's been plenty of criticism, and also the other side of it is asking a lot of the Jewish community, which has faced these attacks, which has seen people killed, in Manchester. To ask them, they have to do the work is a bit unfair, no?
Yeah. Also, sure. What's crazy is what has taken place in the UK. There was like a crazy guy, I think, that what's crazy is LBC TikTok to piss you off about this.
Why should?
Yeah. So there was a crazy guy that went on a mass stabbing event, and he stabbed 2 Jewish people. And if you listen to the media and the way that they covered it, it was like a guy that was perfectly sane and went on a rampage against Jewish people, specifically because he was pro-Palestine, right? Except it turns out he also stabbed a Muslim person too. And yet I didn't know about it until after I read beyond the headlines, because the way that they covered it, the way that they have covered this guy is that he's like a pro-Palestinian guy who just went out and sought out revenge.
The 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and remains in custody following a checkup at the local hospital. He has a history of serious violence and mental health issues, and that investigation continues. Let me say a few words about what this was. Let me be clear. This is an attack on one community. An attack on one community is an attack on all London's communities. This was an attack on Londoners. It is an attack on British Jews. Too many Jewish people in this country feel they have to make choices that no other Briton ever has to make.
That's also kind of crazy to say, because right after Keir Starmer came into office, I recall there were literal directed pogroms against all refugees in the country, specifically against Muslim refugees in the country and anyone who looks to be Muslim. So the idea that this is like the idea that the hate crimes only go in one direction is crazy, when they were fucking firebombing hotels that there were known refugees staying inside of those hotels. They were literally fucking throwing Molotov cocktails at the exits. We watched it unfold. The idea that this is exclusive to Jewish people in the UK is crazy. The UK is incredibly fucking violent and incredibly racist towards anyone that they consider at any given moment to not be fully British. Okay. Of course, Keir Starmer's response to that was to lean into the demands being made by those who were, committing pogroms, and to say, we don't want an England where we don't know our neighbors, right? A restrictive anti-immigration policy, rather than trying to tackle this issue at its root cause, which isn't even to combat the hatred and extremism necessarily, which they tried to do as well to a certain degree. But it's more so to tackle the underlying social services that are in a dire state of disrepair, that has caused people to lose their fucking minds and assume that the reason why they don't get the proper healthcare treatment from the NHS is because of migrants, not realizing that it is the migrants that keep the NHS operational. So it's actually the opposite in that circumstance, because once again, fascism, white nativist anti-migrant sentiment, which is fascist, which is reactionary in nature, this kind of ideology is suicidal. It's self-defeating. The story is the same, okay? It's always the same. First comes austerity in the interest of capital. Then comes privatization and diminished quality services, more expensive services, okay? Less reliable services. That frustrates the population, the working class. And then right-wing forces take advantage of that frustration, that anxiety, that animosity, and redirect that frustration to migrants, leaning into the idea that these foreigners that you don't know are coming in to ruin this country, and people believe it. This is an endless fucking feedback loop. The solution to that is to say, no, these guys are just your neighbors. They're not any different than you are. They have the same class interests. We must solve the underlying problems in British society. All of this, of course, ironically enough, dramatically escalated after Brexit, which was following the same exact trend. This guy had a history of stabbing. He stabbed 2 cops and a dog before 2008. He was in psychiatric ward, but they let him out, which hasn't been disclosed why. He stabbed a Muslim not long before he stabbed 2 Jewish people. He was someone who needed help, but the system failed him, and the system caused these stabbings. I mean, yeah, this is a direct byproduct of cutting some of these social safety nets, for the record. Like, this person should be in an involuntary hold. Like, he's very clearly, he should be getting the necessary medical treatment. Or he was supposed to be getting the necessary medical treatment. And yet the system is collapsing, and he was out and about with a knife, and he did these heinous acts of violence. And instead of addressing the root cause of this problem, this incompetent government will turn around and say, oh, this was motivated entirely by the Free Palestine movement, you know? And that's why we have to make sure that you can't say Free Palestine. We have to have even more strict speech rules.
They have to make choices about how they dress, where they go, or how visibly they live their lives. That's completely unacceptable.
This, by the way, ironically enough, is an identical pressure for Muslims in the UK and Muslims all around as well. Like, that's what's so crazy to me, at least. Like, in my analysis, in my interpretation, like, everything he's saying, you could just say about, you know, Muslim people living in the West, and it would fit so perfectly. This isn't to say that, like, Jews in the UK don't have these similar fears. I believe they do. Okay? But it blows my mind. It blows my mind that this only goes one way. Like, all of these institutions only care about it in one direction and actively foment it in the opposite direction.
And has gone on for far too long.
And to make matters worse, Keir Starmer is utilizing this as an opportunity to punish pro-Palestinian speech.
Now, when I did see Zach Polanski come out and retweet,
he's also using this as an attack against Zach Polanski.
Or support a criticism of that, I think it's disgraceful. I think it's disgraceful.
Zach Polanski is the leader of the Greens, okay? And the Greens have been blowing up and eating away at Labor's unpopularity. A lot of people are leaving the Labor Party to join the Greens. Zach Polanski, Hasanabi head, is incredibly woke, okay? He's incredibly woke in a British way, though, and sometimes when you're that woke in a British way, you make missteps. Zach Polanski also happens to be Jewish, for the record, okay? Just so you guys understand, which, you know, plays a role in his coverage, in the coverage of Zach Polanski, which is crazy. You know, if this was if this depiction of a Jewish politician that is pro-Israel was done by a pro-Palestinian newspaper, they would arrest the cartoonist. Okay, this would be the news for weeks. Okay, this would take up headlines for fucking weeks. But of course, because Zach is Jewish, who happens to be anti-Zionist, okay, then obviously you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can depict them any way you want to depict them. Yeah. It's the Goyim blaming a Jew for anti-Semitism, by the way. That's what's going on, literally. Keir Starmer and many others are playing fast and loose with tropes, with depictions, and also claiming that the anti-Semitism is directly associated with the pro-Palestine movement, and Zach Polanski is responsible for the anti-Semitism.
I've no doubt in my mind that those officers probably thought their own lives were at risk. And if you see the footage, there's a lot of people in the scene as well. Now, that didn't turn out to be the case, thankfully. But this is the thing about policing. And I learnt it firsthand in Northern Ireland when I was working with the police over there. I sat in the control rooms when they were making decisions about operational matters. You have to make a decision in a split moment according to the situation as you understand it to be. And for politicians to wade in, as Zach Polanski did, is disgraceful. He's not fit to lead any political party. Now, when I then see Zach Polanski come out and retweet
Yeah, Zach Polanski retweeted something that was critical of the way the police dealt with it, apparently, because they were like kicking the dude after he got tased, okay? Which, you know, optically speaking, isn't the greatest approach to the subject, right? Maybe a little too woke for British society's taste. They kicked him on the head like 5 times. Zach was not wrong. They made a decision to kick him on the head 5 times while he still had a knife. Only a third Jewish community officer thought to disarm him first. Yeah. Keir Starmer thinks a retweet should disqualify someone from leading a political party, but that appointing the best pal of the world's most notorious pedophile as ambassador to Washington shouldn't. Be serious, says Aaron Bastani. Watch the vid. It's insane. This is America. Oh, I didn't realize they were doing American style apprehensions here. Shit, my mistake. Yeah, that's unbelievable. And it's rank police cruelty, police brutality. And it's also straight up exactly what happens in America all the time. The only distinction here is that they don't have lethal arms here. They're using a taser.
Get him!
Bin
Oh, they...
Get him!
Only guy in the olive shirt thought to go with the knife. I think he's a Jewish community police officer. What is it called? Like Shomrim or something, right? I mean, brother, he has a knife in his hand. Bro, have you guys seen the way, awful optics law, he's got a knife in his hand, dude? No, I'm saying, first of all, I'm an American, okay? I've seen American cops do this to someone that has no weapon whatsoever, okay? And not even in the aftermath of a stabbing incident. It's still brutality regardless, because if you have the capacity to disarm someone, no matter how heinous their crime is, without kicking them in the head, you do it. Because every action that cops are supposed to take in the situation, again, These are not normal people. These are officers of the law. They have a totally different set of standards in the way that they behave. Okay? Or at least they're supposed to. And I thought, perhaps foolishly, that they do in the UK behave by the book. Right? That's the reason why the third guy walks up and just takes the knife out of his hand, which doesn't stop the cops from continuously kicking him in the back of the head. Now, I know many people's attitude is, fuck him. He's a mass stabber. Who gives a shit? Fuck him. Kill him, right? Like, well, there's a good reason for why, and I say this as an American, there's a good reason for why you're not supposed to do that if the situation can be dealt with by less cruel means. Because a society that looks at this and justifies this act of violence will justify this act of violence elsewhere as well. And I, again, am repeating this statement as an American, okay? That's why I'm telling you, I know what that looks like when cops are allowed to do this sort of thing. If the person is almost, if the person is basically incapacitated on the ground, and you see officers of the law kick them in the head numerous times, and you say, no, that's fine. You know, they were behaving like you would, right? Well, they're not you. They're not you. They have a totally different, they have totally different rules of engagement. They're supposed to be trained to de-escalate. They're supposed to be trained to apprehend with the least aggressive means possible, right? You are wrong on this one. He had a knife in hand, already tased. Absolutely not abuse of force here in the UK. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if that was the case. I don't know if they stop trying to defend the guy. Oh, God. Do we have to do this every time? I'm not defending a fucking stabber, you absolute dumbass. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Every time. I forget that it is moronic. People have only one speed. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course, it's great that they fucking apprehended a stabber, you idiot. Like, that's a given. That's understood. That's, like, well established, right? Stabbing is I mean, this is a heinous act of violence. There's no, you know, there's no excuse for this kind of behavior. Okay? Every single action taken in the apprehension is supposed to be treated as, is this actually advancing a successful apprehension, or is this someone who is like angry and just taking out his anger on a person? There's a good reason for why. Hopefully it'll be, hopefully there will be enough necessary nuance to have a conversation like this in a community like mine. But I worry that the UK will become the United States of America. I hope the British people in my chat that are watching right now will understand that you let this kind of stuff slide because you're like, oh, it's a passionate moment. It's a heated moment. Okay. And these cops were just like, doing their brave duty or whatever. Eventually, that's how you arrive at America. Okay. So if you're horrified by the rank violence that you see from American law enforcement against both armed and certainly unarmed individuals, understand that we didn't get to that overnight. It didn't happen one day randomly. It happened through years and years of expanding the permission boundary on what cops are able to do to people that have done something wrong. Yeah. Today it's a stabber. Tomorrow it's a shoplifter that will receive this kind of brutalization. Just so you understand. And given the trajectory of the UK, maybe it's someone who says free Palestine that will be on the receiving end of this brutalization. Today it's a stabber. Okay. Yesterday it's a shooter. Today it's a stabber. Tomorrow it's a shoplifter. And the day after, it'll be someone who's saying they support Palestine action. That's how it goes. I'm telling you from personal experience. I'm telling you from someone who lives in a country where there are no standards for use of force. The United States of America is insane with this shit. We have totally normalized it and we totally justify it, so it's a warning. If your immediate inclination is to say, oh, well, you know, sucks to suck, just remember, it will escalate. It will get worse. We didn't arrive at ICE shooting random protesters for the crime of being in their vicinity and having a fucking bad day overnight. That took a long time. And if your blood lives in America, exactly. No, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm giving you a warning. America is your future. In any case, let's take a look at the reactions so
My
far.
freedom to go on a demonstration supporting the Palestinians be curtailed because of recent events.
I think your right to protest should be maintained. I think.
Full stop. Don't go any further. Don't go any further.
He's right. Yeah. But Beulah Jr., thank you for the 50 bones. Yeah. For the record, I don't think Zach Polanski should have tweeted that. I don't think he should have tweeted that or retweeted that. It's not like a super significant offense at all. And I think they're going to use anything and everything they can to attack him. And that's precisely what they're doing. It's like totally cynical. It's totally cynical, right? However, it's, you know, they're going to use shit like that against you. You know, you just, I don't really care that much necessarily. But this is, you know, you're Corbyn now. You're under the crosshairs. They're going to come after you for anything and everything. For those who are wondering whether there would be an attempt to Corbyn Polanski, the only Jewish party leader, he's proof. They're saying it out loud. Nigel Farage, it's clear that Zach Polanski is a pound shop Jeremy Corbyn. His party must never be allowed anywhere near the levers of power. Of course, they're fearful. They're afraid, right? They're truly scared of a rising left flank, a true left political party led by, being shepherded by a true left leader who is an anti-Zionist, and that's precisely the reason why they're doing it. And only in the UK would you expect a fucking Nazi-adjacent politician like Nigel Farage shit on a Jewish party leader. And then the overwhelming majority of right-wing media, which is British media is terrible, right, will turn around and agree with the Nazi-adjacent party leader. And will say, yeah, this Jew is responsible for the rise of anti-Semitism. Yes, he's doing it Jewishly. The perfidious Zach Polanski must be stopped before he dangerously increases anti-Semitism. I, Nigel Farage, will put an end to his Jewish tricks. It's incredible. Yeah. Polanski's Greens are a party of poison. The most racist Gentile you know determines whether a Jewish politician is anti-Semitic. Yep. Times of Israel. Israel's deputy foreign minister, extremist UK Green Party leader, legitimizes violence against Jews. Ay, ay, ay. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. I will say, however, once you come out swinging, if you're going to say, like, look, I'm glad that the guy is apprehended, but, you know, we have standards. We're not America. That's what, in his shoes, that's what I would say. I'd be like, look, we got standards. We're a civilized nation. We're the United Kingdom. We're not the United States of America. What the fuck are we doing? If we allow this to happen, who knows? If we don't make sure that you know, proper protocols are followed in all apprehensions, no matter how heinous the crime is, then we're gonna let this go, and sooner rather than later, we're gonna turn into the United States of America, right? Like, if you say that, you gotta stay on it. If you back away, which Zach Polanski did, he apologized from what I understand. Then you've given an opportunity to the reactionaries to continue pushing, right? Breaking, Zach Polanski has apologized, but once again, he's under tremendous pressure, right? He's under tremendous pressure. Yeah, he apologized for sharing a post criticizing the Met police officers at the Golders Green attack. Everyone in leadership is responsible for lowering the temperature at a time of such tension, and I apologize for sharing a tweet in haste. Police response to emergency situations such as these do need later reflection of the right forms, but I accept that social media is not the appropriate channel for doing so. I've invited Mark Rowley to meet with me to discuss the police response and the wider issues raised in his letter. Zach Polanski needs to speak to Zoran's team. Buddy, I think Zoran apologizes a bit too much too. But I'm glad that, yeah, Zach apologized for the how, but not the what, which is an okay sign. Yeah.
Caveats, sir. There are caveats. For instance, the caveat about where you can protest and what you can say on those protests are legitimate caveats to put in place, I think, given what has happened. So
caveats over what?
Caveats over what you say and where you say it.
And what comments can I say and what comments can I not say?
I think the Prime Minister is right to say talking about globalising the Intifada is a call for action against Jewish people, for violence against Jewish people.
He's wrong. He's completely wrong.
He's wrong.
Let him try and test it out in court. It is completely wrong. Globalise the Intifada means shaking off. It doesn't mean no. Hold on. Yes, it means shaking off.
It means continue the struggle. Like, that's it. That's it. There are similar struggles all around the world. Like, it's an uprising. Continue the uprising. LBC callers are so fantastic all the time, by the way. Respect to the LBC callers. I myself became an LBC caller at one point in time, and it was great. Yeah, it means continue fighting for freedom. Perfectly an understandable sentiment.
It can mean shaking off your troubles. Yes, whatever those troubles may be.
Right.
Why should my...
Oh, God. I'm not sure Zionists quite understand the implications of the way Candace Owens dismantled Bench Bureau and the Daily Wire, but they are profound. Zionism is done on the right. It's just a matter of time. I think Candace Owens did play a big role in this. I don't know if she was single-handedly responsible for the demise, though. My dad only listens to LBC in the car, and I swear to God, I get rage-baited so much.
UK
The UK government and the manufacturer of blame. Keir Starmer's government exploiting an act of violence it failed to prevent in order to criminalize dissent, scapegoating protests rather than confronting its own negligence, incompetence, and appetite for repression. Chris Kunzler, our boy in the UK, doing the work. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Then there is no way you can understand how insane the last 2 days have been, because our government is currently trying to ban yet more protests and marches, and their justification is an attack that was carried out against Jewish people in London 2 days ago. And they say that it is the protests and slogans at the protests that radicalized the man to do this. But this stands up to absolutely no scrutiny, because on the day of the attack, the man literally targeted one of his friends called Ismail Hussein. He tried to kill him too. But even worse, back in 2008, this man had already stabbed 2 police officers and a police dog. He went to prison for it. In 2020, he was referred to the extremism watchdog Prevent. Also, just before the attack, he was receiving treatment for mental health issues. His friends said that he was dangerous and scary to be around, and yet he was just out on the streets. Our government wants you to believe that protests that started back in 2023 and have dwindled both in size and frequency are responsible for this. It is genuinely unbelievable. It doesn't stand up to the most basic scrutiny.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear that they're using like anything and everything they can to just be like, they want the pro-Palestinian protests to stop. They think that if they get the protests to stop, that the discontent will go away. And their way of doing this with the Palestine with the Palestine Action protests as well has always been to just criminalize it. Okay. And that hasn't really led to a significant that hasn't really led to like a diminishment of a diminishing impact on the intensity, the severity, the frequency of the protests, as far as I understand. And that certainly hasn't changed people's attitude towards Israel. If anything, it makes them more annoyed. It makes them more angry, more frustrated with the way that Israel not only continues to do a genocide with impunity, but then also gets to dictate what happens in their domestic affairs. Right? Unbelievably frustrating for the average person. So I feel like it's just brushing this issue under the rug instead of addressing it, instead of trying to find solutions. It's very stupid. And I don't know. It's very frustrating to watch.
I don't think so. I think it's the work of both sides.
Free, free.
It's not long after the march begins that the familiar, controversial chant rings out.
From the river to the sea, a lot of people...
The man with the microphone didn't want to talk. He was busy.
I've heard chanting from the river to...
from the river to the sea. Don't you feel like this is a dangerous chant? Bro, you know what's dangerous, buddy? 2,000-pound bombs. You know what's dangerous? The Royal Air Force giving the Israeli Air Force targets to strike, which happens to be mosques, which happens to be civilian sites in Gaza. That's the real danger. It's not dangerous to call this behavior out. It's not dangerous to oppose this. Our priorities are so out of whack, man. Yeah. What's dangerous is selling the weapons to the Israeli state, weapons that they use to commit genocide, weapons that they use to turn Lebanon into Gaza now. It's not the words opposing this violence that is violent itself. It's the violence itself.
To the sea. A lot of people say that is an anti-Semitic slogan.
Well, they say it is, but they know it's about everybody who lives in that region living under democracy without any kind of apartheid regime or anything like that.
Other people interpret it as wiping the Jewish state of Israel off the map.
I don't see why there's any need for anything like that, why you would actually interpret it that way.
So this is obviously a small-scale protest, but what Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, is talking about is the cumulative effect of having march after march on the pro-Palestinian cause.
There have been 34 national-scale demonstrations since October the 7th, 2023. Their organisers reject claims that marches lead to anti-Semitism.
Our stewards, when they see inappropriate slogans, intervene and ask people, we don't have the force of law, ask people not to use them, and by and large, they comply. So we have to be absolutely clear here. There is no threat whatsoever to the Jewish community from these marches. In fact, they are attended by thousands of Jewish people.
Many who are part of that community disagree.
I think most people would accept that the sheer frequency of these pro-Palestine marches, the intimidation that is effected on the small Jewish community, and other factors such as the arrests and the state of our society now for Jewish people, all cause a reasonable judgment to be made that these marches should be stopped.
They won't stop here in southeast London or on streets up and down the country unless the government intervenes and decides the balance between freedom of speech and the safety of British Jews.
Brother, this has nothing to do with the safety of British Jews, man. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, it disrupts the... It hurts the feelings of people that want to defend their, like, emotional support apartheid state. That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, there's British Jews at those fucking protests. You're on Fox News at my gym again? Hell yeah. Let's see what the fuck they're talking about now.
Indoctrinating America's youth and really preventing them from knowing the truth about these things.
Well, we got to fight back. But as we just mentioned with Azra, the Democrats' radical message is being spread by their new spokesman, a fan of this show, Hasan Piker. He hit the campaign trail with two Democrats this week to push his vile rhetoric.
We all know the Republicans are corrupt. We all know that they're monsters, they're racist, they traffic in hatred. Yeah. But we are here to say we are no longer going to vote for do-nothing Democrats either.
This is not just a battle that we are fighting against the Republicans, the fascists, the reactionaries, but we are also fighting for more responsive politics to make sure all of your voices are heard.
And he's not the only one spreading these anti-American messages online.
So dangerous.
We need socialism because reforming capitalism isn't a solution, it's a band-aid.
Have you ever wondered what America would look like if it wasn't run by oligarchs and capitalists and worked for everybody?
America has the worst culture of all time.
America sucks.
Piker's ideas seem to be resonating with the rest of the Democrats, too. Less than half of the party has a positive view of capitalism, while two-thirds, well, they support socialism, whether they know what it is or not. Dr. Siegel, I want to talk about some of these podcasters and the influence that they have. Listen, I love the First Amendment. Hasan Piker has got the right to go out there and say whatever he wants, but there seem to be more and more young people that have caught on to what he's doing.
But we should maybe throw him in jail.
It's resonating with them. Do we have to worry about young people gravitating towards socialism in a way that's going to disrupt our elections and give us more socialists like Mamdani?
Yes. And the reason we have to worry is something Asra just pointed out. It was such an honor that she brought up an old book of mine, The Inner Pulse, because I talked there about what makes somebody cognitively susceptible to something. And it's emotions. It's appealing to emotions with hatred, with rhetoric. You hear how your friend there talks? How Piker talks? He's appealing to non-rational thought, where you don't know what socialism is. My wife came from the Soviet Union. She never stops thinking about it. Immediately became a Republican when she came here. She said, I want to get as far away from what I grew up with as possible. The young people don't know what it was like or what it is like in Moscow.
Yeah, they certainly don't. I don't think Hasan Piker does either, Joey. And like I was saying with Dr. Siegel here, we love the First Amendment. We love having ideas on display so you can choose. But what do you make of his recent comments and the fact that so many Democrats are cozying up to, if not campaigning alongside him?
Yeah, he's a paper tiger, and he'll have his moment. People will enjoy it, and then it'll move on because there's no substance there. And I hate that for him. Maybe he'll learn and grow. I think he's a pretty young guy. I mean, listen, his main demographic are people
I'm
that
probably
haven't
like
lived their
only a
lives
couple years
enough to
younger
know
than you.
the bullshit that he's spewing. That's the problem, right? He reaches young people. They're full of emotions, they're full of excitement and dreams, but they're not full of experience. They don't know what's left in life. This is a guy that was raised in a rich household, went to good schools. He says his dad lost everything. I don't have a reason to disbelieve that. But up until that point, his dad made his money on futures trading. So he knows exactly what this system is that he's upset at. It paid for his entire raising. But on top of that, he sits in a $3 million house in West Hollywood and does these videos. From the time of going to college, all he's ever done is talked for a living. He's never, I don't know, laid brick and block, framed a house, welded something. He's never done something to where the fruit of his labor is something that will outlast him. He makes videos online. So he can advocate for workers in this country for the rest of his life. He'll never understand them, thus he'll never understand what they want, what they actually want, and what they want is a chance at mobility. He is an entrepreneur. I'm sure he owns a company to get his videos out there. Why would he advocate to take that dream away from the welder or the plumber or anyone else by straddling them and chaining them to some union that one day the government controls?
Oh, yeah.
But
Unions
that's what he
are
does
bad.
Because he doesn't know any better. He's a little young guy. He'll grow and learn and he'll figure it out. And then hopefully there's enough grace there that we'll welcome him on this show when he does.
Socialism and communism. A lot of those countries don't have the First Amendment, and you can't make your videos and post them online. Just fruit for thought. But still ahead on a jam-packed big week.
Wait, what the fuck? But they want that here. Okay, they didn't even, this was actually kind of polite. I like that their argument was, you know, he's just a rich guy. He doesn't know what it's like to be a worker. It's like, okay, in spite of my background, I have a much better understanding of the problems that the American labor force faces than a fucking Fox News commentator, clearly, you know. You just advocated against labor unions. That's not even a concession at that point. It's like bare minimum. Unions are the first necessary step. They want to convert you. They said they want to give you a job. Yeah, I see that. Also, their guy is Donald Trump. Donald Trump comes from a real estate dynasty. He's an unbelievably wealthy person. He's never had to fucking work a day in his life. At least I did, you know? Everything they just said is basically glass house. They make their living talking politics and they're not tradesmen. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if only I laid one brick instantly in the aftermath of laying that brick, I'd be like, I hate labor unions. That was interesting, though. They were basically like, hey, we like what we're hearing. This guy clearly has a little bit of emotion, so maybe we should bring him on our team. But yeah, I saw this earlier. This is why there's a bajillion articles in a congressional bill about him. They're scared. They said you couldn't post your videos in communist countries. You literally did in Cuba and China. I know. That is also funny. Yeah, try that shit in a communist country. Try that shit in a communist country. Well, I did. I did do it in Cuba. I did do it in China, and it was perfectly fine. So, yeah, Israel quadruples propaganda budget to $730 million as it loses global war for hearts and minds. Now I know where this shit's coming from. Okay, now I know where this is coming from. You have no idea how much money you would make if you switched up and became a Fox News host. I do know. Okay, of course I know that. I have full knowledge of this. I could also be making more money right now without even switching up what I'm doing. I could run ads, for example. I could take corporate sponsorships, for example. It's not that people aren't coming over to give me money, and you know, I'm desperate for it. I choose not to work with most of the sponsors that come through. Okay? Yes, Kalshi and Polymarket both are desperately seeking this community as a viable target to sponsor. And they got unlimited funds. There's a reason why I choose very carefully who I work with. Okay. And I make sure that any sponsorship I get is like, is a good fit. And I choose not to work with most. I choose not to work with most sponsors. You'd make a few mils, but your community would be dust, to be honest. First of all, look at Van Jones. Look at Van Jones. He got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. If money is all I cared about, I wouldn't even need to go all the way to the right. I could just be a pro-Israel, a pro-Israel liberal, right? A conservative liberal. I'm sure plenty of these outlets that are, calling me a demon would love a story about rehabilitation, a guy who was inside of the movement, a guy who was deeply embedded in the socialist movement, one of its leaders, as a matter of fact, the arch communist turned capitalist once he learned the dangers of communism, once he truly faced it for the first time ever. Do you know how many funds would be expended in that direction? Do you know how much money they would love to fucking throw my way for me to turn around and just be like, yeah, this communism shit was so fucked up. I just never understood the dangers. Okay? Yeah, liberals love a redemption arc. Guy's dreaming. Yeah. Modi Muzz 39. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Would you sell off for $1 billion? No. Because there's no difference in my way of existence currently between doing what I'm doing and making the amount of money I'm making now and $1 billion. Okay? Obviously, there's an unbelievable amount of difference between the amount of wealth I have, the financial security I have, and $1 billion. But from where I'm standing, I already have all of the freedoms that I need to have. If anything, the amenities that come in that situation isn't like the financial, the generational financial freedom. It's actually the lack of hit pieces. Because if I were to turn heel, if I were to, become an anti-communist, a vicious anti-communist, and still maintain some of the progressive values too, while I'm at it, if I were to become the person that like those on Twitter to my left claim I am right now, I would get 0 hit pieces. Every day would be another Glaze sesh, the Joe Rogan of the left, shepherding young men out of the dangerous pits of radicalization and shepherding them in the direction of the Democratic Party. A man who really wants to save America. Okay? Oh, it would be great. It would be fucking great. I mean, I respond to one of these guys, by the way, here. Hassan's message is vote for the party that did a genocide in Gaza, this inhumans of capitalism, Ojibwa. Okay, Hammer and Sickle account. I said, AIPAC spent $9 million against Corey for calling out Israel's genocide, you fucking moron. I guess you're happy with a servant of Israel occupying this seat, but I am not. Perhaps I should just keep posting about how bourgeois democracy is a dead end for the working class and then wait for a spontaneous revolution to take shape like you are. That guy's ACP, I think. I don't know what it is, but there are a lot of people that don't understand what I'm trying to do. And I explain it all the time, and yet they just don't hear it. I'm a native St. Louisian and Maoist, meaning I'm very critical of electoral politics, to say the least, and I love Corey because she's a fighter for our city and our people who aren't even from here and do no organizing, but denouncing black women organized beloved by our people, while black people in North STL still sleep in tents, are not helping the communist movement, and they're actually driving black people away from it with constant weirdness. I think so too. But what's really strange is like they don't even fucking understand. Ojibwe is not ACP. He's a Maoist Sakaiist. Oh, Jay Sakai. Respect. I didn't know. I didn't know we had a Maoist Sakai enjoyer. My mistake. My mistake to the JD Pong constituency. Okay. So wrong of me to even respond because he's probably functionally illiterate. So he did not read those words at all. In any case, I make it very clear, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of a communist party in this country, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of building a vanguard in this country. But you have to match up your organizational efforts with where the masses are. Americans self-identify as liberals. Many of them actually do have revolutionary potential that they do not identify with. They do not understand. They don't have the class consciousness, first and foremost, and they don't have the political education. Okay? You have to first build the awareness. And then you have to move in the direction of action, organizing to engage in action. Okay? Saying start building it is unbelievably stupid. There is no better mechanism of building a mass movement than using the largest megaphone readily available through the election system. Many of you prior to 2016 did not know what socialism was, and many of you who are now critical of Bernie Sanders are totally oblivious to what American socialism looked like prior to 2016. These things take time, okay? There is no spontaneous revolution. It doesn't work that way. This is by my estimations, this is the most viable route for agitation and most viable route for fomenting class consciousness in this country. Okay? A lot of people look to what I'm doing and say, oh, this is entryism. You just want to take the revolutionary potential of the masses and feed it back into a dead end. Bourgeois electoralism. That's not my goal. And I make it very clear, ironically enough. Would you explain why it takes time and what the future timeline would look like? I don't know. Maybe because we live in the fucking imperial core. Of course, this is an unbelievably pro-capitalist country. This is a country that has actively suppressed the labor movement. This is a country that won't even allow like trade unionism to exist, okay? It's worse than Europe. Look around. Talk to people about what they think is communism and socialism. You know what I mean? And you'll learn very quickly that the average American's perspective on this. Lying ass, you literally said it was entryism. What? No, I always say that it's not entryism. It's using one of the only viable üç buçuk gibi. Evet, bir saat sonra. Why are we having this convo? We're having this conversation because people don't understand my methods and will actively claim that it's something that it's not. A lot of people will say, yes, Lenin wrote about something similar to this in Left Communism and Infantile Disorder. But the final goal here isn't to just stick to a liberal capitalist party and be an arm of a liberal capitalist party and operate within a bourgeois democratic process. That's not the goal here, okay? I'm adjusting to the current material conditions. I'm adjusting to the current social conditions in this country, okay? Lenin's time was objectively different. His material conditions were objectively different. You have to interpret, you have to go to the masses and speak to the masses in the language that they understand and try to identify what the major hurdles are in front of developing class consciousness. In the United States of America, the number one hurdle is class consciousness, a lack of class consciousness. The thing that ultras and centrist liberals both fail to understand is that the Democratic Party isn't an actual political party. It's an empty signifier, a slot on the ballot. You pay no dues, and there are no positions you are required to hold. We take it because we can. Yeah. Zachary Kirk, if you hate the Democrats, then don't run as a Democrat. Build the DSA and leave us alone. Girl, bye. My question is this. If America had like a parliamentary system, for example, currently, and there was a robust communist party, and then there was also a liberal Democratic Party, and maybe even a social Democratic Party, like, do you think I would be participating in the party system alongside or inside of the liberal Democratic Party? No, of course not. We have a duopoly in this country. We don't even have a real parliamentary, we don't have a parliamentary system anyway. So you got to work with what you got. You don't organize, you do not organize for a mass that you believe should be understanding of your movement. You organize to with the masses that you have currently. I'm bored of this politics thing. Please cover drama. Well, sometimes you have to interpret politics through the lens of drama. If you guys actually read Lenin, you understand he'd probably respect Hassan's contributions to socialism a lot more than any of yours. Hassan's approach to electoralism is far more Leninist than any of your petty subculturalist abstentionism. Read Lenin, don't just fetishize him. You're correct. Hassan does not fully internalize a paradox, yet he is still far closer to understanding it than anyone who thinks that this disillusionment can be brought about through propaganda alone. I wrote about this at length below, and you can DM me for an in-depth combo. I'm hoping you'll engage. Do you believe Hassan supports Platinum with the intent that their failures would disillusion people to reformism? Because that is not the impression I get from Hassan whatsoever. His position seems to be one of harm reduction, not what Lenin is advocating. There is no current operational, existing, viable communist or socialist movement in this country. Okay? We don't have the numbers. We don't have the movement. We don't even have the broad awareness. Many people who even are a part of the Democratic Socialists of America, out of the 100,000 in their ranks that are paid party members, right, are not even fully understanding of what socialism is. Okay? They're in the political education stage of their understanding of socialism and communism, whereas most Americans are not even there. Most Americans don't even have paying members. Sorry, not paid, paying members. The Democratic Party, especially as it's unbelievably weak at this moment, and yet still much stronger than any sort of third-party movement that would have to fight for ballot access regardless, everywhere, all at once, an impossible task, even with all the grassroots organizing. With the finite amount of time that we have and the finite amount of efforts we can expend, I think utilizing the existing pathway through the Democratic Party, especially where the broad subsects of the electorate are are totally oblivious to the realities that they might have. They might have a lot more socialist tendencies that they think they have, is the appropriate measure to engage people in a viable electoralist route that they are used to engaging with. Because like even the Bernie method was seen as a foolhardy endeavor. The idea that you can get the non-voters to go out and vote for Bernie Sanders. Okay, it kind of failed because the primary system is purposely. The primary system does not really activate the masses in the way that like the general voting system does. But what's even, they will betray you? Bitch, you think I don't know that? What are you talking about? They will betray you. What have they been doing for the past 3 months at this point? What are you talking about? They will betray you. They should, if I was this person that those to my left claim I am, the Democrats would be going crazy. They'd be like, oh my God, finally we have a guy who can hide, who can behave like a radical, but is actually a sheepdog for us. Oh, thank God. What are you talking about? Why do you think they don't talk about the Maoist LARPers and the hammer and sickle LARPers on Twitter and they're just like fucking up my ass nonstop? Why do you think that's the case? Do you think that's the case because they're too afraid of how good your opinion is? They're too afraid of engaging you in any way, shape, or form because they're worried that, Maoist JD Pon, Revolution Now account is actually going to be mentioned on Fox News and boom, instantly lights off, permanent revolution, permanent international revolution tomorrow. Is that what you think is going to happen to all the trots? The one time that they mention you on Fox News, every suburbanite is going to take out their AR-15s and immediately foment revolutionary warfare. Is that what they think? Is that what you think is going on? They're afraid of your Marxist reading group? I never understood why in America there's a primary and further election practices as a European is weird law. People's values and how closely they adhere to them will ultimately determine the potential of the social political space. Everyone can't be educated and many cannot be convinced into something that resembles a humanity that we can mobilize. These are just the facts. I mean, okay, Enfant Door. Spoken like a true Leninist. That's interesting. Rare, very rare Enfant Door W in the chat. Okay. In any case, account probably got hacked. Yeah. Shared mainstream culture and status quo of the United States was so bad that the government killed and jailed all our progressive black leaders or pushed them out of the country. That's why we don't have class consciousness. It was a choice based on ideological values. Okay, agreed with that too. No notes. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Why was I talking about this? I forgot. All right, let's get back to tables turned. ICE opposing Senate candidate backed by AOC and Bernie Sanders.
Chad Pergram's got the latest on the Plattner campaign. He's live for us in Capitol Hill. Chad?
John, good afternoon. Graham Plattner is part of a reconfiguration for the Democratic Party. The insurgency of his campaign in Maine forced Governor Janet Mills to quit. But Plattner carries a lot of baggage. He has a Nazi tattoo and he opposes ICE.
It's really funny because, like, if he was a Nazi, they would love him. It's Fox News. It is pretty funny to watch Fox News be like, but he has a Nazi tattoo. This is terrifying for us. The anti-Nazi contingency in mainstream media, famously.
Any road to a Democratic Senate goes through the state of Maine. And we know the Republican Party's coming for us. We've known it since the beginning. And we're going to continue in many ways just doing what we're doing as we continue to mobilize the people of Maine and organize them and show them that politics is theirs.
Democrats appear to be looking past candidate flaws. Abdul El Sayed is surging in the Michigan Senate race.
Yeah, and his flaw is, get this, he's Muslim. Like, what flaw does Abdul El Sayed have? He's just a fucking public servant. He's a doctor, Rhodes Scholar. Literally zero flaws. The only flaw he has is he's fucking brown. That's it. That's literally the only flaw he has, which is not a flaw at all unless you're a fucking psychopath. Straight up. Actually, no flaws. It's mind-boggling that they keep this shit up. And it's like very clearly such a racist ass, such racist ass rhetoric.
He wants to defund the police. The party may be lurching to the left.
The Democrats are still not sure what the best strategy is for the party's identity. What we're seeing really is this question of a Democratic redefinition. This is a challenge for the Democratic Party. In some places, a moderate message seems to work well. In some places, a more radical message seems to work well.
But it's unclear if left-wing politics work in a swing state like Maine. Plattner secured the backing of progressive.
At least they see it, though. That's the point, right? That's the point. That's the fear. Left-wing radicalism working in a state like Maine is a terrifying prospect, not just for Fox News, because if it works in Maine, it can work in red states too. Okay? Adjusted to the local concerns, of course. There is obviously a global concern. Class is a global endeavor in a global capitalist system. However, there will be obviously minutia. There will be distinctions made from Maine to Alabama. But the real fear is if it works in a purple state to unseat a red Republican senator, then it can work in a red state too. And if it can work in a red state, it can work everywhere, all around the country. And that's what's so terrifying. And that's not just terrifying for the Republicans, who obviously want to make sure that they are competitive in any way, shape, or form in this country. It's terrifying for the interests of capital, right? That worry that a robust socialist movement could potentially undermine their interests, could harm their goals of increasing profit margins. Okay. But also, it's terrifying for the Democrats too, because the Democrats for the longest time have been able to create this compelling narrative with all of its gatekept media. The compelling narrative that in order to win nationally, you have to pivot to the center. You have to be more moderate. But it's very clear that voters look to a Graham Plattner style person as the moderate, right? They look to Graham Plattner and they think, well, what do you mean? He's talking about healthcare. Like, that's the moderate position. I think that's the actual moderate position. What is considered a radical position in D.C. might not necessarily be so radical for the average person. All it takes is for someone to be courageous enough to say it out loud. And even better if they end up winning. That is the fear. John Wakefield says, The funny thing is that Chuck Schumer clearly knows he's utterly loathed by the Democratic base, which is why his interventions against Plattner were so sneaky and indirect. But the asshole just refuses to go because clogging up any serious action is just too important to him. Yeah, same with the Mallory McMorrow in Michigan. Chuck Schumer coming out and quietly endorsing Mallory McMorrow is the funniest iteration of the events that have taken place so far. And that implies that there is obviously a recognition by even Chuck Schumer that he can't say publicly how much he thinks Mallory McMorrow would be fine. So he has to quietly endorse Mallory McMorrow, knowing full well that the voters despise him.
Of icons like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That race has always been about Mainers, and it's been about working people, and it's been about who folks are really resonating with and who they're excited about, and that's very clearly been Graham Plattner.
Now, Democratic voters prefer younger candidates. Plattner is 41. Janet Mills is 78. His likely opponent, GOP Maine Senator Susan Collins, is 73.
Yeah, they old
Democrats
as hell.
Are also swapping pedigree for pugilism. John?
Yeah, so the left makes a big deal about Pete Hegseth's Jerusalem cross tattoo, but they give a pass to Graham Plattner, who had a Totenkopf, which is clearly a Nazi symbol that was sported by Nazi concentration guards. They just give it a pass.
Well, Chris Van Hollen, the Democratic senator from Maryland, he was kind of sloughing that off, saying that at the time, Graham Plattner was going through a, quote, bad time in his life.
Okay. All right, we'll take that one to the bank, maybe. All right, Chad Perkins for us. Chad, thank you. Sandra?
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
The June primary is now less than 5 weeks away, a precursor to the pivotal midterm elections in November. Almost half of Latino voters across the country supported President Trump in 2024. Now, nearly half of those voters say that was a mistake. CBS 13's Steve Large caught up with one of those voters today.
Do you regret voting for President Trump?
At that point in time, I think no, but now yes.
It seemed like the right thing to do at the time for you.
I think so, based upon the data and what we were seeing and what we were being promised. It made sense, and that has not bared itself out.
Jay Martinez is a Sacramento small business owner and 2024 Donald Trump supporter who says he voted with his pocketbook then and says the economy remains his biggest concern now.
How do you see yourself as a voter right now, as a Latino voter?
Yeah, well, different than I did a year and a half ago.
Martinez is part of the 48% of Latino voters who supported Trump in 2024. New research shows 40% of those Latino supporters regret that vote now.
So does the Latino vote matter? It matters far more than it ever has before.
Mike Madrid is the author of Latino Century, How America's Largest Minority is Transforming Democracy.
Latinos are the largest ethnic plurality in California.
He moderated this California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce gubernatorial debate. Madrid calls Latino voters spurned voters, swing votes in search of political support.
When a party's failing you, you leave them. Latinos are the only group that has shown a propensity to move away from the party they supported in the last election cycle.
And a lot of folks, other Latino men and folks that I know feel kind of politically homeless in a way.
For Martinez, besides the economy, the way that Trump immigration policy has rolled out has been another key concern.
There was a feel, and I think that Trump won 50% of the Latino men vote, particularly because we thought that there was going to be some sort of, common sense policy going forward.
What are you doing? He's a U.S. citizen!
Martinez called this ICE Sacramento Home Depot raid last summer an example of the problem for him.
It's just, that could have been my dad easily,
Now, Martinez is reassessing his support, a voter without political party allegiance, seeking to share his support for someone.
Candidates who care about these issues can articulate them well and just care and do the people's work.
Martinez says he switched from registered Democrat to registered Republican in 2020. He says he may switch parties again this year.
Appeals court just ruled to temporarily block access to mifepristone.
Do you guys
by
want to
mail.
know something, by the way? So I'm not going to say which campaign, but I saw some internal numbers. One of the campaigns that, let's just say one campaign polled me, okay, with a push poll to determine whether or not aligning with someone like myself was actually beneficial or problematic. Okay. And what they saw was that I do LeBron numbers with extremely liberal, because the polling doesn't have like socialist or DSA aligned or whatever. I do insane numbers with extremely liberal. And the one group that I do insanely well with, Latinos. No, it wasn't Abdul. Also, stop trying to figure out who it is. I'm not going to tell you. Anyway, yeah. It's the Bernie contingency, which also got Zoran the victory as well. Young Latinos and younger voters in general absolutely love what's going on here on the broadcast. And it was the same with Bernie too. And I've said it before, not just young Latinos, all Latinos. But I've said it before. It's because time and time again, Latinos across the board that have been polled, with the exception of Cubans and Venezuelans in Miami, Latinos across the board are very, very pro expansion of social safety nets. Okay? Even older Latino voters are very much in favor of bigger government initiatives. Okay? Older Latinos also, on the other hand, are more socially conservative. Right? Puerto Ricans responded well to your comments the other day about statehood. Whatever Puerto Ricans want, they should get. Perfect. I want you. Your move, Hasan the Hun. Okay, that's Emily. She's a member of this community, okay? That's not just any random Puerto Rican. That's so funny. Well, guess you have to move to PR now, Hasan. One day. All right. Listen to your constituents' wants and needs. Okay. All right. Let's get to some horrifying news. Federal Appeals Court rules that abortion drugs cannot be sent by mail because in the United States of America, a Louisiana court can basically dictate what happens to the future of every woman in this country. Wonderful moment there. Wonderful moment of American democracy. Let's take a look.
That's one of the two pills used in medication abortions. This is one of the first major rulings to limit access to abortion drugs following the Dobbs decision, the 2022 Supreme Court ruling that ended the constitutional right to abortion. This appeals court ruling means mifepristone can now only be dispensed in person as the case plays out. Now let's bring in Misty Maris for more. Misty, good to see you again. What does this ruling mean for access to abortion pills?
So, Aaron, this means that nationwide, mifepristone cannot be distributed via mail. So anytime somebody is in need of mifepristone or seeking mifepristone, it has to be done in person. So how did we get here?
This is completely unacceptable. Yep. Well, such is life in the United States of America. Okay. So woke we are. Remember, we're very woke, right? How can a state court do this? Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. This is just how it is, okay? Because technically, oh my God, Neek Skit. Oh my God. Thank you, Neek Skit. We were having too much fun in here. Okay. Nickskid had to come in and ask some silly ass questions. I'm not even going to dignify you with a response. Okay, Chuck Schumer is an unbelievably unsuccessful and horrible politician in general. He is the exact, he's the exact kind of like toxic politician that is very openly, doesn't even shy about this. He doesn't even shy away from revealing this, but he's openly Israel first. Okay, he's so bad. He's so bad at his job that he will come out and be like, my primary purpose here is to make the left pro-Israel, right? Make the Democratic Party pro-Israel. Well, he's failed spectacularly on that front. Okay.
This relates to a lawsuit brought by Louisiana against the FDA. During the Biden era, there was a regulation that says mifepristone can be...
Yeah, it's not a state court. It's one of the federal appeals courts. But the reason why they can do a nationwide ban is because technically it's coming from all around the country.
Can be distributed via mail. Louisiana said in the wake of Dobbs, they changed their laws on abortion, restricting it. So the federal rule was at odds, allowing people to circumvent the law in the state. So they brought that lawsuit, and what happened here is what we call a stay. While that plays out, now the nationwide rule is that the drug cannot be distributed via mail, in person only, significantly limiting access.
Wow. And what is the legal way forward here?
So right now, this is a stay. So the analysis is that there would be irreparable harm if the law, this regulation were to be left in place, meaning that it can be distributed via mail, and likelihood of success on the merits. That's what this Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal looked at. What is the likelihood that the underlying lawsuit, which will play out, is going to be successful in favor of Louisiana? They determined that there is a likelihood of success in the merits, so that this stay, will be in place while that lawsuit plays out. So it's not the final word, but it certainly signals how the Fifth Circuit sees this going.
All right, Misty Maris, thanks for that.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the...
Damn, why are blue team leaders so terrible right now? The true blue Democrats will rise again. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, forgot about that. Nickskid, you folded. You folded like a napkin, buddy. What the hell? You came in hot with the... Well, Chuck Schumer seems like a fantastic politician. And all it took was like two things that I brought up that made you go, oh, you know what? You're right. He fucking sucks. He for Gore, I guess. Never said he was fantastic. Damn. Hold on. Is there an official statement from Turkey about Schengen trying to call Lagoat soft? LeBron to Schengen. Did you say a soft ass call? Nah, not you. Anybody else on the roster, but not you. You don't say that. You don't say that. You don't say that. You're the only person out here that ain't allowed to say that. Soft ass. Yeah, all right.
None of his Lakers teammates were on an...
I'm conflicted. On the one hand, my epigenetic memories are kicking in as a Turk, as an Ottoman son. I'm inclined to defend the Ottoman here, but also on the other hand, LeBron is or was a bit of a goat. The ruling is being appealed. The makers of the abortion pill, mifepristone, filed an emergency appeal to the Supreme Court on Saturday, urging the justice to pause a lower court ruling that temporarily blocked Americans from accessing the drug through the mail. Yeah. Fucking awesome, dude. We're just at the mercy of some of the worst people on the planet. It's incredible. Some of the dumbest, some of the most vile, some of the most awful people on the planet get to dictate what we can and can't do with our lives. And we just kind of have to sit there and eat it. Amazing. Lovely. Wonderful. Did you see Bernie playing basketball? He's better than you? I did see that. We got the Tucker Carlson thing too. I did see Ark and Yugi getting in a fight. But before that, Spirit Airlines is shutting down operations.
This morning, Spirit Airlines shutting down operations overnight, ending more than 3 decades in the skies. The low-cost carrier, known for its bare-bones fares, ceasing all flights as of 3 a.m. and what the company calls an orderly wind-down of operations.
Spirit is shutting down. I think it's insane.
I'm actually shocked. At this point, I don't know what to do.
The move leaving employees from pilots to flight attendants without a job and passengers across the country scrambling to find new ways home. On its website, Spirit urging its customers not to go to the airport. Overnight, the Department of Transportation announcing that the majority of other airlines, including United, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest, will be capping ticket prices for a select period of time for Spirit travelers who need to rebook.
Usually we fly Spirit all the time. Usually it's the best affordable flight.
The sudden shutdown coming after Spirit failed to secure a last-ditch government lifeline, a proposed $500 million. Spirit's CEO releasing a statement saying despite the company's efforts, the recent material increase in oil prices and other pressures on the business have significantly impacted Spirit's financial outlook. With no additional funding available to the company, Spirit had no choice but to begin this wind down, adding, "This is tremendously disappointing and not the outcome any of us wanted." Trump late Friday insisting the White House was still weighing the deal.
If we could do it, we'd do it, but only if it's a good deal.
For decades, Spirit helped transform air travel, pioneering the ultra-low-cost model with cheap base fares and extra fees for just about everything, from bags to seats to snacks. But in recent years, the company struggled, hit by pandemic losses, intense competition, and a sharp spike in jet fuel cost.
It couldn't come at a worse time for an airline to shut down. Airfares, which were expensive and have become more expensive, might become even more expensive without Spirit.
And Spirit says it flew more than 50,000 passengers yesterday and is now working to get its more than...
Why doesn't the U.S. just buy some of Spirit? To do what? We don't fucking... we don't run government initiatives like that. Yeah, given the news today, Spirit Airlines is shuttering and thousands of people are losing their jobs. I think we should honestly assess whether the Garland DOJ stopping the JetBlue merger with Spirit Airlines was the right call. Perhaps it was, but any analysis must consider as part of the equation the loss of so many families to decide. Potential federal rescue package fell through after opposition from Spirit's creditors and congressional Republicans. The Trump admin is now blaming Biden, and Biden's own domestic policy director is helping Trump blame Biden to take a pot shot at the antitrust movement. Yeah. She's now getting love from Trump's former FCC chair who shanked net neutrality, Ajit Pai. I obviously think the Iran war and higher prices are the main culprit, but when something bad happens, I'm actually adult enough to assess the facts, regardless of the partisan wars, and blame the police. These are people who are so antagonistic to even like basic antitrust, which isn't like ostensibly leftist. It's conducted by people like Lena Khan, right? Lena Khan, who I love, okay, who I have tremendous respect for and I love, is a capitalist through and through. She just wants to play it by the book. And you got Neera Tanden not skipping a fucking beat, immediately going, oh, well, you know, the big problem here is the antitrust. We should have let these companies consolidate. It's crazy. Perhaps, as many analysts have also pointed to, the unbelievable increase in jet fuel prices was the reason why a low-cost carrier that operates on thin margins as opposed to everybody else could not fucking withstand the price shock. And the irony, of course, is that this kind of consolidation actually does lead to downsizing anyway. Like, what happens after mergers and acquisitions? Job loss. Okay? So she's basically saying they should have done job loss on the terms that capitalists dictated rather than on the terms that warmongers dictated. So stupid. Maybe instead of sending over $2 billion in stock buybacks and giving out millions in executive bonuses, they should have invested more into their fleet and employees. I don't know why it's the government's fault when greedy corporations fail. The other one is Southwest. Southwest used to have a way better approach to its relatively low-cost carriers too, and they've also gotten hit with the fucking venture capital beam. They also have changed a lot of their policies. They've changed their payment and benefits packages over time. We make it seem as though these companies are not making bad decisions at the behest of capital over and over again, which end up causing their own demise. Açarım bir dakika. Bir dakika.
1,300 crew members back home, but for many of those crew members, the news that they lost their jobs actually came through the headlines.
It's hard to imagine that. Okay, Morgan Norwood, we appreciate it.
What's up, y'all? So, wanted to record a video real quick on the big thing that dropped earlier today. Namely, they are, some corporate Democrats, some AIPAC Democrats decided they are going to draft a condemnation of Hasan Piker. So,
I think in fairness, it's a bipartisan effort.
Oh, it's a bipartisan effort. Okay,
it's
so that makes it.
Donheimer and Mike Lawler, who's a Republican.
Dark woke commander Kyle Kalinske, alongside the dark woke queen, who isn't necessarily dark woke at all. I'll be honest. I think Crystal Ball is not dark woke. I don't want to cast that on her. Okay, they're playing the most dangerous game of all. Kyle is driving under rainy conditions, ranting and raving. Okay, yapma baba. Allah Allah. Komik adamsın. Luckily, Crystal's in the car. The queen is in the car to read the articles for our Dark Lord, our dark woke general, okay, our Brigadier General Kyle Kalinske, because otherwise he'd be doing the reading, okay? Know how I know Kyle's from Kentucky? I don't know how you know that. Hasan, come to Hawaii, please. Hawaiian Airlines was bought out by Alaskan Airlines. Oh, I will be coming to Hawaii. I forget exactly when, but I will be coming to Hawaii. I think next year. Isn't that nice? So come to Hawaii, please. Your wishes are my command. Anything but Brazil? No, I'm going to Brazil too. Yes. I'm not only going to Hawaii, but I'm coming to Brazil as well. Hawaii and Brazil. Come to Oaxaca. That I don't have any. I don't know if there's any opportunity there, but Colombia. I think I was supposed to go to Colombia. I can't remember if that fell through or not. Bro, we're global. Please don't go to Ohio. I don't have any Ohio plans in motion currently.
This is, by the way, the exact same day that we learned that the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
That's awesome. this is also at the same time that Trump is still in this war and, going back and forth on what he says on a daily basis, threatening war crimes on a daily basis.
Gas prices are going up so fast right now that the guy that tracks gas prices says his algorithm is broken and he can't keep up with it. So that's happening. Yeah.
So do you have the text of it?
I do.
Yeah, so give everybody a taste of how ridiculous this thing is.
So this is what our elected representatives, these particular elected representatives, are spending their time on. Whereas Hasan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric, including expressing support for Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Whereas in August 2019, during a stream on Twitch, Hasan Piker stated that America deserved 9/11. Whereas Hasan Piker referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred. Whereas Hasan Piker downplayed sexual violence, this is one that really bothers me the most actually, committed by Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization, against innocent civilians on October 7, 2023, stating, quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happen on October 7th. Like,
so
that
dishonest.
doesn't change the dynamic for me."
His point was that doesn't mean genocide is okay.
Exactly.
That's what he's saying.
And here's the thing is, the whole thing, and it just proves the point of why it was so important and brave, the work that people like Ryan did in exposing the fact that the limited evidence that there is, the lack of evidence of what was claimed, which is systematic as a weapon of war, rape and sexual violence being used on October 7th. There is not evidence of that. And it's not an accident that they pushed that. And you can see, exactly how they use that to justify genocide. And then they say, no, if you don't accept all of our most maximalist claims, or if you, Hasan has always been careful to say, I don't know, it's very possible that did happen. And what he said in this quote is, even if it did, that doesn't mean that it justifies horrors in response to that, which is just, that's a very basic moral statement. Anyway, the last one here is...
Well, wait a second. Didn't they have to retract the article? Wasn't there this huge article?
Yes. So this was Screams Without Words in the New York Times. And
the person who wrote it turned out to be in the fucking IDF or something like that, right? If I'm trying to remember the details off the top of my head, but there was this big scandal about how basically compromised the person was who wrote it. That this was literally just war propaganda, atrocity propaganda.
They pulled up someone who had next to no reporting experience, who was, had a background of bias, and I think had been previously in the IDF, if memory serves. But if you look at the details too, they had to retract some significant parts of their claims because it was contradicted by their own prior reporting. It was so flimsy what they offered there that the New York Times main podcast, The Daily, refused to do an episode on it because they thought it was so weak. And then one of the people who was quoted in it retracted their claims. There were it was a mess. But they didn't retract the article. They really should have. It just now has parts of it that were taken out, long editorial notes, etc. So yeah, and this has always been this very. It's one of those things where you feel like an asshole for being there isn't evidence for this mass rape claim, but you can see now why it was important, because they really did use that as this is why it's justified anything Israel does, because these people are barbarians, they're monsters, they're animals, they're not really human. That's what they want you to see, is that there's no negotiating with these people. This is what you have to do. So anyway, it was really noteworthy to me that was in there.
It's also the fake claim that there were 40 beheaded babies.
Yes,
and
exactly,
that they found babies in ovens. That was just literally lies.
Yes.
Directly from the IDF. They were lying specifically to set the table to start carpet bombing innocent people, starving people to death, and again, to your point, to turn around and say, look, these people are monsters. There's we have no choice but to do this.
Yes.
And everybody who went along with that has the blood of innocent Palestinians on their hands.
Yes.
And that's what these fucking assholes are doing, is they're trying to spread that same sort of atrocity propaganda and make it so Hasan is untouchable. Somebody made a good point. They were the goal here is to make it so that he gets shunned out of mainstream politics now, because he sort of was able to sneak into mainstream politics in a way by being interviewed by all these big publications and shit.
Yep.
And they're basically trying to make it so the pod save guys are oh, they won't touch Hasan again, and Hasan won't be invited on the mainstream podcast anymore. That's the goal. That's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and let me just read this last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then and then we can talk more about that. But the last one is whereas Hasan Piker has expressed support for Hamas on multiple occasions, including on April 14, 2026, stating Hamas over Israel every single time and doubling down on claims in multiple media appearances that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Okay.
I mean, I see no problem with that.
And also, by the way, he's literally doing math. That's the point, is the math. Where how many people died on October 7th? Let's say 1,000. And how many people died? Let's say minimum 70,000 in Gaza, but I think the actual number is like 200,000. Okay?
Yeah.
But he's doing math. He's doing math. He's saying mathematically the IDF is worse.
Well, and look at all the countries that Israel attacks. I mean,
yeah, they're doing multiple genocides. They're in Lebanon now doing a genocide.
Nation does not remotely, are not in the same plane whatsoever as this, like, you know, this group Hamas and whatever. Anyway, and the worst part of it is just think about Gottheimer in particular, who is one of the foremost defenders of genocide in the country, certainly in the United States Congress.
Yep. And
you are going to lecture us on morals? You're going to condemn Hasan when you are using your power as an elected representative to run cover for and support and arm and fund and back relentlessly a genocide? Like, that is what's so disgusting about this. And I'm so sick of, like, we're in, like, week 4 of the Hasan Piker discourse. I keep telling myself, like, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. But they just keep going. Fox had that stupid graphic that was, like, all the Democrats that are associated with Hasan Piker, which I would have been very offended if I was him, because it said that Rahm Emanuel was associated with him. It's like, what is this slander? This is outrageous.
It's because he said he would do his show, I think. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why they
and
put
Gavin
him on
Newsom
there.
was in there, too. I'd be offended
Because
by
he
that
said he would do his show, too.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Gottheimer and Lawler, I saw the thing. It said, like, one of them takes $1 million from AIPAC. One of them took $2 million from AIPAC. Both of them have taken fawning pictures with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right.
So, like, to your point, Crystal,
yeah,
like, I don't want to hear anything from these people. They can shut the fuck up fucking forever, because they are terrorist supporters.
I do love that he's still, like, he's got backup here, but he's still one-handing it, because on the other hand is his microphone that he's holding up. For Kyle, there always has to be an element of danger. That's how he likes to live.
You actually support terrorists, okay? He's not the problem. You're the fucking problem. Look in the mirror. And by the way, for every Democrat that's going to fall in line like a little fucking cuck.
And he's almost always on the left lane. He's like at least at the speed limit or 10 above. You know what I mean?
And support this, fuck you. You're persona non grata, and we should primary the shit out of you and kick you the fuck out of the party. Because you don't represent the base. You actually don't represent the base. When the base is like, what is it now? Like 20% of Democrats are pro-Israel? It's something insanely small.
Maybe.
Yeah, insanely small now. Yeah, because people see the genocide in Gaza. They see them doing mission creep and pogroms in the West Bank. They see them doing a genocide now in Lebanon as well. They see the Netanyahu dog walk Trump into this illegal war against Iran, not to take anything away from Trump himself being a warmonger and a monster. But people see that, and you're just trying to pretend like that's not the case.
Yeah.
And you know what Hasan said in response to this? He said what's that famous saying? I've seen what makes you cheer.
It was like, I look at who's booing and I see what makes you cheer, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I welcome your hatred or something to that effect because I see what makes you cheer. Like, yeah, you support genocide, so good. I'm glad that you fucking hate me.
Well, the last
thing
I'll say about this is they tried this playbook with Zoran. Remember, there was a short Zoran, like, do you condemn Hasan Piker moment with Cuomo? Obviously, that didn't work.
No.
They tried it with Abdul Sayed in Michigan.
Now he's leading.
His poll numbers have just gone up.
It went up.
But it's not an accident, especially with Abdul. The base, to your point, the base sees Israel as evil. Like,
correct.
They do not think that they're our great ally and we got to support. Like, that's over. It's done.
Dead. Done.
And they're looking for, okay, who are the candidates who have some sort of a moral compass here? Who are the candidates who are different than what we have now? And so what they're doing with this, like, do you condemn Hasan Piker thing, is they're giving a clear dividing line and litmus test that is actually useful to people, because now it's everybody is saying, oh, I don't take AIPAC money, even if they're taking it under the table and through other groups and whatever.
Right.
They've kind of caught on to that. So this is actually helping to clarify. In the Michigan race, you have Abdul, you've got Mallory McMorrow, and you've got Haley Stevens. Well, we knew Haley Stevens was the AIPAC pick, but Mallory McMorrow had really tried to walk this line. You know, she said it's a genocide. She said she's not taking AIPAC money, etc. I think she said it's a genocide. And once they came in and made this big stink about Hasan, it was clear to people, oh,
that's the one.
Mallory and Haley are over here.
Abdul's over
and
here.
Abdul is
Yep,
over here.
That's
it
right.
was clarifying to people. And so I think I don't know why they think this playbook is going to work for them this time versus the other times that they've tried it when it has backfired and actually strengthened exactly the candidates that they wanted to stop.
They still think they could do like 2004 type propaganda. It reminds me of like when there was a freak out about a mosque being built near Ground Zero.
Yeah.
Like, can you believe they're building it? It's like this. That's what this sort of feels like. Is like, can you believe Hasan Piker said this? And that's like, bro. Like we were just saying, we're right now. Fucking gas prices are skyrocketing. Grocery prices are going up. The percentage of the American people who are cool with how the economy is like fucking 22%. Something insanely low. People see that we're spending $2 billion a day to blow up little girls' elementary schools in Iran, and you're gonna fucking punch to the left and go after a streamer who's, by the way, actually popular compared to these fucking idiots. Nobody likes these people except AIPAC, right?
And who genuinely, I think is one of the most against anti-Semitism in the whole fucking country.
Yeah,
because who's his
exactly.
audience? It's a lot of young men who could very easily be caught up in a different algorithm and end up at Nick Fuentes'
exactly,
doorstep.
Of course.
And instead, he is so careful all the time to say, this is not about Jewish people. This is about Israel. This is about Israel.
And Zionism. Zionism is the problem.
Exactly.
Not Judaism.
Not
right.
Judaism. And so, I'm sure there are many people who could have gone in a different direction and seen what Israel's doing and just say, oh, all the Jews, blah, blah, blah. Instead, he is giving them the understanding of universalist principles and standing up for human rights. So that's the other part of it that is so disgusting and ironic, is that
they're making anti-Semitism worse. They're making anti-Semitism worse.
And Lauer, who would equate all Jews with.
Bro, did they get the Mossad gun? What happened? They got hit with the Mossad laser beam.
This monstrous genocidal ideology. They're the ones who are truly stoking anti-Semitism here. So I want a resolution condemning them personally.
I mean, I want a resolution condemning them for arming and funding a genocide and cheerleading it on,
Yeah.
They're just absolutely atrocious. Anyway, I told Hasan that I'm a little jealous that he's the main character. Mark Levin did like an hour on him the other day. I was like, why can't any of these people give me some smoke? I want the smoke. I want the fucking smoke. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin.
It's because you're white. And that's what it is. It's the same reason why Felix doesn't get it either. I think that's part of it, because this is a way to like associate me with terrorism and therefore the candidates that I'm aligning with terrorism. Anyway, let's get to Tucker Carlson.
You spent a day with Trump.
Tucker Carlson did an hour and 51 minutes with the New York Times, and there's some gems in here.
Trump, and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and I'm in Maine to interview Tucker Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
And has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it.
A man who can read the motherfucking room.
For the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party.
This puts Carlson at the center of a major battle on the right over Israel, over foreign interventions, and over the post-Trump world itself. Here's my interview with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Thanks for having me.
Why does Cenk like Tucker so much? Same reason why every Bangladeshi unk loves him. I swear to God. I think I know what the turning point is. Tucker Carlson defended Muslims a couple times, and that's what it took. And my unk turned into a Bangladeshi unk on a WhatsApp chat. When it goes a long way, chatters, I'm telling you. And Cenk is like not like a Muslim unk at all, right? He's like American through and through. But when you got a white boy, I mean, just fucking country white, okay? We're talking, well, not country club white, right? Tucker Carlson is the definition of a wasp in the dictionary. When you got a guy like that, especially a guy who is not only like critical of Israel, but also defensive of Islamophobia, a guy who has been a prominent leader in the right-wing movement, come out and defend Islam and defend Muslims, it's fucking over. That played a big role, I think, in my unk assessment. And Cenk is not even like remotely Muslim. I mean, he's Mr. Atheist, right? He's like a little bit of a edgy Reddit atheist almost, even though he has duked it out with Sam Harris for years over the Islamophobia stuff. So it's obviously important to him, right? This is like an issue. It's understandable. It's an issue that pertains to social justice. And from his perspective, Tucker Carlson coming out and like attacking Islamophobia, saying that like Israel is fomenting Islamophobia, that was huge, I think.
Me.
Very excited for you to be here. In Maine, we should say. Any excuse to come to Maine is always a good reason.
Most people don't come to this part of Maine, so I'm grateful that you did.
All parts of Maine are good parts. I wanted to sit down with you for a number of reasons. You've been at the center of conservative media, obviously, for a very long time. By extension, it's politics. And I want to get your perspective on this moment, on your evolution, your worldview. You recently made quite a dramatic break with President Trump over the war in Iran, and so I'd love to hear about that. I want to start, though, in the lead up to the conflict. You said that you spoke to the president several times about the plan to attack Iran before it actually happened on February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a place you want to go, and it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons, actually, that I supported him during, my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset, not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been. Worse even than I imagined. But I could see exactly where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this, once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. he embarked on this effort to take out Iran's nuclear program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out with the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera. Had lunch with him on one of those occasions, and then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic, and he would begin almost every conversation with, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? To which I said, well, I'm sort of opposed to nuclear weapons. I don't want nuclear weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it, ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. Obviously, the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera, all well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences. But
why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No. He made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I just didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump.
I don't trust Tucker at all. But I think this stuff is very believable. Him having numerous conversations with Trump around Iran, I totally believe it. And especially Donald Trump turning around and going, nah, everything's going to be all right. That has been reported on, okay? That has been reported on extensively, and I 100% believe that conversation took place like that. Exactly like that, where he was like, nah, it'll be fine. That is literally Trump's modus operandi. That's his MO. He just goes, oh, you think this is going to be a cataclysmic sequence of events that will destabilize the entire planet? No. It'll be fine. I don't understand why he cares about Iran. 2 reasons. 1, at this point, I think Tucker Carlson is somewhat of a Pat Buchanan-style isolationist, right? Which is ironic, because for many, many years, he shit on Pat Buchanan. Now, do I believe that Tucker Carlson's main reason for supporting Trump's political rise was his impression of his opposition to the war in Iraq and a new war with Iran? No. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He's lying about that. He's a grifter. That is retconning of history. However, I do believe that he was telling Trump not to wage war with Iran because anyone with like 3.5 brain cells could see exactly how the situation was going to unfold. We knew it. And I don't think I'm necessarily smart. I don't think I'm a particularly intelligent person. I think I have just common sense, right? So Tucker Carlson most likely understood that waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel would be unbelievably bad for America's geopolitical power posture, America's political future, America's capabilities of force projection. It would play a role in the death of American empire. And Tucker Carlson loves the American empire.
Or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one was probably a week before the war began, was that he felt he had no choice. and that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed?
I mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so I don't.
Sure.
It's hard to really know. There are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there, so specifically the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has said for many, many years Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement, but has
Talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
That'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls from donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be a figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making a case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy. But I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, soft. That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure, is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. Famously, the head of the Counterterrorism Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said,
"Oh my God. Okay, listen. Oh, dude. Stabbed in the back. Okay? Remember those words. Okay, I have in the past been critical of people, criticizing me for saying like, oh, Tucker Carlson says Trump is a slave to Israel. This is him working through the steps of regenerating a stabbed in the back myth for the glorious President Donald Trump and the glorious American nationalist movement that unfortunately made the mistake of listening to the Jews. Okay? 100 P. For those of you who don't know, stabbed in the back is a myth from an anti-Semitic conceptualization from Nazi Germany era, the Nazi Germany era, the idea that like Jews stabbed Germany in the back and therefore they must be punished. Okay? What he is doing right here, because look, I also think Israel urged and goaded and maybe even duped Trump into taking action in Iran. So I guess by some estimation, and I think my analysis is factoring in simply the truth, right? there is a little bit of an alignment with what Tucker and I are seeing. But if you actually scratch the surface, you realize that Tucker's sentiment here is to preserve the integrity and the myth of American imperialism being a force of good. Okay? I don't have that assessment. I don't believe that American imperialism and American empire is a source of good. Tucker does. So what he's basically trying to design here is the notion that Israel, the Jewish state, okay, he will never say it was the Jews that did it until it's like permissible to openly say that, right? Like until, you know, there is no stigma whatsoever associated with that. That's what I mean when I say openly say that. But his assessment is most likely that, right? But he won't say it. But it's very clear that Tucker Carlson is trying to create this idea that not only in Iran, but also in Iraq as well, if you listen closely to what he says, that Israel was the one that manipulated the American administrations, both in the past and currently, into taking action that they did not want to take. The idea that Donald Trump reluctantly waged war with Iran is wrong. It's just wrong. He was not reluctant to wage war with Iran. The most charitable interpretation of actual events that took place is that Donald Trump thought foolishly that it would be similar to the Venezuela operation. But he was enthusiastic about waging war with Iran. I will never believe the idea that like Donald Trump was forced, his hand was forced in the waging war with Iran. He really didn't want to do it. Same with Iraq. Americans just did not want to wage war with Iraq at all, but Israel, you know, got America somehow to go and wage war with Iraq. Did Israel play a role in Iraq? Absolutely. It's obvious. They did. Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a very famous speech to Congress. Israel was very enthusiastic, no matter how the pro-Israeli side tries to make it seem like Israel was not on board. American Jews were not on board, obviously, with the war in Iraq, as they are not on board with the war in Iran either, because they're American Jews. They're American. Okay? They're American first. They're just Jews who happen to live in America. The idea that they are unbelievably loyal and only care about Israel is definitely presented by a lot of Jewish institutions, but if you look at the polling, you realize that that's not necessarily the truth, right? Having said that, I don't make the same distinction for Iran. And you might say, why? Because with Iran, there is definitely a divergence in interests. Okay, has America always wanted to blow up Iran? Certainly. For 47 years. But no president has ever done so. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been unbelievably servile and unbelievably loyal to the interests of Israel, unlike any other president, with maybe the exception of Joe Biden. Okay? With Iraq, that was events set in motion far before Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a speech in front of Congress. But like I'm repeating over and over again, this is important to understand. And this is something that I've been very critical of, like the Nick Fuentes of the world on as well. Their ideas, their worldview revolves around this false notion that America American imperialism specifically is a force for good. It tames the wild beasts of the world. And America can only do wrong if it's actually goaded into or forced through blackmail, hypnosis, whatever you want to call it. Only when American leadership is forced into taking these actions, and even when the leadership takes those actions, they're actually reluctantly taking those actions. That's what Tucker Carlson is saying here. It's a way to preserve the integrity of America. It's a very nationalistic mythos.
Exactly the same.
That's the major distinction between my analysis of the situation and someone like Tucker Carlson's.
I think this decision is connected to a series of seemingly disconnected events, all of which revolve around violence. And we need to find out more about how this happened. And he was, of course, dismissed and threatened with an F.
Yes, it's a weird way to absolve America's crimes and the centrality of blame and put it back on Israel instead of both countries. And that is the reason why this is a very appealing sentiment for many Americans who already have that American exceptionalist attitude regardless. That's what's so terrifying about this prospect, and that's precisely the reason why, for two reasons. One, it's much easier to fucking blame the Jews than to blame ourselves. Okay? That's number one. Number two, when you do blame Israel, you actually lean into the idea that America is an exceptional country and America is not a violent country, or if America is violent, it's actually doing that violence as a necessary form of violence. And sometimes it can appear as cruel, but you simply don't understand it. That cruelty is unfortunately necessary because our enemies are far crueler than we ever could be. So those two factors make Tucker Carlson's rhetoric infinitely more appealing than my rhetoric. Because you can turn around and say, Hasan hates America. His name is Hasan. He's Muslim. He's an Islamist fundamentalist. He's a jihadist. He's an Islamo-communist. All this stuff. He's so critical of America. He hates America. He says America is bad. America bad. That's all he says. Liberals align with that unbelievably reactionary belief system as well. It's not just Republicans who 100% agree with that assessment. There are plenty of liberals who agree with it too, because American exceptionalism is bipartisan. And that's precisely the reason why this kind of nefarious propagandizing is, in my opinion, from the perspective of many Americans, much easier to understand. We lay the blame entirely in the hands of Israel. And in the interim, in the short term, this might be a successful way to decouple from Israel, and maybe some people are making that dangerous calculation. But in the long term, this will not solve the problems at all. After all, if it wasn't Israel, but if it was just America directly slaughtering kids in Gaza, would that be appropriate? Because the reality of the matter is, Israel is a vestige of empire, and therefore, when Israel is slaughtering children in Gaza, we are slaughtering children in Gaza.
FBI investigation, and no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, but this was not a normal decision-making process, and my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most...
You should stop punching to the left. Oh, you mean to Tucker Carlson? Dude, I'm sorry. I have a policy of usually not punching left, but it's so funny that like everyone that is even fractionally to my left has been utilizing this unbelievably right-wing Nazi-backed media cycle to attack me viciously every single day. And the one time I respond, I'm like, oh, I'm such a bully. I'm punching left. It's so fucked up. Like, really? You know? I've kept quiet on purpose because I do have a policy of not fucking punching left. But at some point, I have to, I have to force people to rein it in a little bit. Unless you were making a joke about Tucker Carlson being to my left, in which case I apologize. I autistically didn't understand your joke.
Powerful country in the world had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest. He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the consequences, potential consequences, were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency, to start, which I think it has proven to be, he knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this. The people pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not
getting right off the bat. The jokes and trolling coming from a chat of thousands of people is not autism, by the way. Okay, well, sometimes it is.
Really what it was, and this is my read, that was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation, to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again.
He's going to say J.D. Vance because this entire exercise is, in my opinion, to gain legitimacy and credibility in the anti-war movement, in the anti-Iran war movement specifically, so he can lend that credibility either to the likes of J.D. Vance or maybe even for himself or potentially Marco Rubio. I think he's playing his cards close to the chest right now. Okay? It's either going to be Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, or maybe even Tucker himself.
That I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what? You want to be a truly great, you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around him was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against. But people from the outside were strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is...
And you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are, much more open to taking action, not only in Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so...
That's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make Head Start work. Despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning.
How about you shut your mouth on stuff you know nothing about and leave it up to experts like a local defense contractor? True. The mom and pop local defense contractors. I apologize to official Lockheed Martin, their official account in the chat. Clearly I was wrong.
People working, spending their lives on it, can't make it work. So these are hard problems, and I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. You know, I can seem, well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But moreover, you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, and because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, man. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, how could Trump do this after he said so much about how dangerous the Iraq invasion was? Clearly something changed dramatically. I don't know. It's not like Donald Trump was actually a fucking peaceful dove. Wow, he lied. Wow, I can't believe Donald Trump lied. What else? I wonder what else he must have lied about. What else did he lie about? For example, he said he was going to drain the swamp. The DC swamp has been swampier than ever since Donald Trump got his fucking money molestation paws on it. Especially in the second term. He even lied about locking Hillary Clinton up, which was an unfathomable L. It could have been the one upside. This is like little baby upside. And Hillary Clinton still roams free. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, Russia, Ukraine fixed by day one. He just lies about everything. It's easier to find what he's saying. It's easier to find something that he said that is like truthful than it is to calculate all the lies. Yeah, new Trump truth. I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump.
That point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or by who?
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out.
See, then it's the modern Bailey. Like, now when asked the direct question, he's going to go back to like very reasonable criticism, right? Like, his starting point was like, Trump is very clearly reluctant. The real question here isn't just to ask him like, who's doing this? Okay. The real question isn't who's doing this, because everyone knows who's doing it. It's correct. Tucker Carlson is saying something true. The Foundation for Defending Democracy is literally an Israeli cutout in Washington, D.C. Okay. The administration just yesterday posted a Foundation for Defending Democracy graph. Like, they are not hiding it. They've copied and pasted FDD statements. FDD is straight up an Israeli cutout. That's all it is. Its original name was called Emet, which means truth in Hebrew. Its stated goal when it was incepted was to do advocacy for Israel in the United States of America. This is not a secret. So just understand that when the admin is doing that and hiring an FDD guy, it's very obvious. Yeah, Trump admin as negotiating team, Nick Stewart from FDD Action, joining Witkoff's Peace Missions Office. Like, that is an Israeli agent, okay? Yes. FDD was founded in 2001 as Emet, Hebrew for truth. And in their initial IRS filings, they wrote, not Hudson, not the Washington Post, they wrote that their purpose was to provide education to enhance Israel's image in North America. One is welcome to believe that a group that explicitly states its purpose for existing to enhance Israel's image in North America does not advocate for Israel's interests, but this would not be a credible position. Now we know you aren't a golem, because if you were, saying Emet would have caused you to self-destruct. Is that like Hebrew lore? Is that Emet is a reference to the golem of Prague, the clay defender of the Jewish. Oh, you mean John Fetterman? He can't say Emet. Make Fetterman say it. He'll collapse. Yeah, now we know the secret words. Anyway, so it's very clear that Israel has... He can't say... Yeah, that's... John Fetterman actually can't say it, though, because he's a stroke victim, so he's like OP. His clay golem ass will never fall apart. He'd be like, M-M-A-T? John Fetterman trying to say Mehmet Oz accidentally says Emet Oz and then perishes on the spot. Huh. Emet Oz? Oh no!
It. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire, and we're having these talks, and they're going great, and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay. So that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive.
Again, Israel's evil is so severe and so flagrant that Tucker Carlson, an American fascist, can make decent commentary on it and look like the good guy in comparison when he's objectively not the good guy. Just because he might be the better guy comparably to Israel in this equation doesn't mean that he is a good guy at all. The other problem here is that you can't talk to Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. This is the exact same issue that The Economist ran into. If you put a liberal Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson, that is the easiest environment for Tucker Carlson to win, for Tucker Carlson to look great in comparison to even the New York Times. You have to put an anti-Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson. That's the only way to highlight the contradictions.
Pagers, like they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So, again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack.
Mehdi Hasan, oh my God. Oh my God. Someone like myself would do very well, I think, in front of Tucker Carlson, but Mehdi Hasan is like the perfect antidote. Okay? That would be like the perfect counter. Especially because Mehdi is like liberal enough too. Tucker would never do it. Tucker won't even talk to me.
Attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, you know, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked.
That's, by the way, music to my fucking ears. Okay? The New York Times saying that when, if you said those words, which are true, and we all know this to be true, okay? It is unbelievable to hear a fucking New York Times journalist say those words. Chatters, many of you only learned about Israel and the shit that it's been up to in the last couple of years. Okay? But if you've been at this game for a long time, like the idea that the New York Times would say Israel has tried to exert influence over every American president. Oh, wow. God, the permission boundaries have expanded so much. Yeah, she said, obviously. She even started with obviously. Oh, was it obvious? It was obvious to me. You say that 4 years ago, you're going to anti-Semitism prison, okay? You say that 4 years ago, you are never having a career. Your media career is over. If you say that at the Jiffy Lube, your job at the Jiffy Lube is over. You can't work for another auto mechanic for the rest of your dang life. You got to fucking move different zip codes. Canary Mission's coming after you. They're doxing you. They're doxing your family. They're doxing your dog, okay? So the fact that the New York Times, the paper of record, and its representative is openly saying, obviously, oof, times have changed.
To decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, you know, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weaknesses. And a lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer. But again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness.
I'm serious when I say this. I think Tucker Carlson's defending Trump here. I know to the untrained eye, it looks like he's cooking Trump. But now that I've heard him expand, now that I'm hearing him expand on the idea that Trump is a slave, because when I say Trump is a slave to Israel, like my assessment is not, oh, Trump is technically blameless here, right? Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, is very clearly designing this narrative that, like, Trump actually didn't want to do this at all and was somehow a victim, was somehow forced into doing it. We'll see how Trump responds to this interview, too. I want to know.
But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example of that. I mean,
he's not defending Trump. He's extending sympathy for his base. I think he's not extending sympathy, but you're right. You're right there. He's trying to maintain the base for what comes next.
Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them, by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way, because I talked to him about it a lot. So, like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years, of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors? I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note, in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, there are a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job. And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until...
Isn't he making Trump fully accountable for saying he's mentally stable? No. Him claiming Trump's mental stability, saying that Trump is mentally stable, is not to actually redirect the blame back to him. It's to say there are other dangerous forces that took this mentally competent man and forced his hand into taking action here. Okay? It's precisely because he doesn't say Trump is actually insane. He's like lost a step. He's out of his fucking mind. That led me to arrive at this conclusion. Okay? He's saying Trump is competent. He's just saying that there are more powerful forces, puppeteers holding the puppet strings above Trump's head. I think his implication is it's blackmail, by the way. I think that's the narrative through line. Israel, Epstein files, blackmail, which, by the way, it's not that crazy of a theory, I'll admit. Like, I don't think it's that crazy of a theory at all. Like, every time Donald Trump is throughout this Iran stuff, like, I mean, even Melania coming out and just giving an advanced warning about how she had no affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein whatsoever right after the fucking ceasefire negotiation that Trump put together with Iran against Israel's demands. I don't know. Awfully suspicious timing from Melania Trump to come out and defend herself in advance against whatever might come out.
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that.
I agree with the theory here, but how does that defend or even absolve Trump? It pins him back to being a pedophile. It doesn't have to be him. Here, are you ready? I'll tell you a beautiful story. Okay, I'll present it just like Tucker would, in a way that like still preserves the integrity of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a rich guy in Palm Springs, was around a lot of powerful people, and maybe he didn't know what those powerful people were up to. Jeffrey Epstein certainly seemed to be one of those powerful people. There's plenty of photos with Donald Trump pictured around Jeffrey Epstein. But Donald Trump knew that Jeffrey Epstein had done something wrong. He has tremendous insight. He's a people pleaser, but he also can read people. So he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. But the damage was already done. There's a lot of loved ones that Donald Trump had in his orbit that he wanted to defend. Perhaps Israel was using some of those loved ones, like Melania Trump. After all, what powerful man would allow their wife, their loving partner, to be disparaged, ritualistically humiliated in media? What's going on? So it was actually how honorable Trump was with the Epstein stuff that caused him to, try to defend his wife or another loved one. You know what I mean?
Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than like the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry.
Russians bought a lot of homes in Florida back then and now. Dude, that's so funny. Compromat. Yeah, dude. The people blackmailing the pedophile president are the Russians and not Israel. Like, it's funny to at this stage be like, Russia is the one that was the destabilizing factor here. Agent Krasnow. Yeah, maybe Russians who live in Israel who operate as agents of Mossad.
Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So like, once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's civilian infrastructure with a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, "How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?" Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues. That's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it. I don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to.
He just mocked you, saying he wouldn't endorse Hezbollah. Yeah, that's why the New York Times is not doing a fucking 2-hour sit down with me and is doing a 2-hour sit down with this danger, Tucker Carlson. What the fuck do you think is the reason? Because Tucker Carlson is unbelievably safe. Okay? By the standards of being critical of American foreign policy, Tucker Carlson has spent most of his career as a commentator defending American foreign policy. Well, the New York Times did do a podcast with you, buddy. This is very different than that. Okay, this is the interview portion. It's an entirely separate segment designed around understanding the nuances of one singular person. Very different than me going on Ross Douthat's show to get yelled at by Ross Douthat at a time when, right after Charlie Kirk's assassination, they were trying to present me as a dangerous figure that should be prosecuted by the American government and not some liberal like fucking Jimmy Kimmel. That's what Ross Douthat was trying to do in that convo. Trying to jam me up. Or, I don't know, going on New York Times podcast to talk about like micro-looting or whatever the fuck. This is very different.
Murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So to brag about that and then to mock Islam, I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam, but it's especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump in.
It is actually kind of crazy because Tucker Carlson is like a media figure, mainstream media figure, has been around for a very long time. And I think in the last 2 months, I've probably gotten more reporting, like more negative reporting from both Fox News and also CNN and other like liberal outlets, as opposed to the Tucker Carlson commentary hour. Like Tucker Carlson certainly receives a good deal of that. He's critical of Israel, so obviously he's anti-Semitic narratives, right? He definitely has been on the receiving end of a shit ton of hit pieces, but never to this degree, never to this severity. Perhaps it's because he doesn't say certain things. Like Tucker Carlson is not going to ever endorse any sort of militant resistance against America or Israel, right? He's never going to do that. He's never going to do that. He just said he opposes mocking Islam. He's not that dangerous. Don't you think his anti-Zionism makes Tucker Carlson less dangerous? Wait, what are you talking about? No, we're talking about dangerous from the perspective of mainstream media, chatter. You're misunderstanding. He's not an anti-capitalist. He actually is a defender of capitalism. And he's not an anti-imperialist.
2024, and one of the main.
He's not even an anti-Zionist. He's not even an anti-Zionist. His job isn't to try to explain to people why, certain groups that have been dominated for 80 plus years are going to inevitably fight back. At most, he'll say, Hamas and Hezbollah are not my primary concern. What's going on? Why are we even talking about these guys? They're not dangerous to America or whatever, you know?
Typically, but I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith, and it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of. Never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
Since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues, I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that like you just have to say it out loud. Like I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people.
Is there a greatest hits of Tucker Carlson being a white nationalist so we can exposure therapy some chatters? Hold on. God damn it. I looked up Hasan Piker, Tucker Carlson breakdown. And all the shit that comes up. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
So this is from 2018, okay? October 3rd, 2018. 100,000 views on the Young Turks, okay? Ironic because if you search Hasan Piker, Tucker Carlson, you find articles comparing me to Tucker Carlson. That's what is at the top of the algo from JNS and whatnot, but here it is.
Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the 3rd most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
But he did not notably advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it nonstop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries,
interesting that I was doing the inbred joke even as far as back in fucking 2018. For the record. Another moment of irony is now the inbred jokes that I use against like Jewish supremacy is now being presented as like the utmost maximalist anti-Semitism. Not new to this, you're true to this. Thank you. Damn, Unc, you even looked old back then.
Maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75% of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me like we got a problem with people who got here legally altering the landscape politically. I don't like it. you. Stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis as opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there, and that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with unconstitutional regulations. And even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hasan Piker. If you're...
Was that a little taste for you guys? Was that good enough? Am I crazy? Or is the New York Times podcast lady actually trying to argue insulting Jewish people is worse than the mass murder of children? Oh my God. Oh my God. There ain't no way she did that. Oh God. Of course she did that. Oh God. What are these people doing, bro? I swear to God, they literally are just like if you wanted to present like a perfect vehicle to make people more anti-Semitic, this would be the vehicle to do it with. Like that's an insane thing to say.
This guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran where hundreds of Americans have been wounded. Some number have been killed. They won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen. So I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said, there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no...
Yeah, no, it's because he's a fucking phony. Dude, that is the best one where the Dominion case revealed that Tucker was just like, I fucking hate this piece of shit. God damn it. He's such a son of a bitch. He's ruining the beautiful neo-Nazi movement that we could have designed by being so selfish. He set our movement back. I mean, he wasn't saying it like that, but he was basically saying that, right? Like that is, I hope you guys understand that's precisely what he was angry about.
Doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, you know, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, like, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt and really hurt, you know, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed, gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in like big picture assessments of things. And, you know, so you're trying to think like, is Trump good or bad? Like he's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt.
Yeah, they got cancer because of January 6th. No, he's talking about people that got cancer while they were in prison, I think. Like some of the January 6ers, right?
Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know because to some extent your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, you know, to some extent I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I to some extent still believe, like, it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew, because I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces, and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself, Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
Come back to this moment for you, which is there's the political case against Trump that you make. But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used. You know, in that monologue responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So I just don't.
When I was calling Trump evil, I was doing Christian style, okay? I was doing it Christian style. Now, obviously, that, for us, that's a satisfying statement to hear from Tucker Carlson because he is objectively evil, but he's not doing that right now. I just need you to understand. He's doing like when I call people evil, I mean, in the same way that we're all a little bit evil. We're all sinners after all, you know, Christian style. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. You know, we're all capable of evil. So I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show the day after Easter.
That's worse. That's worse than murdering little schoolgirls, okay? I just don't think Tucker Carlson or any person sincerely believes that, okay? Disrespecting God, like disrespecting Christians and Christianity is fucking worse. Tucker, first of all, you're not a fucking fundamentalist Islamist, okay? Like, Tucker is literally doing the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad is the ultimate sin, and I will fucking fight you to the end. But this time for you know, disrespecting gods. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't believe that. You have in the past openly stated. By the way, that's like ISIS. Tucker Carlson is like, well, as a Salafist, as a follower and a worshiper of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I consider disparaging the God that we all believe in, the one God, the one true God, Allah, the disrespect to be the ultimate sin, ultimate haram, as we say. Yeah, he called Iraqis monkeys on air, bro. He said Iraqis are primitive monkeys that deserve to be bombed back to the motherfucking Stone Age. Like, people don't know Tucker's background. They're just, oh, that's what it is. When you're around for, you know, 30 fucking years, right? And you have been such a target-rich environment for every different kind of reactionary opinion. Most people don't know this motherfucker's background. I remember because I was there. Yeah, now the Ummah loves him. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it? I can't find it. I've covered that shit too.
You noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in
Correct.
ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand.
Here, there's a chatter sent this one.
Tucker, aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
That's it. Actually, I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country.
No, I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we
Yeah.
are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor. It could tank our economy.
Tucker, aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
That's it. Actually,
I'm running it again so you can hear it again.
I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we
Yeah.
are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor.
Why did he get fired from Fox News? Do you want the real reason or the fake reason? The fake reason that they released to the media was a Dominion case. The real reason was because Rupert Murdoch was personally fucking terrified of the unbelievable influence Tucker Carlson commanded. The real reason was that, and I remember reading something about this at the time. Like Rupert Murdoch had like a much younger wife at the time, and she had become a huge Tucker Carlson fan. And she was like becoming, Rupert Murdoch is like a huge COVID, what's the, like not truther necessarily, like he's really worried about COVID, famously. It's kind of unbelievable when you think about how much anti-vax conspiracies Fox News has actually, no, he's not a skeptic. He's not a denier. No. Quite the opposite. He's a major COVID realist. He is responsible for so much COVID skepticism when he was an unbelievable COVID paranoid, a COVID paranoid person, COVID conscious person. I don't know what the right word is. Yeah, he was Putin levels of COVID avoidance. Yes. In his personal life. I talked about this. I talked about this in the past. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world during COVID, during peak COVID. He cut the line and got the vaccine before anybody else did. And it's really funny because he's terrified. He's old and he's terrified of dying. And he was really, really, really scared of COVID. And yet all of his newspapers, all of his media outlets did so much harm. So much unlimited harm to the discourse.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. Typical whining from a black politician about how you don't like me because I'm black, using racism as a defense, right? I can't.
Yes, I know he apologized for defending the Iraq war, dude. Yeah, I know. He was a silly little 34-year-old or something at the time when he was saying all this stuff. He was just a guy who was duped, okay? I know. You people will believe anything, okay? It's fucking awesome.
I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like, that is...
His dad was in the CIA.
A big part of the revelation that's changed my life is the media are part of the control.
Calling it one of the biggest regrets of his life. I know. He's changed. It's just crazy because nothing else changed.
Control apparatus. Like there's no.
What do you mean, you people? You know exactly what I mean. Dumb motherfuckers who fall for anything.
Yeah, I know. Because you're younger and smarter, and you're like, yeah. But what if you're me and you spent your whole life in that world, and to look around and all of a sudden you're like, oh wow. Not only are they part of the problem, but I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq War. Like I actually did that. Can you imagine if you did that?
Well, what do you think? What is one of your biggest regrets in your career?
Oh, defending the Iraq War.
That is it?
Well, I've had a million regrets. Not being more skeptical, calling people names when I should have listened to what they were saying. Look, when someone makes a claim.
Yeah, these are the type of motherfuckers who will literally believe Tucker Carlson and then say Grant Plattner is a phony. There is a literal Venn diagram that's a circle there, okay? There are hella people who genuinely think Tucker Carlson is a changed man, and those very same people are like, well, Grant Plattner is a fucking child killer, baby murderer, bloodthirsty monster who's just obviously fake. That seems like a ridiculous straw man. Oh, here we go. At least I couldn't catch you defending Tucker Carlson. At least you are sincere, and you are sincerely skeptical of Tucker Carlson. So you're safe for today. But if I catch you in an inconsistency, it's over. No, I'm just kidding. Bro, there was a chatter earlier who said Tucker has pushed back against liberals more than you. It's not a fucking straw man. Why spend your whole life fighting for your values, fighting for your principles, fighting for social justice, advocating, even when no one's looking? Advocating for the same exact things when there's 35 people in here as opposed to 35,000, getting yelled at endlessly, doxxed, swatted, smeared all around the internet, when you can just make a fucking heel turn one day and be like, yeah, actually, now that this shit's unfavorable, I decided it's bad. And dumb fucks will turn around and go, yeah, that guy is actually righteous. You, on the other hand, you're a fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck you. No one is right all the time, you fucking asshole. Why does Tucker Carlson push back more on Zionists than you do? You've had multiple interviews with liberal Zionists and said nothing. Oh, great question. Okay, here, let's unban this guy because I really want to ask him a question. Hey, if I said what Tucker Carlson says about Israel, do you think that would be defensible? Like, I love Israel. I think Israel is a wonderful country. I've visited Israel many times. I have many friends who actually love Israel. I have many friends that work in the Israeli state. I actually love all of that. Do you think that you would be as skeptical of Tucker Carlson as you are of me in that situation? Because I can tell you the answer. You glazed Tucker Carlson, and he said all of those things. I never have. You're a fucking rube, jackass. Tucker Carlson is a liberal Zionist, but they're not wrong. They're not wrong. What kind of fucking pushback is Tucker Carlson offering to liberal Zionists if he himself is a liberal Zionist? You just literally undermined your own argument. Is he turning on the mirror and debating himself? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, Tucker Carlson's not even a liberal, so he's just a Zionist, I guess. This is what I mean. Some of you guys are a little bit lost. I'll admit. I think you're a little bit lost. You're a little inconsistent. You don't have a consistent standard. I've given many interviews at this point as to why I align myself with people who I disagree with on the issue of Israel, including people like Bernard Sanders. I've addressed it because you know who always brings that up? Fucking Zionists do, okay? They always bring that up. They're like, you say liberal Zionism is equivalent to liberal Nazism. It's oxymoronic. How can you say that, but then also work with people who would be liberal Zionists themselves? And I tell them, this is not a contradiction from my estimation. As long as someone is a liberal Zionist, but is not actually presenting themselves as a hurdle in front of anti-Zionists, as long as they're not like stepping in front of anti-Zionists and saying, no, this is a bridge too far, then I can still work with those people, especially if they have their position in the political spectrum is still far better than the overwhelming majority of people that are talking about this issue. Okay? And the argument that I always present is this. I'm anti-white supremacy. There are plenty of resilient white supremacist attitudes that the average American has. Okay? Do I just automatically write them off, or do I try to convince them? Do I try to talk to them? Do I try to work with them? Because if I were to write them off in the same way, because white supremacy is a fascist ideology as well. Okay? I'm anti-fascist. One can say they're anti-fascist and then, I don't know, try to rid themselves of any association they have with people who have fascist tendencies in the same way as people that have Zionist tendencies. When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss. I dislike disingenuous ultras too. Wait, what? When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss? Do you like even this assessment is wrong, because Matt Duss, regardless of the role that he's occupied, is infinitely closer to our worldview than the fucking Economist, you dumbass. What are you talking about? The Economist woman was like straight up defending Israel. And that's not true. I literally did actually push back on Matt Duss's defensive and offensive weapons distinction. You just don't think it was sufficient because I didn't call him like I don't know, a neo-Nazi that I can't have any fucking conversation with or any reasonable disagreements with. But once again, you say I dislike disingenuous ultras too, but then you turn around. Oh God, this is gonna restart another cycle in the discourse. Again, I'm telling you right now, chatter, you don't have consistent principles on this. If you think Tucker Carlson does a better job pushing back against liberal Zionism, when you admit that he himself could be considered a liberal Zionist, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You accuse the chatter of being lost, but the line you draw on Zionism, liberal or not, is pretty arbitrary because that's what beliefs are. There's a line you draw that doesn't mean you have some magic set of rules the rest of us don't. Okay, but the magic set of rules cannot be not only defending Tucker Carlson, but even going so far as to say Tucker Carlson does a better job of addressing Zionism than I do. Do you agree with that chatter's distinction here? Do you agree with the line that chatter has drawn, no matter how arbitrary? Or do you feel like it's unbelievably incoherent? Especially considering that the chatter himself has admitted. Chatter himself has fucking admitted personally that Tucker Carlson could be considered a liberal Zionist. Tucker Carlson could also be considered many things, like white nationalist, a fascist. Oh. He is the number one advocate of the white replacement theory, the great replacement theory.
There's only one question
that's important at the very beginning, which is the claim true or not? So I say, you committed murder or you rigged the last election before you.
I don't know. I think you're afraid of being mocked by Tucker. Yeah, so afraid. That's why I'm constantly trying to have a conversation with Mr. Mogger himself. And he's the one who's avoiding it. Ball's in his court, buddy. What?
Attack me as a crazy person for saying that, maybe you should explain whether you did it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for too long, I participated in the culture where I was like, anyone who thinks outside these pre-prescribed lanes is crazy, is a conspiracy theorist. And I just really regret that. I'm ashamed that I did that. And partly it was age, partly it was the world that I grew up in. So when you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control. I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all. And I'm ashamed of that.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you. No, their job is not to inform you. They are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants. They're their Praetorian Guard. And we should treat them with maximum contempt because they have earned it.
I've never said Tucker likes Israel worse than the people who they're attacking. What?
On the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one,
This dude has 7K subscribers. Why give him air? I know you're making that as a joke. I think, right? Yes. He was hacked apparently, and we found out that he only has 7,000 subscribers, which I don't know if that's like true or not. But it is very funny to think that Tucker Carlson is not an influential person in American politics. Like, aside from however many subscribers he has.
Actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. Just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, and not just Revelation, but throughout the
Yeah.
New Testament, there are references and in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to acknowledge that Trump, like many leaders through history, is putting himself above God. But even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
Just so to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so.
The defending Islam part is he's so fucking good, man. He's such a demonic entity.
I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so. And I don't really. I mean, I guess literally.
He's packed up the Ummah. The Ummah will never recover. They will wage war at the behest of Tucker Carlson.
Literally, it's
because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show. So I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to
what do you want your audience to sort of
I want my audience to see what's happening now.
Something chatters aren't internalizing is how shallow Tucker's commitment to any ideology is. They see him saying the correct words in a field of mainstream liars, when in reality he's adopting populism to boost his public image. Look up sophism. I think so too. But I don't agree necessarily that Tucker Carlson doesn't have one underlying agenda. I think he is truly a white nationalist. Or at least white nationalists think he's one of them. He might be agnostic on the Jewish problem, right? The Jewish question, he might be somewhat agnostic on. I still lean on the side that he's just like, he's anti-Semitic, but he knows how to, keep his cards close to his chest. But he and Candace both do what I call Ummah slop. They know they have a ton of Muslim followers now because of their anti-Israel advocacy that they throw bones in. The only issue is they break with other Christian nationalists or things that Muslims care about. Yeah. There is nothing more powerful than a white man defending Islam, a white Christian man defending Islam from a position of authority in the eyes of the entire Muslim world. Or, Candace Owens as well, Powerful American Christian woman. Oh, you don't understand, dude. These are going to do fucking numbers in the WhatsApp group chats. Oh my God.
In terms beyond just material. Obviously, the commodity flow through the Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses. Every culture and civilization has understood that from the beginning of time, and we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm, and we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that
Bro, this guy once unironically said that he woke up one night and he has scratches all over his body and he thought that there was demonic possession at play. Oh my Lord, it's like such a ridiculous person.
Any person can deny that.
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So,
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't.
Boom. Yeah. Wow. He's so apologetic. He's so good, dude. He's such a good guy. You see, he's sincere and he's apologetic.
Reflect exactly.
Why are you still pressing him?
How I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have to define Antichrist. And I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament.
I'll be honest, like the only thing that I think he has had a sincere change of heart on is the violence of Israel. I do genuinely believe that he found the violence to be unconscionable. I think that is sincere. I'm willing to go that far. Some might. I don't think it's just anti-Semitism motivating him to say the things that he's saying. I don't think it's like his allegiance to the pearl of the Gulf, the nation of Qatar, a beautiful nation that I am, of course, I also demonstrate fealty to. Okay. Shouts out to my Oilers. I do think he actually saw what Israel was doing and thought that it was really fucked up. I'm willing to go there. What makes you think that? He went to the Palestinian Children's Hospital in Qatar. And he visited. And he didn't have to do that at all. In the Huckabee interview, he strongly questioned who has the biblical right to the land. He argued that Palestinians who can trace their bloodline directly back versus Ashkenazi Jews, specifically mentioned Netanyahu. Isn't that anti-Zionism? Fuck no. What? No. No, not at all. That's fucking blood quantum science. Who gives a shit? You think that what makes the Palestinians indigenous to the land is like the eugenics or the race science or how long Like that they can trace their ancestral lineage. So what? So what if Benjamin Netanyahu and his ancestors 3,000 years ago fucking traveled from the land that we now know as Israel to Poland? Do you think that gives them more right? Chatter is right. It's Zionism. No, that's a silly argument. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. As soon as I said my life for Qatar, do you guys see that? That's why I do it, baby. No, man. I don't believe in I don't believe in like ancestral rights like that. I believe in not murdering people, okay? Simply put. That argument is foundational to Zionism, but it's bullshit. Many people don't even sincerely believe it. And it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't even fucking remotely matter. I don't buy it. He loves the violence America dishes out around the world. He loves the violence Russia has done in Ukraine. Tucker has no moral backbone. I don't buy that he was genuinely moved by the violence. I mean, it is a little different, dude. That's why I'm saying it's like I'm willing to entertain that he sincerely had a change of heart on that issue and that issue alone, but it doesn't translate to his worldview overall. You know what I mean? Because it's different. Like what Israel has done is different. It's not all violence is the same, right? I mean, that's why there's a distinction between a genocide and like a military invasion and occupation of other countries, whether it's us doing it or Russia doing it. Like what Israel did and is still doing is a little different. That's why there's a specific designation for what Israel did. And it's considered the crime of all crimes. But yeah, for the record, I don't even like that argument necessarily. The one that people use when they're talking about Israel, where they're like, "Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, his name is like, what is it, Milikowski or something? He's actually Polish. He's a Polish Jew that like grew up in Philadelphia. He doesn't have ancestral roots that you can trace back to Israel." And for me, that's even if that was the case, do you think Israel's actions would be justifiable then? That's what it is, right? You don't believe in murder, but apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. You see Plattner had a genuine change despite not having done anything to prove it, but don't believe Tucker despite him also not having done anything to prove he's changed beyond words. Apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. White supremacy is the underpinning ideology that allows people to murder overseas with impunity. That chatter is nonstop talking about Graham Plattner, by the way. Yes. Yes. I don't know what it is that like breaks people so hard with Graham Plattner. I will never understand it. But it is like obsessive. What? This is not a criticism of context. I think this is why RevComs ask you to read theory more often. RevComs? You're a RevCom? Like Chairman Bob Avakian, a sex cult. Sex cultists ask me to read theory more often on stream, even if you have before, because you're raising a lot of people to be aware of what's going on, but they lack fundamental principles of distinction between persons and from opportunists like Tucker. Appreciate your work regardless. Please don't tell me, chatter, you are a RevCom. There are no RevComs under the age of 65. I think they just mean revolutionary communists. Oh, okay. You never fucking... What? Someone said, Caleb, you need to read the work of a guy named Caleb Maupin. I don't see the connection between white supremacy and the murder of non-white people. Could you explain that further? Caleb Maupin. Oh my God.
Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view, it's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part a warning to Christians everywhere.
Yeah.
And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu, which I find incomprehensible.
You know, Christian evangelicals in this country have been a hugely important part of President Trump's coalition. Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments repeatedly.
I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see the...
They have a blame virus? Wait, what? What did he say?
You dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those.
They have a brain virus? Wait, he apologized for that? Ugh. God. He's such a bitch, too. He can't even say they have a fucking brain virus. Oh, I was so apologetic about that. I can't believe I said some of the most brain-broken, insane people in this country. This is... Man, fuck this shit, okay? This is why I stand on my fucking principles. Okay? This is why I can't stand motherfuckers who come to me and be like, oh, Hasan, you're not being consistent here. It's like, oh, shut up. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Okay? When have I ever backed away from a sincerely held position? He can't even say that Christian Zionists have a brain virus. They do.
Comments
repeatedly. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately. On many different grounds, but it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting this? Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian, but I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like, they won't talk to me, but I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. I tried to ask Franklin Graham, but I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, you know, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea. And you went round and round on this for quite some time. And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People whose ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land. That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay, where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay, well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that it's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right, because you're referring to this text as the basis of the right, to have that land? And he said, fine with me. So like on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did, because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay. And by the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and sovereignty and a seat at the UN. And it's a nation state like ours, like every country. The second you start telling me that as a Christian, I'm obligated to support the government of this country, then I have a right to ask you what you're talking about. It's that simple. So, okay, fine. I flew all the way to Israel, which I didn't want to do. And I asked him, what are you talking about? To whom does this right apply? And on what basis? Shut up, anti-Semite. Okay, now. So from my perspective, that was like the most revealing conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about?
Oh, God, these people. Oh, my God, you're unfucking bearable, dude. I can't stand this shit. This is, why do you care so much about the Jewish state? Okay, that's what this question is. This is her basically turning around and trying to imply subtly or not so subtly that Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic for caring about the state of Israel so much. Okay, that's what this is. We jokingly refer to it as like Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. But that's precisely what this question is, okay? I've heard it a million times over. I've heard it from many different people that will sometimes not even, do the decent thing and try to soft pedal the question and immediately be like, you care so much about Israel, even though it's not doing anything special because you're anti-Semitic. That's what this conversation is.
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed because Israel pushed the United States president, who caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think, but because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel.
Oh, dude, he's doing... This is like early days, okay? This is like early days Hasanabi retorts right here. It's true. It's not wrong for him to say this. It's technically correct. But it is very funny for him to just be like, well, there's a lot more Christian Zionists. There's a lot more evangelical Christian Zionists, and they show tremendous loyalty to the state of Israel. A lot more of them exist than Jews in this country. It's like he's rolled back the tape. Okay, he's been watching old Hasanabi hits from early on. Yeah, aping my shit, 100p. Oh my Lord.
Because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel, okay, I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to.
No, it's not shocking that he's going after evangelicals. It's totally normal for him to do that.
To answer those questions, at which point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh my God. Who fucking cares? Are you serious? Do you hear yourself? Oh no. This colonial outpost that is an apartheid state, filled to the brim with ethno-religious supremacist values that has conducted a genocide, is also, I'll have you know, the very special emotional support apartheid state that's conducting a genocide. For many people, why don't you think about their fucking feelings? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was supposed to care about those things. This, in and of itself, is no different than someone being like, oh, you want black people to be able to vote in the South? But don't you care about the feelings of white Christian nationalists in the South? They could feel really, they feel like their rights are being encroached on if you actually bring this up, if you actually advance this position. Okay? Who cares? I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Genocide is bad. I don't give a shit if it's hurting some people's fucking feelings. Fuck their feelings. They can suck my dick. This is what I mean. It's like such a stupid fucking way, such a self-centered, unbelievably narcissistic way to frame this conversation. Oh no, I'm going to hurt the feelings of people who feel a special bond to Israel. What will I do? This is also part of the reason why I get so mad when people are like, Hasan, you're a Zionist, or Hasan, you engage in like Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck, because I separate actively Judaism and Jews from the nation state of Israel, where people will be like, oh, dude, that's Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck. Or the fact that I also care about anti-Semitism implies that I'm engaging in Jewish exceptionalism. It's bullshit, okay? I separate between those who are cynically advancing anti-Semitism as a cause in an effort to deflect away criticisms of Israel, valid criticisms of Israel, okay? And I know every dumb fuck loves chirping at this very moment, okay? And goes, oh, not gonna lie, it's kind of true though. Yeah, totally, dude. You're right. We should actually be anti-Semitic. We should actually be anti-Semitic. That's the best way to defend Palestinians, right? You're a fucking idiot. My question always is, does this help the cause? Okay? Is being anti-Semitic helping Palestinians? No, it's not. There's no strategic goal there. There's no calculated goal there. It's just fucking untrue and it's stupid. Mons, why'd you block my message? Oh, he was bringing up bad empanada. Oh, God.
And the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns. But my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons. One is I'm not an anti-Semite, and I think that's obvious. I have, and I've expressed this many times, don't do so again, I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline. That is
Bro, this man literally said there's 65 million people that need to be deported, which happens to be the same number of Latin Americans living on U.S. soil. Okay? The Latino population. I'm sorry. Mr. Great Replacement is like, oh, I would never hate on someone simply on the basis of their ethnic or genetic or religious inferiority. It's bullshit. It's complete and utter nonsense, okay? This is where a competent libtard is supposed to interject and go, I don't think that's true. You are the most prominent defender of the Great Replacement theory. Okay? Like, please, be a competent libtard, okay? I have listened to you on NPR for years. I know you have it in you. Please do this.
Against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished.
He'll say it's about legality, not bloodline. Yeah, what the fuck does Israel do? Israel also says it's on legality. Yeah, black people were legally discriminated against. Okay? Just like Palestinians are technically legally discriminated against under Israeli law. Legality doesn't mean anything. It's just bullshit.
For his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment, unlike the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations. And I'm not intimidated. And number two, that is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like.
Here's Ben Lorber's take on this from April 13th. This is so fucking long. He wrote a book. He's working on a book called Kingdom Now, Christian Zionism from the Puritans to MAGA. Israeli right and its supremacist agenda. Today, tens of millions of MAGA evangelicals remain rock solid constituency backing the unending carnage in Gaza, Iran, and beyond. And beyond America's shores, the rapid growth of non-denominational neo-Pentecostal Christianity is conscripting hundreds of millions of Christian Zionist foot soldiers across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. That's why they had to apologize for breaking the Jesus statue in Lebanon, by the way. If it actually reaches the point of salience amongst those populations where they start thinking, wait a minute, these Jews are actually disrespecting Christianity, then they have to address it. Same thing with like Orthodox Jews in the West Bank, the settlers spitting on Christians as they're like going in and out of churches and shit, right? Those are some of the few things that the Israeli state has to address, as opposed to like just wholesale slaughter of Palestinians. Christian Zionism is part and parcel of the rise of Christian nationalism, helping corrode the foundations of democratic pluralism in the U.S. and all around the world. I agree with that. Its adherents demonize Palestinians, Muslims, and anyone who opposes the dystopian vision as instruments of the devil, enemies of the Judeo-Christian West, and to be swept aside in a 21st century style crusade. And their fervent proclamations of love for Jews are laced with anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism conscripting our communities as cannon fodder in their clash of civilizations.
Where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from? Who granted that right and on what grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear, asking questions.
I mean, the answer this is the other side of the story. The answer to this question is the same as the United States of America. America is also a settler colonial operation, right? And so was Israel, and so is Israel, I guess. And that's what it is. It was through blood. It was through conquest. So the answer is the exact same for Israel as it is for the United States of America. Okay? It's built on violence. That's how states were designed.
Is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is power.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Lulu, you are doing a terrible job asking these questions. What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck kind of... Are you just giving Tucker Carlson a nuke? Is that what it is? These are questions that you would design if you wanted to make Tucker Carlson just dunk on you. Okay? These are unbelievable layups. Like, just straight fucking lobs, dude. I mean, this is such a layup that the New York Times audience is going to watch this and go, yeah, Tucker Carlson is actually doing a great job here. I didn't think that I would ever find myself in agreement with Tucker Carlson, but I am now.
Powerful.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of...
This is why you can only counter Tucker Carlson as an anti-Zionist. You can't counter Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. On this issue, you are going to be less moral. Okay? Tucker Carlson is closer to the truth and closer to morality on the issue of Israel than a liberal Zionist. It might hurt people's feelings to hear that, but it's just the truth. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why when people actually don't address Tucker Carlson's inconsistencies in his worldview adequately, which only an anti-Zionist can do, an anti-fascist can do this, because if you have any sort of defense of Israel in mind, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to get destroyed because Israel is indefensible. Okay? Israel's actions are indefensible. The concept is already indefensible by 21st century sentiment, right? The notion that, ethnic cleansing had to take place and has to continue for 80 fucking years, and an apartheid has to continue so that, there's a demographic majority that must remain, a Jewish demographic majority that must remain, and it's like backed by the state. Everyone understands now that that is an unbelievable crime. So once you arrive at the conversation with that attitude in mind, if that's your primary focus, you're going to get cooked. No matter what. You're never going to be able to outmeet Tucker Carlson on this issue. He's just going to come across as the moral party in this conversation because he's going to turn around and say, that's crazy.
Questions, I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
The reason I want to press on this a little bit more is that that there is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the elders of Zion, that there is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world. And, that book was written in the early 20th century, but it, helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is, this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. And I think that there is a concern that I have, and a real concern. I don't mean this as something that people say to slander anyone, but just a real concern that the rhetoric where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a totally ridiculous line of questioning.
The previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to
be involved in assassinations, etc., that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely.
Yeah, well, it's not. Okay. First of all, let me just say, not everything that she brought up is valid, but it sucks that some of what she brought up are genuine things that Israel has done, right? Like, it's not other people's problem that Israel chose to look at a textbook of what not to do and then chose to do those things, okay? Like, yeah, you're like, oh, well, protocols of elderly Zion dictate that, Jews are, undermining. Jews are undermining, like, what, American domestic affairs. Okay. But Israel is literally fucking writing legislation by way of AIPAC to undermine the First Amendment. Elderly Zion. Yes. Elderly Zion. The Zion of the elderly. Shut the fuck up, chatters. It's not the point. Okay. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep a lot last night, even though I went to bed early. Okay. Like you can recognize what is an anti-Semitic dog whistle and also what is the truth at the same time. When you actually start pointing to things that Israel actually is doing and then claim prototypes of the elderly Zions. Yeah. If you point to what Israel is actually doing and say this is an anti-Semitic trope, you're not going to actually get people to stop saying those things. You're just going to make them think that maybe in the past, those anti-Semitic canards were also lies. They were also built around lies, as in like they were what Jews were doing. You're going to foment anti-Semitism. The greatest example I can give you, the most direct one I can give you, okay, no holds barred, is blood libel. Blood libel was a lie that non-Jews often told about Jewish people in times of like famine or some kind of like economic struggles or when there was not enough food in the village or the fucking people were getting sick. The idea was that Jews were responsible for that because they were like, I don't know, eating children, like drinking the blood of Christian children, right? That is a blood libel. And this lie was deployed to drive out Jews in pogroms, oftentimes very violently, from the villages that they occupied. Okay? So that's a very well-traced, historic lie that people told about Jews to kill Jews. That's what blood libel is. But in 2026, if you turn around and say, wow, how dare you say Israel is killing children when Israel has killed tens of thousands of children on camera, and you call that a blood libel, you're not actually defending Israel at all to average people. You're actually disparaging what they may have previously believed was a blood libel. You're diluting the impact of the term blood libel, and you're causing people to no longer believe that, these things that happened to Jewish people historically were even real at all. Okay? Because we can see what Israel is doing, especially when you turn around and you tie Israel's actions to Judaism. You're like, no, this is the Jewish state. How dare you accuse the Jewish state of killing children? Well, first of all, you're saying it's the Jewish state. Okay, that's you. And I've seen Israel kill children. What am I supposed to believe? You listen to normies who aren't super into politics describe why they're anti-Israel, and you realize most of them have just never been challenged on it by anyone around them or the media they consume. Exceptionally true for Europeans. It's because they see dead kids on their social media. It's not that hard to understand. Or maybe they just decide to stop dialoguing after they realize they're talking to a pro-child murder psychopath. That's true. It's probably what it is, too. Israel has literally looked at a lot of the previous anti-Semitic canards as like a how-to book, okay? That and also Mein Kampf and numerous other formative works in the neo-Nazi movement. And we're like, oh shit, let's take notes and let's do them. It's just true. I'm sorry. Down to fucking well poisoning. Poisoning the well comes from that as well. The idea that like Jews were actually responsible for the water supply being destroyed in the village that led to pogroms. Israel has literally poisoned wells. Okay? So what am I supposed to do? Not recognize what I'm seeing? It's fucking unbelievable. This is not like the moment they prefer filling it with cement now. Yes, it's not. I mean, I'm using embellished language in this circumstance, but like, yes, they're destroying water wells, right? Like with regular frequency. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous to be like, hey, I just watched Israel strike the last remaining water salination plant in Palestine, in Gaza. But I probably shouldn't bring this up because people are going to say I'm anti-Semitic and they're going to accuse me of blaming Jews for poisoning the well here. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. And no one else is going to do that either, especially because I am aware of classic anti-Semitic tropes. Most people are not. Like, it's not even a thing that they're considering. The average person doesn't go, oh no, I probably shouldn't say this. At most, the average person has, ironically, somewhat of a little bit of a anti-Semitic belief that like you just can't say anything about the Jews, right? Like that's their modus operandi. Normal people in polite company will openly just be like, you can say whatever the fuck you want, just don't say anything about Jewish people because you'll lose your job. That is the attitude, right? And that attitude is, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that attitude is somewhat correct. But that doesn't mean that they don't think these things. And if you lean into it over and over again, they're going to think those things not just privately, but publicly too, and loudly sometimes. And for the record, if I believe those things, I wouldn't say what I'm saying, okay? Like, I don't think that's I don't think that's the adequate way of looking at this, right? I think you should always just say the truth. Always. But what a lot of people have had, like a lot of the opinions that people have had for a very long time is this notion that, and this is from what they've observed, you are privileged enough to be able to live like that? Yes, buddy, I'm at the fucking peak of privilege. Yes, I am. You're not wrong. But also at the same time, look around, okay? Look at what I've been dealing with for the past 3 fucking months. I wouldn't say it's a very privileged position, okay? Holy shit. I don't know if you know this, but there's a current bill in Congress, okay, that has my name on it. It's bipartisan. To say that I'm like unbelievably privileged and therefore suffer no consequences for saying the truth is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Also, everyone on the timeline is anti-Semitic now. I don't think that stigma is as brutal as it used to be. There's still institutional stigma. A big part of the polite company social stigma has gone away because Israel hit that button too much. Defenders of Israel kept spamming it for the last 3 years as Israel carried out a live stream child holocaust in front of our fucking eyes. And then anytime someone had a negative opinion about that, they kept hitting that button over and over again. Anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And of course, you know, after the 10 millionth fucking time that they tried to spam that button, people started going, all right, fuck off. You say that about everybody. I don't believe you anymore. Well, what the fuck is this shit? Shut up. My new photo on Wikipedia, here it is. Yes, I see it. It's great. Thank you. Where's my fucking controversial? Where's my controversies? Oh, there it is. Gaza war. Oh. Yeah. Have you guys noticed something, by the way? I used to pack these up. Look at the year that this stopped. It's been 3 years. It's curious. I wonder what happened. 0 awards. I guess I fucking fell off. I mean, I don't give a shit, but it's just it's just interesting. Nominations and victories galore. And then done. I guess it's because I stopped gaming. Yeah, why didn't they give me the Trinity Award? I did win one, but it was Irish, so I guess it doesn't count. Check what categories that you're in the bottom. Where? What do you mean? Where are the categories? 1991 births, living people, American activists of Asian descent, American activists for Palestinian solidarity, American anti-capitalists, American anti-Zionists, American left wing, male feminists, American Marxists, American people of Turkish descent, political commentators, American Twitch streamers, California socialists, critics of conspiracy theories, HuffPost writers and columnists, news YouTubers, people associated with the 2025 New York City mayoral election, people from New Brunswick, New Jersey, people of the Gaza war, Rutgers University, streamer awards winners, streaming awards winners, Young Turks people, University of Miami alum, YouTubers from California, YouTubers from New Jersey. Okay, that's fair. By the way, dude, the Core Boys got a new pad for the Core Crib. It looks lit as fuck. Yeah, why am I one of the categories that I'm not associated with is a sex symbol? Okay. Sexy hunk of man category. I'm in the living people. What the fuck does that even mean? That's a thing? They have a living people category? Okay. That seems strange. Let's keep going.
That it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, you know, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
Conservapedia? What the fuck is that?
Quite sure.
Oh God, I was so mad. I went on a tangent about
And
this.
debunked and has been used in, you know, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was, and it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I am really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say that's at least co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like a czarist forgery or something. Look,
I guess I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel and how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way, and that's the product. That perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism, and that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is, and 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, you know, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them. And I reject.
Bro, I swear they're fucking way harsher with me than they are with Tucker, by the way. Like these are just softballs that are such easy dunks under the veneer of charitability from the New York Times. You keep navel gazing over where the line stands, Lulu, while Palestinians are starved and bombed. Yeah. It's just, I've never got, like, dude, when people talk, even when it's like a fucking friendly conversation that I'm having with like a non-contentious reporter, even if it's a fucking puff piece that they're writing on me, I have to address way more cynical smears than Tucker Carlson is addressing here. Now, part of that is because Tucker is a much more experienced media demon than myself. He's been doing this for almost as long as I've been alive, let's be real. And therefore, he's shaped his commentary in a way to never step on any landmines. But also because Tucker Carlson's worldview is different than mine, where he is an America first, American exceptionalist, right? I don't treat America as an exceptional country. I want America to potentially be an exceptional country one day, but it's truly not an exceptional country currently. And how do I make this about me? I'm a prominent critic of Israel that's been named in a bill by a bipartisan bill by Congress this past week. I'm comparing mainstream media outlets in the way that they are treating another prominent critic of Israel versus myself, and wondering what the distinguishing factor is in the way that I get treated and sometimes attacked as opposed to Tucker Carlson. I think it's a pretty interesting thought experiment, right? Anyway, the second point that I was trying to make at the Hasanabi broadcast, which is, you know, the broadcast that I named after my own name. Anyway, you might be thinking you're in a different chat or something. But yeah, the second reason is because he's an American exceptionalist, and therefore, like, his perspective is, even if it's his perspective on Israel is not within the confines of permissible speech in American mainstream discourse, he's a lot closer to the edges of permissible speech than I am, especially because I will often go so far as to explain the ways in which the resistance front is formed against Israel and against America at times, right? So that really pushes a boundary that I think many Americans are not very comfortable with, and certainly mainstream media is not very comfortable with. And last but not least, I'm Muslim and Tucker Carlson is a WASP. So I think that's what it is. I think that's like the worst aspect out of these three, because there are others who do the first two and don't get the same treatment. So I'm inclined to believe that it might have something to do with my background. So, yeah.
As ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of those I know personally. So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not. And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that criticism... Is it just
Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out, are you
I took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not against...
Yeah, this is y'all's hero. Anti-Zionist in the chat. Y'all's hero is Tucker Carlson. Mr. He's a better critic of Israel than you.
Israel? I never have been against. By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I ever, well, I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut, greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that we ban criticism of a foreign country, well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. You know, whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point, it's against the law to criticize Israel, how does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think it does. Not that it's my job to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but I understand you're
someone
referring to
someone was just arrested. Because look, the
specific
second
things that
well, the second you say that criticism is the same as a threat or words are violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel. I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in that group, liberal-minded, you have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, 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 this is totally bonkers, and this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say that about any topic.
I'm going to move on, because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel.
I mean, he just fucking owned that. That was like 15 minutes of just boom, 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 boom. He cooked. And once again, the reason why he cooked in this otherwise polite conversation is because her framework is just busted. Her framework is her starting point is objectionable. An expert here would at least keep the conversation on Tucker's past statements, okay, and keep holding him to account for his dangerous conspiratorial thinking, his advocacy around the Great Replacement, things of that nature. But they want to prove a point. They want to, in the New York Times, they want to have a conversation with Tucker, and they want to have it on Israel. And if you have a conversation with Tucker on Israel, it's only going to benefit Tucker Carlson, especially if you're not coming correct with quotes that he has that you could at least massage to come across as anti-Semitic. It's going to be very difficult for you to do that because Tucker Carlson, unlike myself, will not go beyond a certain point in his anti-Israel advocacy, right? Because he doesn't believe in certain things. He's not an anti-Zionist, for example. I am. And I don't shy away from revealing that position. So that's precisely the reason why it's much more difficult for the New York Times to just like maintain a liberal Zionist position and try to like attack him on possible instances where what if what you're saying could be seen as anti-Semitic. They always hit him over the least objectionable things he said. If you're trying to accuse him of anti-Semitism, hit him on the Great Replacement, his World War II revisionism, his comment about how hummus eaters killed Charlie Kirk and Jesus. There's a lot there, but no, we got to do the greatest hits instead. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, though, because they hit me with fucking bullshit all the goddamn time that at least, like, on its face sounds bad. It's nowhere near as, like, anti-Semitic as, half the shit Tucker Carlson has done, and that's what's so fucking frustrating about this conversation. Do you see what I mean? With me, it's the motherfucking clip show. It's the fucking clip show. Why? Because the ADL is up my asshole and they've created the clip show. With him, it's like, well, don't you feel like you would hurt Jewish feelings if you criticized Israel? Like, what a ridiculous question. First of all, how dare you? Okay? How dare you say Jewish feelings are going to be hurt if someone has a disagreement with Israel's unlimited child murder policy? Okay? That's an insane thing to do for American Jews. You're just throwing them under the bus, okay? By being like, don't you feel like all Jews love Israel, Tucker? And they love the baby murder campaign? You sound like a hater at this point. I'm just saying, Tucker Carlson has said a lot of heinous shit. He is a white nationalist. Maybe some of you guys don't mind that. I do.
In the war, right? You've talked
Fissures,
about,
yeah, it's sort of blown up.
Yeah. And I want to dig into that because earlier this year you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble. And you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me. Are there two sides?
Well, I lost that scramble.
Yeah. I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else like what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for
it's just crazy to have
really
the most prominent defender of the Great Replacement theory sitting across from you.
There was no disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure, and unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015, there's been this kind of debate like, well, what is the appropriate use of American power? And what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. I guess I'm the liberal here. But there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party that anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't, 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump. The neocons hate Trump, have always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this. And now they've destroyed him. And I told him that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq War inflamed them. It humiliated them, and they want to destroy you, and this war will destroy you. I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. The people pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. You've campaigned against that. Don't do this. And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now it's, we know who won.
Really convenient for the other guy who agrees with you to be dead so you can pretend. No, Charlie Kirk has openly said things. Charlie Kirk has openly and aggressively demanded that Trump not go to war, not listen to the neocons, and not go to war with Iran. This is true. The difference, of course, is that if Charlie Kirk was alive right now, the prophet Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, if he was alive right now, he'd be defending it because he was Trump's guy. That's it. What he said or what his true opinions are totally secondary. His primary objective was to unconditionally and uncompromisingly defend Donald Trump. That's it. He has done this. He has demonstrated his tendency to do this with the Epstein stuff. Oh my God. It's like you guys don't know. It's almost like you haven't read the fucking hadiths.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Like, that's just how it is. That's how he was. That's why I don't believe the whole he was going to turn on Israel shit.
And by the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it, and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it, so obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because, as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. And I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really, well, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism.
Dude, Trump is a fucking neocon. What is this? Oh, God, I hate neoconservatism. He was a neocon. He probably still is a neocon. Like, sure, the Iran stuff is a bridge too far. Maybe Israel got out of hand, okay? You've rebranded yourself. But, like, everything is neocon. Everything computer, everybody transgender, Republican Party neocon. That's what it is. Like, the ultimate purpose of neocons was to do what Trump is doing right now. Okay? I can't believe how hard Tucker is clapping and smiling for Trump after kidnapping Maduro at this White House meeting with oil executives about how they're going to pillage Venezuela. Yeah. No one gives a shit, though. They just like Tucker Carlson at this point. He was able to sneak himself in to a position of great prominence and legitimacy in the anti-Israel movement And so you can't get people to literally look at him funny. It's crazy. Now, his name is Fucker Carlson. Yeah, this is Fucker Carlson. This is his brother, Buckley Swanson. Ugh.
I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
By text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or...
Do you think he repeatedly called himself a liberal in this interview to get some blue points? No, he is a liberal. He's right. Tucker Carlson and like the overwhelming majority of modern Republicans are also liberals, as like in the political theory. In the American sensibility, liberal just means like the gay version of what the political theory of liberal is. So he is a liberal. Of course, Reagan was a liberal. That's what liberalism is. They are all liberals. Americans are primarily liberals. Okay? Yeah, in the political science sense, the people that we refer to as liberals are just like a little bit gayer than the other version, which is anti-gay, but still very liberal. Okay? They're capitalists. They're pro-capitalist. Yeah, liberalism equals market primacy is a great way to put it. Now, I think the changes that are being made currently, there are some people who are post-liberal. I think we're moving in that direction in the Republican Party. They're not fully there yet. They haven't self-identified as something different. They're not like openly fascist. Their actions are openly fascist, but they don't self-identify as fascist. But at least they still posture as liberal. Maybe J.D. Vance, being the fucking nerd that he is, might have a different association. He might be the type of motherfucker who says, I'm post-liberal, you know? But like Tucker Carlson will call himself a liberal, even though he is a fascist. But these guys' foundation is still very much so liberalism.
Andrew Colvett or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. It's a legitimate question, and we know that. Well, I know that for a bunch of reasons. But the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI. And he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is,
Bro's
on
on
what
his
grounds
phone,
would you
though?
do that? I'm not saying...
Who, Tucker Carlson, or are you talking about me? Does it look like I'm on my phone? What the fuck are you talking about? Or you mean he's on his phone like Tucker is? He's just looking at his phone on the table?
guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up. Socialist, racist, conspiracy theory. It's like, I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question? That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence has...
I hate when he emotes. I find that to be so terrible. Honestly. It's just terrible.
waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, you know, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war is a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And you know, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope they are. I can't, yeah, so they should. I can't say confidently Charlie would be working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
You know, it's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the main concerns are about the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job. Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people, and the what looks to me as a non-economist like the true horror.
Here comes white replacement theories and the like. It's a Trojan horse. He'll do it with like left populism.
Hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people, and not just young people, but especially young people. And so I think most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever been.
So you see, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean, never even, wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay, so I read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older, okay? So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black.
I mean, he interviewed him. So, you know. And I do feel like, you know, he definitely knows a little bit. But even then, he's actually kind of defending him a little bit, which is interesting.
Or whatever. But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this, under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation in this country ever produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful and selfish. And I hear young people talk not about, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palms, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises, crypto-related enterprises and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. And the murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive.
Oh my God, he's literally saying, oh my God. Okay, it's fucking hard for me to not be a little disturbed by this, because he is saying literally every bar for bar, verbatim, the shit I've said. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Reaction. All these kind of normal looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary. I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because
and then he just flips it back to he just flips it back to social conservatism and a prohibitionist attitude. Incredible. I guess that's a way to redirect it, you know? Oh, I can't. Look, I'm tired. I know half day Hossie. I know I've done only 1 hour today. I mean, only 7 hours, sorry. 1 hour off from 8 hours. But I got to end it here. Only 1 hour, basically. That's what it feels like. But I'll be live tomorrow. But if I'm not live tomorrow, if I take a day off with all this travel and I'm very tired, I will definitely be live on Monday.